Welcome to Elysium, empowering AI, Metaverse, and Game Web 3 projects. Buy and swap tokens with Elysium Swap, the decentralized exchange for all your transactions. Elysium Bridge. Connect your digital assets with ease. Elysium Marketplace. Find your next gem. Buy or trade unique NFTs. Elysium Cloud Wallet. Keep your tokens and NFTs safe. Elysium Explore. Track your transactions and monitor everything in a few simple clicks. Elysium Launchpad. Discover and invest in new projects. Elysium, the blockchain for a greener future. The power is in your end. Elysium. Join us on this journey.
Please welcome comedian and host, Anna Roisman.
Hi, everybody. Welcome. How are you? Woo! Welcome to VulCon3. We're so excited. This is the ultimate annual event hosted by Vulcan Forged that brings together people from all over the world who share a passion for Web3, for an enthusiasm for the future of blockchain technology and the metaverse, and of course, a love of all things gaming. Do I have gamers out here? Yes! Let me hear it. Let me hear all my Vulcan Forged. Where did you guys all come from? You're from all over the world. We've met people from Greece. We've met people from the UK. Someone's from Utah, right? Call out. Where are you from? Where are you from? New Orleans. Welcome. Well, we're so thrilled to have you all here. And after a successful event in Athens last year, everyone is excited to bring back this incredible day in one of the greatest cities in the world. Let's hear it for New York City. Yes. Is it anybody's first time here in New York? Yes, welcome. So excited to have you. Well, as you heard before, my name is Anna Roisman. I'm a comedian and I'm a host. And yes, they let a comedian into this room. For all my crypto friends out there, I'm also a no-coiner, so shout out. So if I see anyone get a little too rowdy here, you all are very calm. It's very early in the morning, but we've got a whole full day. If I see anyone get rowdy, or if you try to tell me that NFT doesn't stand for not for touching, I will call you out, okay? I'm just joking. I know it stands for non-fungible toilet. Of course I know what it stands for. I'm not a total newbie, though. I get to brag for a second. I did just host the first ever crypto reality show called The Next Crypto Gem. I don't know if you've heard the rumors, but it will be coming to a TV near you really soon. Over 300,000 homes. It's going to be in a lot of homes. It's going to be on many different networks. So stay tuned for The Next Crypto Gem. Now, when I learned about VulCon3, I couldn't believe that you guys went from beautiful, historical, magical Athens to the rat-infested capital of the world. I mean, you know, here we are in New York City. My question is the market okay? Are we okay? Is everything? Yeah, you're laughing over here. I don't know if it's okay for you. It's good? Yeah, your coins are doing okay? I love it. Look, I have lived in New York City for many years, so I am allowed to say these types of things, but I'm also allowed to ask, questions about how it's treating you. But on a positive note, New York City is one of the most electric, energetic places in the world, okay? It's full of innovation and technology, and that is why you guys are here today. But it does smell, right? Have you guys noticed that? It doesn't smell great when you go into that subway or anything. No, maybe, if we're being honest. But we're here to network. We're here to connect with friends and colleagues that we may have only met through the power of Twitter or online, right? Some of you don't even know each other's real names, I've learned, which is hilarious. You'll have to help me come up with my username before the end of the day. But here's the thing. What we're really here is to hang out with each other, to get to know each other, and to find out what is the best slice of pizza you can get in New York City. community, because I know I've talked to a lot of you and you've been trying all of them. So see me after for, the best opinions. Now, if there's one thing, the one special thing about having VulCon3 in New York City, it is the energy. So we're going to have an amazing day. I need to feel this energy right now. Are you very excited to be here? Anybody jet lagged? Yes? Woo! Cheer for the jet lag. Okay, a couple of you. Amazing. Listen, I'll be doing jokes on the crypto community at the after party tonight, so you can feel free to invest in my act then. And, today we can just consider all of the guests my openers. Thank you. Thank you I love you. She's my best audience member here. Anyway, we have an incredible lineup for you today. You're going to hear from some of the best speakers. We have investors from Vulcan Forged. We have celebrities. We have professional athletes. We have CEOs in the Web3 space, and maybe a performance by J-Lo. You never know. He got excited. I don't know if she's actually here, but hey, fingers crossed, right? She could show up. Anyway, everyone is here to discuss their passion for blockchain technology and gaming. And as a community-based project that promotes the development of world-class blockchain games, Vulcan Forged is a one-stop shop for blockchain game enthusiasts where they can access popular games and a vast NFT marketplace to buy and sell digital assets in the game. They are also the incredible company that is making today happen. They're growing daily with more than 130 staffed employees around the world. Let's give it up for Vulcan Forged right now. Give them a round of applause. Right? You'll meet a lot of the staff here today. It's very exciting to have them. Some people, it's their first time in New York, so we're thrilled to have you. Welcome. So it only makes sense to kick this event off with the man behind the mission. Okay, our first speaker today, you guys all know and love him. He is joining us from Greece, though formerly from England, where the Vulcan studios are located in Greece. He co-founded Very Arty, the precursor to Vulcan Forged, just 4 years ago, and now he is the CEO of Vulcan Forged, which encompasses a blockchain game studio, Vulcan Studios, a layer 1 blockchain, Elysium, and is creating a build-your-own metaverse system with Metascapes. His vision and his hard work are the reason why we are all celebrating today. So everybody, please give a warm welcome to Jamie Thomson.
Test. I feel after 4 years, I should update that profile picture. I remember when we started as a community of about 12, I was using that all the time. I think we've got plenty more photos I can use. Listen, thank you so much for all the people that traveled over here to New York. I mean, you're going to see a lot of me later on. I think I've got a good hour or 2 hours to drop all the information announcements you want to hear. I can see there's a lot of stragglers who haven't made it yet, because I heard last night it was a bit of a wild one. Standard Vulcan Forged degen behavior. These conferences, we're always here for a reason. I mean, we as a company, we decided to do this. I mean, we started in Amsterdam with I think 30, 40 people. We did Athens last year, which was a good 150, 200 people. And today, may not seem it yet, but we are sold out up to about 300 people here today, and we're in New York. I mean, it's surreal to think of the journey we've come on. And I have to say, we are here simply because you guys and we share the same vision in what we're doing. I mean, we have to realize all the time that we're in an industry which is so new. Play to earn, metaverse, blockchain gaming. You go on the street, 9 out of 10 people won't have a ruddy clue what you're talking about. And so it saddens me when you see a lot of companies from last year dropping to the wayside, giving up, selling, moving, doing these things when you're in an environment, you're in an industry where it's now time to evolve, to adapt, to change, to keep on forging. And the reason we're here as a company is to show our strength, that we're always going to be here. Once we're in New York, next year we're going to be somewhere else, the year after that we'll be somewhere else. We are not going anywhere. And I think that's one of the assets of Vulcan Forged, is that we are always adapting. We know what's not working, what we do need to work with, and the community is here. So first of all, I want to say a thank you to the people that I recognized from years ago from being here, and I want to give yourself a round of applause to coming to New York. I appreciate you all for being here. And I can assure you that we are working stronger and harder and bigger than we ever have. Our team is big as we have. Our product line is bigger than it's ever been. And we love what we're doing. And that's the most important thing. So second of all, I do obviously want to make a big thank you to Anthony Scaramucci from Skybridge. So I met him about a year ago. I mean, obviously in my industry, we meet a lot of a lot of investors, VCs, incubators, all these people, and half of them are just, they're full of crap. At the beginning we got stung a few times. You trust people so often you don't really know who to trust. I met Anthony in New York about a year ago. We sat down and we just got on straight away. I can say literally from the bottom of my heart, this guy has one of the more integrity I've ever met out of these circle of people, and he has been behind us all the way. He really has. And a lot of the connections we've made, a lot of the announcements we're making today, a lot of them have come from his contacts. Every time he's invited me to Salt in Singapore, then where was I a few months ago, Abu Dhabi, I think I was. He's always spreading the word for us. He talks about us on TV. He is literally here until the bitter end. He believes in what we're doing. He believes in me. He believes in us. So have a partner like him behind us is really great. So today, I'm not going to take up too much of your time because Anthony's going to come on now and do his talk. But I can assure you what we'll be talking about later will involve some new announcements, some new partners, some new technology. We're going to look where we are. We're going to talk about how we're evolving with the play-to-earn space. We're big supporters of the AI technology moving in, and I think we're going to see that today with us. I also, just in case I forget, I want to thank, if they could perhaps, the Greek team, if they could all just stand up a little bit right now, because these guys have worked solidly on VulcanVerse. Now, you can see these guys, they've been with us, they've been with me since day one, 2020, it's 2023 now, so we're pushing 3 years now. We started an office of like 3 people, and they have literally worked day in, day out. For them, the market means nothing, they just know what we're doing, they're delivering, and I think some of you have seen VulcanVerse, can see how beautiful, how incredible it is. Okay, so without further ado, I'm going to introduce, I think Anthony's on next, and I really look forward to catching up with you later. I think I'm on a panel with Brian, and then I think I'm with the fighters. I think they're going to chokehold me at some point, and then I've got a good hour, 2-hour speech later. But we're happy, we're psyched, we're hyped. Thank you for coming, and I'll see you guys later on stage. Okay? Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Time for Jamie, everybody. Yeah. Okay, well, as you can see, our next speaker is the founder and managing partner of Skybridge Capital, a global alternative investment firm who has invested in Vulcan Forged and its ecosystem, and founder and chairman of SALT, a global thought leadership forum and venture studio. Prior to founding Skybridge in 2005, he co-founded investment partnership Oscar Capital Management, which was sold to Neuberger Berman in 2001. Earlier, he worked in private wealth management at Goldman Sachs. In 2022, he was ranked number 47 in Cointelegraph's top 100 influencers in crypto and blockchain. In 2016, he was ranked 85 in Worth Magazine's Power 100, the 100 most powerful people in global finance. Today, he will be discussing why economic decentralization is inevitable. Everybody, please welcome Anthony Scaramucci.
What I'd like to do, if it's okay, is spend a little bit of time on decentralization and then take some questions from you guys. I think it's more fun to take questions. And Anna left out the fact that I was in the White House for 11 short days. I got fired after 11 days, which was a lot of fun in a weird way, But I learned a lot about the government in the White House. And I'm just looking at you guys. You look friendlier than the White House press corps. You look slightly less drunk than the White House press corps. I mean, these people start drinking at like 10 a.m. But the first thing I really want to talk about is Vulcan Forged and Jamie and what our team saw in them. Because when you're sitting with kids, I have 5 kids. Every one of my sons is big time into gaming. And you see the opportunity that Vulcan Forged has in the future. The question is, are we going to move from a centralized gaming standard into something that's way more decentralized and way easier to use and allows people to be more independent? I think the answer to that is yes. That's going to be true in financial services. It'll be true in the way we trade assets. Last year, we did a study at Skybridge. There's only probably a third of our assets that are actually liquid, meaning our stocks and our bonds and things that are fairly fungible, but our real estate isn't liquid, our art isn't liquid. And yet through the process of decentralization and the blockchain, we can start tokenizing all these things and creating that liquidity. And so when I step back and I look at the gaming model that Jamie is building and the future, how could you not be excited for that? And of course, I think you guys saw the Grand Theft Auto. You're going to be able to earn when you're playing Grand Theft Auto now. Everybody is moving to where Jamie got to 3 or 4 years ago. And I think it's very important for people to understand our perspective. We're not in it for a day. We're not in it for a trade. We're in it for a 5 or 10 year vision with Jamie. I've seen what they're doing in that design studio. If you get to Athens, I took my wife to Athens in March to meet with Jamie and his team. And the graphical upgrade that's taking place in the system right now is nothing short of extraordinary. Of course, we're going to 4K, but you guys know we'll be at 8K in the next 24 to 36 months. And before you know it, you'll be fully emerged. I predict from this stage, Jamie will have a relationship with Apple. Some of his products will be in that new VR set. And we'll be sitting here thinking, wow, thank God we were here at the inception of all of these great ideas. So I want to leave you with 3 things to think about when you're investing and just sharing with you the way we think about investing. So the first thing I would say to you is it's okay to be a skeptic. When I first learned about Bitcoin, I think there's a tweet, everyone once in a while puts it in my face. I said, geez, I don't understand what this is. And I thought it was a ridiculous idea. And I remember tweeting something like Bitcoin, caveat emptor. And then that was probably 2012. In 2014, the Winklevoss brothers came to our SALT conference in Las Vegas, and they were trying to explain Bitcoin to me. And I said, okay, great. I don't know what it was trading at that time, maybe a couple $100. And I said, well, how many people own it? At that time, there was like less than 5 million wallets. I said, well, I'm an institutional investor. There's absolutely no way that we could buy this thing. It sounds neat, but no thank you. Left several $100 million on the table. Fast forward, it was actually in the White House, and it was a Wednesday. And the reason I know it was a Wednesday, I was only there for one Wednesday, so it's an easy day to remember. And so I'm sitting there in the White House, and I'm in the Roosevelt Room, which is right off the Oval Office, and there are 2 Federal Reserve officials, and they had just written this white paper about the digitization of the U.S. dollar. And I looked at these 2 guys, and I said, well, wait, what do you mean? He said, well, we want to digitize the U.S. dollar, put it up on the blockchain, and it will save the United States government billions of dollars. I said, so explain that to me. Well, we can create wallets for people on their smartphones, and when we have to put out a stimulus check or a payment check, maybe a support payment check, or perhaps a Social Security payment, we can just send it directly to the person's phone, and then they can use their phone to make transactions. Think of all the paperwork saved, think of all the disintermediation, cutting out all the middlemen and middle women, getting them out of the picture. And I said, okay, so this is the blockchain like Bitcoin? The guy said, yes. I said, okay, wow, I am missing this. So rule number 1, it's okay to be the skeptic. It's okay to play the skeptic, but you got to keep your eyes and ears open, and you have to explore the other side of something. You know, when Charlie Munger says that Bitcoin is I think he's called it venereal disease, rat poison. I think he called it rat poison squared once. Jamie Dimon called it a decentralized pet rock, although JP Morgan's spending hundreds of millions of dollars building blockchain protocols and building a whole tokenized platform and format. And you sit there and you're listening to this stuff. You have to see through it. And you have to get to the other side of it. And you always have to have some balance in your investment analysis. So that's number 1. Number 2, I think this is the most important thing. If you're on a new venture, if you're on a new adopting technology, well, you have to be patient. And I'm going to take you guys back to the year 2000, where I had a very big portfolio of technology stocks. And we were riding high. The NASDAQ was at 5,000, and the NASDAQ started cracking in March of 2000. And by the end of March of 2000, I think the NASDAQ went from 5,400 to like 2,600, and we were getting absolutely decimated. My Amazon stock went from $116 to $8. And there was a picture of Jeff Bezos in one of the news magazines. His head was inside a bomb, and it said, Amazon.bomb, the age of this internet retailer is now over. And people were selling the stock, and I had friends of mine swore off technology. One friend of mine, I still tease him about, he said, I'll never invest in a technology stock again as a result of what happened. And yet, because of that, he missed the greatest bull market in U.S. economic history. He missed the sector of the economy that I would say has probably been the best sector to invest in American history. And of course, we know what happened to Jeff Bezos. He shot himself into outer space in his own rocket. I think he took Captain Kirk on a secondary mission and became one of the richest people in the world because he hung in there. And so the second rule is you gotta hang in there, particularly if you're on to something and you see a trend that's happening. That's the last point. My third point is about adoption. When I look at something like Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies, we look at wallets, and we're measuring the number of people that are in the space. When I made the first investment in Bitcoin, I think there were about 71 million wallets. It was October of 2020. There were 71 million wallets according to the research that we did. Today, there's 360 million wallets. Just want to give you the comparison, right? 4 years later, 3 years later, there's no reason why we can't be at 2 or 3 billion wallets over the next 5 to 10 years. And when you think about that, you think about the magnitude of what we're talking about. If you want to step back from a macroeconomic point of view, 340 million wallets is 4% of the population. And so that would put you back to the internet in 1998. So just imagine if I could beam everybody back to 1998 and I could say to you guys, listen, I'm here from 2023 and this is the right time to buy these kinds of securities and these ideas and these businesses. None of us can predict the future. And I know when people try to predict the future, it's an arbitrary coin toss, and sometimes you get it right, sometimes you get it wrong. But what we can do is we can observe the past. And so let's go back to 1998 for a second. Some of you weren't born in 1998, but I was there. And I was sitting at my desk in my house, and I had a fat box computer, and it was hooked up to a corded mouse. And underneath the desk was a dial-up modem. Anybody remember that? Okay, you'd hit the click switch and you'd hear the ringer going and the modem would buzz and take, and then all of a sudden you'd hear the dial tone go away and your landing page would arrive. Maybe it was from AOL, or maybe it was from Prodigy, or maybe your landing page was Ask Jeeves, the search engine. And there you were, and that little icon came up and said you had mail. You could buy a book from Amazon, you could buy a Pez gun from eBay, and it was a fanciful toy. You could interact with email. But man, was it slow. And it was very, very clunky. And there were pundits out in the marketplace saying, this is just a gimmick, this is a fad. Bill Gates himself, 1996, the year after the Netscape browser went public, he said the internet is a fad. Don't pay any attention to it, it will be a passing fad. Now, he's a very smart guy, so of course he pivoted and adapted, and he built himself a successful internet strategy. But at that moment, it didn't look like it was going to come together. But let's say I came from 2023, and I walked into your office in front of your fat box computer and that clunky internet, and I say, hey, listen, you know what's going to happen? All these pipes and plumbing are going to be developed all over the world. We are going to be streaming 25 years from today, 4K video. There will be hundreds of millions of people around the world using this device for entertainment. There's going to be a proliferation of social media. There's a smartphone coming circa 2007. 9 short years from now, there'll be a handheld computer in your wallet. It'll have more computing power than we had to land the men on the moon in 1969. It'll be right there in your back pocket. It'll have a 4K resolution. You can stream, you can go watch YouTube. You have all of the Library of Congress. If I said to you, here's a library card from the Library of Congress, or here's a smartphone from 2023, which one are you going to want? You're going to want the smartphone. Moreover, there'll be billions and billions of dollars transacting on the internet. Oh, and by the way, in gaming, that will be a multiple billion-dollar business. There'll be a company called Roblox that'll have $75–80 billion of market cap, and the kids will be streaming, and they'll be using the community on the internet to interact with each other. The point I'm making is it's very hard to predict the future, but we can observe exponential opportunity from the past. Bitcoin, I think, came into existence sometime around Halloween in 2008. Maybe the first trade was in 2009. So let's call that 14 years ago. In 1903, the Wright brothers got in the air in Kitty Hawk. 1903. 14 years later, 1917, there were pundits saying, this is a gimmick, this aviation is nonsense, there'll be no real commercial application for aviation 14 short years ago. So my message to you, and then I'm going to take questions and we can talk about anything you guys want, is think about this in the exponential growth that is going to take place. We're sometimes limited by the way we think about things because it's a survival mechanism. You know, we're inside a body that's 100,000 years old. We're operating with the same machinery that they did 100,000 years ago. We haven't had a software upgrade or a real big evolutionary moment in the last 100,000 years. Yet your phone went from iPhone 1 to iPhone 14 in 15 years. So the world's moving exponentially, but you're still observing it from that caveman or cavewoman-like prism that's going on inside your brain. You have to force yourself outside of that thought process. When I was in school in the mid-'80s, I was told that we were running out of oil. My professor sat there and said there was a term called peak oil theory, and he said, we're running out of oil. And by 2010, it'll be $2,000 a barrel. That's $1985, which is like $4,000 of 2023 dollars, running out of oil. Did we run out of oil? We didn't run out of oil because we developed the technology to create more opportunity to drill, fracking, all these different things that we did, transform the energy business. We have more energy now than we know what to do with. We'll probably likely have an environmental problem due to the carbon emission related to the oil. In the 1840s, there was a British economist by the name of Thomas Malthus. He said, it's really bad. We're growing the population exponentially, but we can only make the food linearly, and so we're going to starve. You could look him up on your phone, Thomas Malthus. It's a Malthusian proposition. It was gloom and doom. But he missed out on irrigation, genetically modified foods, fertilizer, indoor farming, all of the different things, the vertical farming, all the different things that we've done over the last 200 years. We have more people dying from obesity-related issues than we do from starvation. So frame in your head what you think is going to happen, but then also explore the exponential possibilities of where things are. And that's what I think is going to happen to Vulcan Forged. Over the years, this is going to grow into one of the big powerhouses in gaming because Jamie understands decentralization. His team understands the utility of having something like Elysium out there that he can share and provide a platform for other gaming studios and for other concepts to come on board with us as we grow this business. Okay, I've got about 15 minutes. I can take any question. Talk about the Fed, sports, religion, politics, rock and roll. Yes, sir.
So primarily one of the biggest things that I find hard for people to adopt.
So one of the biggest things that I find in the industry for cryptocurrency as a whole, for investors, it's hard for them to get in. And I noticed that we need to start having ways to where people can get in a decentralized manner with less KYC restrictions. Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts on reducing those barriers and getting to that point with Vulcan Forged and helping us get to that point?
I think it's a really good question. So, you know, the problem right now, and I'll just be very candid with everybody, is you have an old guard in the United States that is very traditional. And so there's a tug of war going on right now between the future, which I think is going to have lots of elements of decentralized finance, and the past, which is this sort of traditional structure. Moreover, there's a ton of lobbying in the United States by the banking system and by the traditional finance people to keep things exactly the way they are. And then the last piece of this, and this should not go unnoticed, is that the FTX story was a real blight on the political establishment in the United States, because Sam was pumping money into the politicians. He was meeting regularly with the regulators, and I'll take you back to one short year ago, May of 2022. Sam was a golden figure. He was a rising star, business billionaire executive. His parents were Stanford Law School professors, and when he descended upon Washington, he was very well regarded. And so when the fraud was exposed at FTX, I think it left a big, almost like an explosive blast zone around Washington. And I think the pendulum, the regulatory pendulum, is now swung very hard here in the United States. And so you're right, we have to do things that relax that and create more open opportunity. But I think we've been set back here in the United States. While that's happening in the US, it looks like China is going to be more open. They're going to be selling licenses in Hong Kong. State television in China this past week started talking about cryptocurrency. CZ, the founder of Binance, put that up on his Twitter feed, saying this is an example where the leadership, the government in Beijing, has now decided that they need to create a competitive and open environment for the cryptocurrency world, the digital asset world. The UK, Jamie could probably talk about this better than me, but if you look at the data from the Brexit vote took place in June of 2016. If you look at the economic data, it may have worked for other reasons. I don't know UK politics as well as I do the United States, but if you just look at the economic data, the country was hurt by the Brexit. Living standards have gone down a little bit, disposable income has gone down, inflation has trended higher than the other Western countries, and so they're open to the idea of bringing the cryptocurrency industry to London. Brian Armstrong went over there, spent a lot of time there. My colleague John Darcy and I spent a lot of time in the Middle East. They are very open, and they are building a regulatory open protocol in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. And so it's a long-winded answer, but we'll get there. But in the United States, we're going to lag for a period of time because of what happened last year. Ron DeSantis, you may have seen his campaign announcement on Twitter. He was asked openly about Bitcoin. He sounded quite libertarian on Bitcoin. I like that because I think, whatever you think of Ron DeSantis, he'll move the debate to be more open and more libertarian about Bitcoin and other digital assets. Remember, if there are 340 million assets, 340 million wallets around the world, and 70 to 80 million of them are here in the US, that's sort of a weird special interest voting block. People typically vote with their money, and so if you've got two candidates standing on the podium, one is for Bitcoin, the other one is against it, all things being equal, you may tilt your vote towards the person that's favoring your own personal wallet. So it's a long-winded answer. We're not anywhere near where we need to be, but I do believe over the next 3 to 5 years we can get there. Yes, sir.
Kind of.
Yeah, the Ripple case?
Yeah, you think that will help us with this SEC, this crazy Gary Gensler SEC attack?
Yeah. So the question about the Ripple case, you know, I've read through the case. I went to law school, but I never was a lawyer, although I've tried to play a lawyer on TV a few times. But the case, I think, is a toss-up. Now, the Ripple people obviously think they're going to win the case, and the people that love regulation and hate crypto think they're going to lose the case. But when I read that case, it does feel like a toss-up. And so the judges in the case that are looking at the case are fairly conservative. So that would probably make the odds slightly better for Ripple, okay? Because if you read the arguments, you read the briefs. But I think the real question is, if they win the case, will that be beneficial to the industry? It'll be resoundingly beneficial to the industry. Certainly great for Ripple. that will probably cause that to, have a reflation in value, but it will certainly lift the rest of the industry. If you don't mind, I'm just going to add something, and that's the Grayscale case. Grayscale right now is suing the SEC because they feel that the administration of the laws, there's a term in the legal community called arbitrary and capricious, and this goes back to the Reagan administration. If I put laws on the books, I'm the Congress or the legislature, I put laws on the books, we hire a regulator then to effectuate or to administer those laws. But there's a law to administer the laws, and that is that you can't be arbitrary and capricious. So if you and John have the exact same business, and I'm regulating you out of business, and I'm regulating him into business, that's arbitrary and capricious. And so Grayscale has made a case to the SEC that their Bitcoin Cash product is identical, more or less, to the Bitcoin futures product that they approved in November of 2021.
Yeah, that's
okay.
true.
And if you read those oral arguments, you read those briefs and listen to those oral arguments, including the judge asking the questions, I think Grayscale is going to win that case. And I'll make a prediction to you from this stage that I think the SEC is going to feel the heat on that, and they will likely settle that case to avoid the embarrassment of losing in court. And so that will be very, very good for all cryptocurrency markets, in my opinion, and of course very, very good for Bitcoin, because remember something, the gating mechanism in the US for an institution, goes back to your question, is it legal? Am I okay owning it? Places like Fidelity and Skybridge have taken the position that it is, and we're okay with it. But a big firm like BlackRock or a place like JP Morgan that's subjected to all of that banking and regulatory scrutiny, they want to wait for the green light from the SEC related to a cash ETF. So we've got 2 or 3 things happening here in my mind that are macroeconomically very bullish. Those cases, at least one of them getting resolved favorably, that's my hope. The halving cycle for Bitcoin. The Federal Reserve interest rate cycle is ending. You may see another 25 basis point rise in June, but that seems to be plateauing and ending. And I think the last piece, which is the most important piece, is the continued expansion of wallets. I'm not just talking about Bitcoin, I'm talking about all wallets. The growing user base for Vulcan Forged and other great projects out there. So I hope that's helpful, but that's my analysis of that.
XRP in the secondary market is not a security, then that should help the other projects as well.
Correct.
I mean, they could kind of follow suit with that
that's,
game plan.
That's correct, unless what they do is they go to the Congress and they say, these are the laws that we would like, and we would like you to legislate that it is or is not a security. Do you see what I mean? Yeah. Again, not to bore people, but I'll take you back to the 1930s. We had a huge banking crisis in the 1920s. We had this collapse of the stock exchange, the Great Depression. When Franklin Roosevelt got the job, he went to the community. He said, okay, who are the unlawful actors? Who are the banksters? How do we fix this? The community said, well, here's what everybody does wrong in the industry. They set up a self-regulatory organization, and then they built the SEC. And for historians out there, he hired Jack Kennedy, President Kennedy's father, Joseph P. Kennedy, who was a known bootlegger and a stock swindler. His comment was, I'm going to put a fox in charge of the head house. He'll know where all the criminals are. And he built the SEC. We're not doing that now for this industry. We've stuck with the 1933 and the 1940 Act. We need sort of a 2024, 2025 Act that restates how we're going to evaluate digital assets, what is a security, what isn't a security, et cetera. And until we do that, we're still going to have this gating mechanism and less clarity.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes, sir.
You spoke earlier about tokenization. I'll just say that again. You spoke earlier about tokenization, and I think that is especially real assets, liquidity, and tokenization bonds. That's going to be a big thing, especially from the institutions. Do you think that's something Elysium could do, especially with your connections and
no question.
Skybridge?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry to interrupt. I mean, I'm
No.
just so enthusiastic about it. I think Jamie can address this more artfully than me, but I think that's exactly what Jamie did. I think the brilliance of Jamie and his team is he's taking your question and he's saying, okay, how do we reverse engineer a layer 1 protocol that can accomplish all of that, that's safe, scalable, secure, less gas fees than what's out there right now? And so the answer to the question is yes. Now, it's incumbent upon all of us, though, to push that, because there's a positive flywheel. If we can get 1 or 2 companies to adopt Elysium, it starts that sort of virtual effect where that snowball starts running. I'll take you guys back 15, 16 years ago when the cloud people were walking around in corporate America. They said, okay, listen, we want to take all of your confidential data and we want to put it on our server. So we're going to take it out of your office and we're going to put it on our anonymous server. And people look at them like, well, you're crazy. I don't want to do that because that's my confidential data. But then they realize, well, wait a minute, that may be better for me because now it's even more confidential because it's in this amorphous server. And oh, by the way, I'm now saving 20 to 50% on my technology fees. You see what I'm saying? And so we've got to get people to think like that, but we've got to get somebody to do it with us. And so, Jamie and I are going to be working on what corporations around the world, large and small, that we can go to help us do that. But he has, if you study the technology, he has the technology to do exactly what you just said. Yes, sir.
Anthony, thank you very much for joining us at this convention. I know we all appreciate your presence here. Can you tell us a little bit of a story about how you found Vulcan Forged, or who brought Vulcan Forged to your attention in the first place? Because we all know what's happened since then, but I don't know how that happened.
Is Francis DeLucia here? I think Francis is on his way in, but, oh, there he is. Francis in the back. So Francis, how old were you when you were on my baseball team? Yeah, you were well, I didn't call you a bench warmer. I rotated everybody, but 8 years old, right? Okay, so Francis DeLucia from my hometown was on my son's baseball team, and so that was probably like 25 years ago, 24 years ago. He went on to Carnegie Mellon. He is a prodigy. He's a computer science maven, and he was a very early mover in the Bitcoin, cryptocurrencies, digital asset era. I was looking to put an NFT project together, and I got introduced by a mutual friend, reacquainted with Francis. And Francis came into my office one day and he said to me, listen, I know you want to do this NFT project, but there's a company called Vulcan Forged. Jamie's running the company. I know a lot about the company. I know exactly what they're trying to do. And he could use a little bit of VC-like help. But if you really get to know Jamie, he doesn't want a VC. Because what is a VC going to do to Jamie or others? They pump and dump things. I shouldn't say that, but that's what they do. They would take Jamie's project, they'd make an investment, they'd try to get the token up, then they'd blow out the token, and they'd leave Jamie with a huge oscillation and divot in his business, as opposed to sitting there with Jamie as a real partner would do and say, okay, what do we need to do? What are the building blocks to make this thing super successful? And so what Francis said to me, with your relationships around the country, your conference businesses, the VC relationships, the TradeFi relationships, but also the DeFi relationships, if we can enter into an agreement with Jamie, buy a piece of the business. And by the way, just fully disclose, we bought the tokens because I want Jamie and his team to have the equity upside. I just want you to think about the way we think. This is a very long-term project for us. This is not us just coming in a bump and run with Jamie. It's very important. But I met him through Francis. Jamie, I was flattered by what he said about me. I thank him for saying that. But the truth of the matter is I feel the same way about him. I got him immediately. Jamie, and his mom is here, by the way. Jamie is honest to a fault. You ask him something, am I wrong? I mean, you ask him something that's going on in the company, he like brutally tells you everything. I'm like, okay, that's actually cool. I mean, John and I were talking about that on the way in. All you got to do is ask Jamie what's going on, right or wrong. And I love that about Jamie, because when someone is that honest with you, then you can fix the problem. Do you have any people in corporate America code over things, or they go to a podium like this and they have sound bites and they're trying to manage the messaging. Who the hell needs that? Okay, we have a great idea. Okay, he has a platform and a footprint, and he's gaining brand awareness to decentralize gaming. He could be the industry standard in Web3 decentralized gaming. He's got better metrics than things like Decentraland and Sandbox. Okay, so we can get together and help him and grow that. But I really found the project through Francis DeLucia, who I'm very grateful to, who's a member of our team. And he was not as bad of a baseball player as he's referencing from the back of the room. Okay, I got a few more minutes if we have more questions. Yes, sir.
So I was hoping you could talk a little bit about maybe some lessons you've learned from traditional finance and traditional investing that you thought would carry over into Web3, but maybe didn't, or specifically maybe some valuation metrics like cash flow and monetization and that sort of stuff, or how you think about things differently.
So I've made so many mistakes. You guys wouldn't have enough time, and there wouldn't be enough time on the clock for me to tell you all the different mistakes that I've made. But I would say the 3 lessons that I've learned that are the most impactful, when I get an opportunity to speak to students, I always tell them this. The number 1 lesson is just be straight with people. We were involved in the Sam Bankman-Fried bankruptcy and the fraud. Sam bought a piece of our business. He paid $45 million US for 30% of Skybridge. We're in the process of buying that back from him now. And Sam embarrassed me. He betrayed me, actually, because I believed him, and I took him to meet some of the most important people in the world, including the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, the president of the UAE. We sat in the presidential palace together while he was perpetrating a fraud. And so that hurt me, hurt my reputation in some ways. But in weird ways, it actually helped me. And the reason it did is because I've operated with high integrity. And so when the President Mohammed bin Zayed learns about this, he's calling me, asking me, Anthony, what can I do to help you? So the number 1 thing as an investor or as a human being, if you operate with high integrity and bad things happen, you will always have opportunity. Okay? Never forget that, okay? And, and I tell my staff, my dad was a crane operator. And I tell I have 5 children, 4 sons and 1 daughter. I tell my kids, don't ever dishonor your grandfather. Okay, I watched him work 60, 80 hours a week, hot and cold weather. If you're a crane operator, you're in the cabin, but every 2 hours you got to oil the crane and check the cables on the crane so you don't kill somebody when you're swinging a crane. And so hot and cold weather, he was outside every day of his professional career. Don't dishonor that work ethic. Don't dishonor the honesty that he represented in that work. Honest day of pay, honest work. So the first thing in investing, you got to have integrity. The money's not important to me. The integrity is way more important. The relationship is way more important. You're going to live a much happier life. Second thing that I learned is that you've got really bad operators out there, and you have to treat people, unfortunately, in the reverse standards of the American or the British judicial system. Everybody's guilty until you prove them innocent. You have to operate that way. And Sam was an incredibly clever guy because he built a backdoor accounting system. You want to commit a fraud, you got to have a very small group of people to follow the money and look at who is controlling the money. In our company, I have so many checks and balances at Skybridge. We have JP Morgan on this, and Bank of New York on that, and Ernst & Young on this, and there's 5 people inside of Skybridge that the keys have to turn simultaneously before money can leave. Because if you have a lot of people in the investment mix, there's always a person of conscience that's going to say, hey, wait a minute, that doesn't work for me. I'm not going to do something nefarious to hurt somebody with their money. So the second thing is operational. Bernie Madoff, he had himself, his brother, he had an accountant, and his assistant. Those 4 people committed that crime. And he was able to perpetrate it for 3 decades. Sam Bankman-Fried, go look at what happened. 3 people have already pled guilty. Sam is, quote unquote, pleading innocent for now, but there are 4 people that perpetrated that crime. So, large group, look at where the money is, protect yourself, and people, unfortunately, have to assume that they're guilty until proven innocent. Now I'll get to the cash flow piece. What I would say to you is I have made my money on singles and doubles. Now, Vulcan Forged, if it does what I think it will do, this could be, a 1,000-bagger. But I've made it on singles and doubles. I'm more of a cautious person with the money because I understand how computational math works in compounding interest. All I have to do is double our firm's assets with a 6, 7, 8% return, and over the there's a rule of 72. 9 years you're going to double your assets. You double your assets in 9 years, you're ahead of everybody because people are shooting for the moon. My old boss said something to me, you don't have to shoot for the moon. The target could be 10 feet away. Shoot the target from 10 feet away. If you're shooting for the moon, you're going to miss the moon a lot. And permanent capital losses are permanent. You can't get the money back. If you buy something of high quality like PYR and you're in a bull market and it trades down, but you got somebody like Jamie and his team growing the business, working the ecosystem, expanding the market, you'll catch the next cycle. Okay, if you've got somebody like Jeff Bezos and the stock is going from 116 to 9 and he's not leaving the room, he's staying in the cockpit, play the long-term game. Think like a long-term thinker. Okay, so I've got about 3 minutes left. One more question? Yes, sir, in the back.
I wanted to switch the conversation and ask about the current economy and all the banking issues we're seeing at the moment. How do you see this unfolding in the upcoming months or whatever?
Okay, so I think everybody heard it, but I'll just repeat it quickly. How do I see the economy, the global currency markets, I guess the supremacy of the US dollar, the current banking crisis? How do I see all of this? And so I have a pretty benign view of all this. If you go on like apocalyptic Twitter or any of the apocalyptic Discord, the US is ending, Kim.com, the American empire is over, all of this sort of stuff. That is not my view. My view is that the United States is going to have to accept more multipolarity in the world. This is probably a realization that is taking a while for U.S. political leadership to completely understand, but it's already happened. And if I had my slides with me, but I didn't want to bore people, I could take you back to Bretton Woods in 1944 when the U.S. built the post-World War II architecture and how they were trying to rebuild the society to prevent additional wars. And so what did the neo-Victorian men like George Marshall and FDR and all these guys think about? They wanted structure in the world, a world order, the acronyms of like the IMF, the UN, and et cetera, so that people could use these global institutions to help build their economies. The United States in 1945, when we ended the war, not we, but the world ended the war, we were about 2.5% of the world's population, but 60% of the world's GDP. Just want you to think of the magnitude of the power that the U.S. had 80 years ago. But yet the leadership of the United States was willing to accept an uneven trading system. When we put the general agreement of trade and tariffs in place, we allowed for goods and services to come into the U.S. without tariffs, and we accepted tariffs from other countries because we were trying to build the living standards of those other countries. And you say to yourself, okay, that all sounds good intended. Were there bad actions too? There were certainly bad actions. We were also trying to contain communism, so we had a Cold War going on, and we had a military buildup. But I have to give you that precursor to understand exactly where we are right now. So lo and behold, the planning that took place 80 years ago, if those people were alive today, they would say, well, that worked. We did raise living standards. We did lift billions of people out of poverty. China went from a very, very poor country, is now the largest economy in certain metrics or tied for the largest economy in others. So the idea was more global interconnection, more global interdependence, more peace, and more prosperity. But here's the problem with all of that. We're human beings, and we have a tendency to forget our wartime memories. There was a great book written in the 1960s called The Guns of August. It was written by Barbara Tuchman. And she said, unfortunately, We go to war, we kill each other, we come out of the war, we say we don't want to do that anymore. Napoleonic Wars ended in 1815, and the continent more or less stayed out of war until 1914, more or less. 1914, we go back to war. We don't get the treaties right, so we're back at war again in 1939 and 1945. But the treaty was right in 1945, and so we've had 80 years of relative peace. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen? The people that remember those wars are no longer with us, or there's very few of them. There's certainly no political leadership that remembers them. And so what you have is this bellicosity of rhetoric. You have a rise of nationalism again. All of the same things happen. These patterns in history sort of repeat themselves. So the U.S. is in a position, in my opinion, but frankly we need better leadership, but the U.S. is in a position to once again forge, we'll use a term from our company, forge a new pact that is a little bit more multipolar and allows for a little bit more space for other leaders to be in the mix to create a better environment. And if we do that, I think we're going to be just fine. If we don't do that, we're going to probably struggle here over the next 10 years. So I'll make 3 quick predictions. The U.S. will stay, the dollar will stay the reserve currency. Despite all of the rhetoric, you just have to look at the math on the dollar. What makes it reserve currency? 3 quick things. Military supremacy, we still have that. The most important commodity in the world, U.S. Would tell you, is oil. I think everybody knows that. It's still denominated in U.S. dollars. 90% of the transactions are in U.S. dollars. And the third thing, which is unbelievably important, don't mistake this, is the legal system. In the United States, because of the decentralized nature of the government, people feel that the laws are roughly fair. I'm not saying they're perfect, but in places where there's autocracies, usually the leadership controls the law, and it has less of a fairness platform. It has more of an arbitrary platform. So we still have those things. And so I predict we will maintain the mantle of dollar supremacy over the next 25 to 30 years. Second thing, which I think is also very important, is this culture in the United States is very, very unique. The founder of Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew, who passed away a few years ago, he was being interviewed by Graham Allison, the dean of the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard. So 2 years prior to his passing, he was talking about how he took the swampland of Singapore, the southernmost tip of Malaysia. He turned it into a city-state, which on a per capita income basis is probably one of the richest countries in the world. And they talked about how he did that. He was a great leader. And Graham Allison said to him, well, what is the future of the United States? Are you bullish or bearish on the United States? And he said something in that interview that you should never forget about the United States. He said, well, I am extremely bullish. The United States is the only place in the world where you can enter the United States. It doesn't matter where you're from. You can enter the United States and you can become an American, an Italian American, a British American, a Japanese American. You pick the ethnic background, but over 5 or 6 years, you are an American. You're assimilating into the culture, and your children are going to become American. Think of the competitive advantage that the United States has because it can draw on the intellectual resources from all over the world. In Singapore, you cannot do that, his own country. Japan, you can't move from the United States to Japan and become American Japanese, American German. It doesn't work that way, but this is a very interesting, multi-ethnic, very diverse country that provides for that opportunity. And as long as we can keep a fairly flat meritocratic structure so a son of a crane operator can go to Harvard Law School and build a successful business, this will always be a very dynamic entrepreneurial environment where people can build things like what we have here. All right, so I'm out of time. We're going to bring Kevin O'Leary up here. Thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to speak. And we'll spend more time together later. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One more time for Anthony Scaramucci, everybody. Although he offered advice on rock and roll. I didn't hear any rock and roll questions. Maybe next time he comes back. If anyone wants to get any coffee or anything, absolutely. But we are going to start a virtual fireside chat right now, which I know everyone's really looking forward to. So Anthony's actually going to come out in a moment. But joining him in this chat is a guest you may know as Mr. Wonderful and Maple Man. He's a Canadian businessman, investor, journalist, and TV personality. He is widely known for his appearances on Project Earth, Dragon's Den, and Shark Tank. Any Shark Tank fans? I love Shark Tank. He has launched an investment fund company called O'Leary Funds, as well as O'Leary Fine Wines, and is the author of a best-selling book series on financial literacy. So we are going to welcome Kevin O'Leary virtually with us, and we're going to bring back Anthony, who is going to answer all these questions and enjoy this chat. I think Kevin should be in with us in a moment.
Great. Kevin. Kev, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, great, Kevin. Well, welcome to Vulcan Forged. Thank you so much for joining us today. I thought, Kevin and I go back a long ways. We have a couple of mutual businesses, private aviation and things that we share together. And I consider Kevin a very close personal friend, him and his wife. And so very grateful to you to take time out of your day to join us. I want to start just by regaling the audience a little bit with your career. You started in gaming and software and things like that. Tell people, before you became Mr. Wonderful, what were you doing? And tell us a little bit about that early part.
Yeah, I spent a long time in my career in consumer software business, educational software, reference software, Reader Rabbit, Carmen Sandiego, Broderbund, all of those titles. And I learned in that 12, 15-year period. That was my first deal. Started in my basement, and we sold it for about $4.2 billion a decade later. But I always spent my time working with development teams. And so they haven't changed much. I've met many, many unusual people in my life, and I've learned that code writers, creative code writers, are half art, half science. They're very eclectic people, and they actually come from the planet Zutron. And if you can find the right team, you can create tremendous wealth. And that's been the same story no matter where you go. You find that in gaming, you find that on AI, you find it in crypto. It comes down to a team of coders. It always does. And that's how I've stayed in that industry, continue to invest in it. I'm very comfortable investing in, members of the planet Zutron.
I love that. Tell us about the crypto experience. I think, like me, you started out as a crypto skeptic, and then you had a revelation. What was that epiphany for you? What was the gotcha moment for you? And tell us where you are now with your cryptocurrency and digital asset investing.
Well, there's no hiding from FTX. You and I were both stunned by that, so let's put that out on the table. That was a bad experience. I lost a lot of money on that, but it doesn't change my investment philosophy. What attracts me to crypto and why I still continue to invest is payment systems. I work in financial services, and I don't care whether you're buying or selling a token in a game, or whether you're doing an ACH transfer to a different geography, or whether you're buying a watch in Zurich or London, England. It is the slowest, crappiest system we've ever devised. The ACH, the Fed wire, all of these systems for transferring currencies were developed by the private sector, in some cases over 50 years ago. The SWIFT system, for example, 50 years ago. It's slow, archaic, expensive, and a lot of the time they lose your money. And so when I first ran into the idea of crypto, it was around the idea of stable coins, and I invested in that, and I still am a shareholder in USDC. And the whole payment system got caught up in the speculative asset of crypto, and for lawmakers, they didn't differentiate between the difference of a payment system, which is not a speculation on price, but they got involved in, Bitcoin and different tokens and everything else that were speculative. And then the unregulated exchanges came along, and that really, there's no other word, that really pissed off Congress, and they're still pissed. And they're letting everybody know how pissed they are, and they're doing it through enforcement, and it's a nasty situation right now.
And with no end in sight, though, right? I mean, not to be overly pessimistic, because I was asked a question about 15 minutes ago. I think this is sort of a 2 or 3 year drudging in the United States related to regulation. Am I wrong to think that? Am I being too pessimistic, or is that realistic?
You know, Mooch, that's a great question. And I think the way to look at it pragmatically is they are trying to bifurcate this regulation. There is a movement afoot with Haggerty, Hildebrand, Lummis. These senators, bipartisan, are interested in passing a bill, the stablecoin bill, just for payment systems. Has nothing to do with regulating NFTs or Bitcoin or anything else. It just simply says, let's standardize a payment system, the American dollar, which is already used to trade every commodity on earth. But what I learned in the FTX hearings, because I went to Washington to testify, after it was over, I sat in the hall with a lot of the senators that were there, and they let me know that they're tired of gathering every 6 months when the next crypto cowboy blows up and goes to zero and loses their constituency $6, $7, $8, $9, $10 billion. They're just pissed off. And so, you know, we didn't self-regulate the industry. We kept the idea of an unregulated exchange. Now every regulate, you know, obviously CZ shut down FTX. That was a legendary move, brilliant on his part. And he became the monopoly, unregulated monolith of the world. The only problem he's got is every regulator on earth is trying to find him. And so I predict I'll be taking a tour around Washington with the Blossoms with him one day. I don't know when, but it's getting really nasty for him.
So what does that mean, though, for the larger macroeconomic environment for cryptocurrencies, digital assets, the blockchain, et cetera?
What it means is no institutional support. The reason we're stuck on a speculative asset, the granddaddy crypto of them all, Bitcoin, stuck between 26 and 30,000, and it's never going to break out of there until there's regulation, because every single sovereign wealth fund and institution and pension plan that wants to put a 3 to 5% weighting in Bitcoin as a digital asset cannot do so, because they're being told by the SEC that regulates them that they're going after everybody that touches this. And so until we solve for that, crypto is dead. And you can't find people interested in investing in it right now. It's very, very hard, because how many times do you want to get a Wells letter from a regulator? How many times, if you're a real financial institution, do you want to get a phone call from the SEC? You don't. You can't. You can't operate that way. So just to be clear, you can't tiptoe around this. Regulators are pissed. Crypto's not going anywhere until we get regulation. Maybe within 2 years we get a stablecoin act, which will be very good for gaming and very, very good for the American dollar.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Let's talk about the future of gaming and what you see in the Web3 gaming space. What is your opinion there? I get the point about the lack of institutional demand because of the uncertainty about regulation, but there's a lot of interesting projects that are being built right now. All right, we're having a Godzilla moment with the Zoom. Can we get him back on?
Within gaming, across platforms, is a huge opportunity, and probably even more interesting now because it's getting lumped into crypto too. And it has really nothing to do with crypto. Whether you believe in the metaverse, whether you believe in, you know, definitive platforms, whether you think Microsoft merges with Activision, it doesn't matter what occurs there. The insatiable demand for gaming and gambling, for that matter, around tokenization and digitization, which is actually a very good way to be compliant. The blockchain monitors all of it. So for regulators, this is a great outcome. That investment theme, it has remained intact through all of the ups and downs of crypto and all of the craziness occurred over the last 3 years.
We lost a little bit of the beginning, so I'm gonna ask you to start over a little on the gaming stuff. I know you're bullish on it. Grand Theft Auto 6 just announced they're gonna have a play-to-earn strategy. What do you think of that, and what do you think of like decentralized gaming?
Huge, absolutely massive investment opportunity. The next thing in gaming, no question about it. Particularly when you start to think of tokenization, digitization across platforms. I mean, you're going to have cooperation in the same way that Ford just cooperated with Tesla on charging. You're going to find massive gaming platforms starting to exchange tokens. They'll put a tithe on it in either direction, but it lets you go across multiple games with your winnings. The better you are, the more you can be adventurous on any platform. And if you're an investor clipping bips out of that, you're going to make a lot of money. That is an absolutely spectacular investment thesis. Now, one of the problems on these micropayments is transfer speeds. And so, Ethereum is not going to cut it, which is, I'll disclose, I just made an investment into Sui, which has missed it. I think that team that came out, Ethan and his team came out of Facebook, they've got something going there. And I want to be part of that. You got to make a bunch of bets. I don't have to tell you that. You don't know who's going to win, but it's going to be a lot faster than ETH.
Yeah, we're building something here called Elysium, which is a layer 1 that we'll be able to use with that level of interoperability. And so, yeah, we both agree on that. I want to switch gears because we have a few moments left. I want to go to the Mr. Wonderful hat that you wear. I want to take you to projects. When you see a cryptocurrency project, a business project, a Shark Tank contestant that you're about to pull the trigger on, every one of these people has a X factor in their DNA that attracts Kevin O'Leary to them. Describe what that is. We have a lot of young entrepreneurs out here. What is the X factor that you see? Sure, the business has got to be okay, but there's got to be something about the personality and the executional capability. What is that?
So the secret sauce of what I do as an investor that I think many of these entrepreneurs find attractive is the number one challenge for any startup in any sector. We have 11 sectors in the S&P, including whether you're in crypto or gaming or software development, doesn't matter. The number one reason they fail 8 out of 10 times is customer acquisition cost. They're never able to get their customer acquisition costs below the lifetime value of the customer. And so you basically go bankrupt advertising. And what I can do to change that model with my team, I have a lot of people working on this, is I'm very fortunate. The Shark Tank platform has given me a global opportunity. It's on in 42 countries. I'm the most hated man in Austria. I just found that out. So I'm very proud of that. I just won an award over there for that. And so, the fact that they know me over there means that I can take a product or service, even a global one, and put it on my social, put it on my network, talk about it when I spend time on television in all these countries, and reduce customer acquisition costs to zero. And so that's very, very valuable. And if you talk to any of my CEOs, there's 54 of them, and ask any of them, what's the real value of having Mr. Wonderful as an investor? It just boils down to customer acquisition. And, we were able, obviously, to open doors in retail and all that stuff. The great thing about Shark Tank is everybody returns your call. So, if I need to get a product at Walmart, I call the CEO. And it's wonderful because everybody wants to help entrepreneurs. Who doesn't want to help an entrepreneur? It's 69% of the economy is small businesses in America between 5 and 500 employees. And so that's the secret. I break up my day saying, okay, what are we going to talk about today? What's a new project? I want to tell stories. I'd like to tell stories about entrepreneurs and what they can do. So if anybody, and I really look for those great entrepreneurs that can pivot, and then I tell their story. And I let them speak for the merit of that, and I'm very proud of what I built.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, you're getting a lot of applause here. I appreciate the comments. Kev, we're, I'll speak for myself, okay? I'm in my 9th bear market. I'm not sure how many bear markets you've experienced, but I've gone back to 1987, and I calculated that I've experienced 9 of them in my 36-year career. How many bear markets have you experienced? What is your advice to young people about experiencing bear markets? My first bear market is obviously way more painful than my 9th one, but tell us about how you ride through bear markets, Kevin.
I've been through many just like you have, and we're not even in a bear market yet. We're in a rising interest rate environment, but the markets are hitting new highs because we're in such a unique situation. But we're going to get there, don't worry.
Well, I was more talking about bear market and crypto. Do you think we're in a bear market in cryptocurrency? Maybe just this sound. He's probably talking.
Nobody wants to talk about crypto, and I get that. But payment systems, cross-platform gaming, nothing slowed down there. It's still a huge opportunity. It's gotten all stuck in Washington, and I spent a fair amount of time on the Hill. If tomorrow morning you woke up and Bitcoin was regulated, it'd be trading at $65,000 to $100,000. There's so much pent-up demand, institutions to get involved in digital currencies as a storage of wealth and payment systems. But meanwhile, you can't have unregulated exchanges. You can't keep losing $6 billion. You can't issue tokens that are worthless. The lawmakers are pissed. That's obvious. And so we got to resolve this. But I think the potential's still there. But I'm more excited right now about gaming than anything. I think the potential there is, it's gotten caught up in the whole digital crypto stuff, but it's such a massive opportunity and global. The cool thing about gaming is it's global. People play each other from all around the world. And that if you have a token that can be transferred between platforms, you're smoking hot.
Yeah, we totally agree. Any last messaging from Mr. Wonderful before we let you go, Kev? We got about 2 minutes left on stage.
Yeah, some of the greatest opportunities are formed in tumultuous financial times. If you think back, a great idea, because I've been doing this for so long, I start to realize what it really is. A great idea doesn't care if it's in a bear market or interest rates are going up or down, or there's some calamity out there like a pandemic. That was brutal. But great ideas always go up like cream to the top of the bottle. And if you have a great idea, don't ever, particularly if you're in your 20s, because being an entrepreneur is tough, and it really eats up your time. And the reason you do it is nothing to do with the greed of money. The reason you do it is the pursuit of freedom. The great thing about success in entrepreneurship is that you totally control your time going forward, and you work harder than ever. The more success you have, the more you want more success. And I don't know of a better life. I work 20 hours a day sometimes. I fucking love it, and I never want to stop. And when I'm dead, wherever I'm going, I'm working 24 hours a day.
Well, you know what, Kevin? I'm going to leave it on that. Happy Memorial Day weekend here in the U.S. Ladies and gentlemen, Kevin O'Leary. And I'll touch base with you later.
Ciao.
Thanks again, Kevin.
All right, thank you so much. Keep it going for Kevin O'Leary and for Anthony. I'm going to work 24 hours a day too, but I'm going to take 3 weeks off every month or so, right? How does that sound? All right, we're very excited. We're going to do another fireside chat, but we're going to do it in person. Look at how beautiful these chairs are. And again, if you want to get any coffee or anything, you're welcome to join us back. So I'm excited to introduce our next guest. He's a friend of mine now because we actually work together on the crypto television show that I was telling you about. Our next guest is a 40 under 40 incorporated 500 entrepreneur. He is an early stage crypto and Web3 investor, gamer, and recently a starring judge in the first mainstream crypto TV show, The Next Crypto Gem, if you haven't heard me talk about that yet. He's also the founder of BDE Ventures and Influensive, and is an accomplished writer for Forbes, Entrepreneur, and Rolling Stone, to name a few. Today, we are so lucky to have him to join us for a fireside chat with Jamie Thomson and myself about the state of Web3 gaming. Everybody, please welcome Brian Evans. And we're also going to bring back Jamie Thomson to the stage. He's going to be chatting with us and with Brian. Give it up for Jamie. So I feel like this is a perfect transition coming from what Kevin just said, because I wanted to start this conversation out. First of all, it's exciting to see you. Welcome.
Yeah.
And I wanted to start this out about success. We're going to talk about success for a second. I wanted to know from you guys, you know, some people have it, some people maybe gain it later in life. What do you think are the most important traits for, I mean, I guess you can define what success means to you and what you think the most important traits are to gain success, just in general.
Well, you know, before we even talk about that, I just want to say congrats to Jamie. This event's awesome.
Thank you.
So, you know,
Thanks.
I'm really impressed with everything happening with Vulcan Forged. I'm a holder of the token. After being here, I realized I need a lot more.
Oh.
So it's really good to be here. Yeah, on the success topic, it's interesting. You know, I think there's a lot of factors. I think, you know, I've been fortunate to be early to a lot of things, and I think being able to spot opportunities is a very important part of it. If you're too late to something, like crypto is a really good example. If you got in really early and you were in the know, you know, if you had the right network of people and you made more money in the end, right? You don't want to be on the, even though I think something like crypto, there's still lots of opportunity. You know, a lot of these industries, it's about being early, being in the know, knowing what to invest into. I have invested into hundreds now of crypto projects. And oftentimes, you know, if you're too late on the far end, you might be the exit liquidity for some of these things, except for the big ones like Bitcoin and Ethereum and Vulcan Forged, obviously. But I think that's a big part of it. And I think it's also the spirit of an entrepreneur. I think it's not something, I think you can learn it, but I just feel like you have to have something in your blood. It's just when I meet an entrepreneur that's really, you know, successful, they all feel the same. Jamie, you know, Anthony was talking about, I believe, Jamie, you know, in saying like, you know, super honest, and these are traits that are not common, and these kind of traits that entrepreneurs have are very unique. So I think you have something in your blood, really, as an entrepreneur that carries you, that fires you up, the reason to do what you're doing. So I look at the people, even in a decentralized world. It's funny. I look at the people. You know, it's kind of
when you don't know their names.
Yeah. Exactly. So I do look at the people and how they carry themselves and how they interact with the world. But there's just something intangible, something you can't explain, that is in the blood of a wildly successful entrepreneur. And you can feel it, though. You can feel it. Jamie, for example, has got something that other entrepreneurs don't have. So I start there.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
I'd say this room agrees with that as well.
Yeah, well, one person does, yeah.
Is that your mom? No.
Yeah. You know, I think Brian's right. It's funny he said about you can sort of sense it's in people's blood. This drive, this willingness to sort of sacrifice sleep, sacrifice family time, sacrifice what you have for this dream you want to achieve. Regarding success in general, I don't know, I guess it's three prongs really. I mean, obviously you've got the philosophical part of what success is. Are you happy? Have you got a good family life? You know, you've always got that kind of, I don't know if it's Buddhist or something, there's 4 table legs. If you've got them all balanced of, you know, relationships, work, health, and leisure, they all have to be balanced to be successful. I agree with that to some extent, but if we're talking from a business point of view, it's very easy to say, okay, well, money or a success if you've made money, and I don't think that's a real mark of success. I mean, there are lots of people with money who have obviously dreadfully unhappy and they don't have any motivation to get out of bed every day and don't work. I think in crypto business, actually in business in general, I think the definition of success for me is having an idea which is innovative. It's new, it's not been done before. For example, you know, Web3 gaming space is very new, and seeing that dream actually come alive and being adopted by a wide part of the population. So I would say that would define success. I mean, there's nothing wrong being an entrepreneur and trying something that doesn't work, but you know, at least you put the effort in. But success comes when what you thought would be a prominent idea, an adoptable
theory, and that's been proven in the model in what you've done, and it's out there. You know, so Google with a search engine, would it work? You know, it did. You know, and same with us now with the metaverse and gaming. Will that become adopted by a lot of the population? If it does, then I say that's a success.
I think also there's a level of obsession, right? You kind of have to be a little bit obsessed or a lot bit obsessed for something to be wildly successful. If you look at some of the most successful businesses in history, like the Apples of the world, you had a crazy entrepreneur, basically, or not crazy, but sort of crazy, that was super obsessed with their idea. And if you don't have that massive drive, it's just too easy to give up on, I feel like.
Yeah, you do have to have that drive. When did you start sort of in your entrepreneurial?
Yeah, I started about 20 years ago. I was in digital marketing. I built a marketing agency, was in e-commerce. We were on the Inc. 500. We were one of the top marketing agencies in the US at one point, working with celebrities and big brands on user acquisition. We were working with games. That's how I got into the gaming space. We were doing user acquisition with Candy Crush. And got obsessed with gaming. I was a gamer my whole life. I played World of Warcraft way too much.
Right, yeah.
Had my Fire Mage and spent a lot of time on that. And one thing led to another, and actually had a chance meeting with somebody at a cafe in LA. And in 2015, 14, right after the Ethereum ICO, I was in my marketing agency, and I had just kind of rage quit the marketing agency. I was so sick of it, made a lot of money, and hated the marketing agency game. And this person walked in and said, sell everything you have and buy Ethereum. And I was like, what is Ethereum? I've heard of Bitcoin. And he was serious, and he had done the same. And this was when it was like $2. And I didn't sell everything I had and buy it, but I did buy it very early and held on to it.
Sold at $5.
And follow the ecosystem ever since, and have been extremely bullish on the crypto space. And the transition to 2015 to everything is crypto. Advising projects, investing into projects, helping incubate, and have a venture studio that we build. We're building games and projects and all sorts of different things.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I mean, on the surface, what crypto is and blockchain technology, what it provides, a transparency, ability to have economies, a transparent supply, it's perfect. I mean, the use cases are enormous. We just had such like a good 4 or 5 years of just so much crap coming in and out and scams and unregulation that it's very easy to sort of focus on the noise of these negativity than actually what blockchain can actually represent and do. And it's the same with gaming as well. I mean, you get cheaters, you find games that are just in it for a quick buck. But I was just wondering if you had the same sort of sleepless nights when you were sort of setting up.
Oh, absolutely. And on the gaming side too, I'm so bullish, and I don't know, most people may know this fact because they're here in gaming, but I was just looking this up the other day. More people play video games than watch TV.
Right.
It's crazy.
Really? So we're talking billions.
That's a crazy stat. We're talking about, it's such a big market. Yeah. And I think about adoption of so I'm all about education and adoption of blockchain technology. And as a gamer, I just saw the perfect kind of marriage with those two things. Yeah. Because if you think about the evolution of games, for instance, right? If you go back to the Mario Brothers, the Mortal Kombats, they were closed loop games. It was you play, you fight, game over. All right, game over, let's go get some popcorn, let's have dinner, let's do something else, stop playing the game. The next evolution of games had game loops, where you could Candy Crush. You could keep playing forever. Basically, there's new levels. There's always something to do. It's not game over, stop playing. Then we had a connected world. Me and you could play Call of Duty or Counter-Strike. I would win, of course.
I've never played. It's my secret. I've never actually played.
But I would definitely win. We could play games together. You could be in Greece. I could be in LA. We could play games together. Right. Now, to me, the opportunity with Web3 is, okay, forget that centralized world where you're spending all this money in the game, potentially, buying items in World of Warcraft, whatever. Now you can take those assets out of the games and trade them, and the tokens out of the game and trade them. It's a real paradigm shift. It's the biggest paradigm shift that I think has ever maybe happened in gaming. Yeah. If you think about it from that perspective, it breaks the whole mold. Yes. It changes the model completely. And I think I don't even think gamers are aware of how big this is yet.
They're not, especially the mainstream gamers. I think that they're going to take a while. Maybe they won't, maybe they will. We'll see if it's a whole new demographic that adopt blockchain gaming. I was in your camp and thought, you put the crypto
industry and the gaming industry, you put them together and you'll have this enormous explosion. I think that will happen. It's just not happened yet because there's a lot of reluctancy. But that's interesting. You go back to the whole Mario. You're right. You start on the Game Boy. It was very, no loops, single player, 2D graphics. And then you move into 3D, and then you've got multiplayer, and then you've got something like, I always reference Second Life when I do these talks. Like, I think Second Life is one of the first sort of virtual worlds on a computer. I think they even traded in Bitcoin back then, but it was tiny. And then you had World of Warcraft, which was like, now you're talking about a virtual world, stroke gaming on a computer where you feel immersed, you feel like your character. Socializing is now part of it now. I mean, you never socialized on your Game Boy. It was very individualistic. And now, it makes total sense that the next stage is decentralizing those assets that the central games are making. World of Warcraft can print 1 million swords if they want to. You do a decentralized game, you can only see there's 1,000 swords, and you can trade a real economy within it. And I think we're at the cusp of that new technology. Sorry, Anna.
I was going to say, no one can complain anymore that you're playing too many video games if it's a decentralized game.
But as a kid, that was the thing. It was like, oh, you're kind of a loner. You like to play video games, and the motto. I'm aging myself, obviously, but then was in the Mario days was that, oh, it's like a waste of time. It's violence. Like, what are you doing? Now it's like you got professional. You got FaZe Clan. You got these massive organizations that have built around gaming,
And the art itself, I mean, they're comparable to full feature films at this point.
It's getting
I mean,
crazy,
incredible.
And with AI and Unreal and these new engines coming out, it's going to look, it's crazy. Yeah, and I want to sort of go on that socializing point you said. You're right. It wasn't more, it was like indoor, focusing on things, and now once things become social, that's what gets me really excited, because I guess on a philosophical level, if you're creating virtual worlds where you can actually generally earn money and trade and be within it and actually exist, you are kind of simulating the real world within a computer, and that's when it comes outside of a game. It's like,
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. And actually, the interesting. So we talked about the origin story of video games, so smart contract-based blockchains, Ethereum, right? Think about the origin story of that, for instance. And most people don't know this. So Vitalik was playing World of Warcraft. He had a warlock in World of Warcraft, okay? And he was writing for Bitcoin magazine. He rage quit World of Warcraft because they nerfed his character. They changed his character. He didn't like that. He built Ethereum.
That's interesting.
So if you look at...
Revenge.
Yeah, but if you look at Ethereum, for instance, look at the core pillars of Ethereum. You have smart contracts. It's very much like a game world where there's structure and rules that can happen. The tokens, the digital assets. There's literally soul-bound tokens on Ethereum. That's a term from video games. So really, a lot of this was inspired by video games. So if you don't think that's the perfect marriage of blockchain technology, you're crazy.
So Vitalik is saying was like playing World of Warcraft. He was pissed that they sort of took his character away and thought, well, you know what, I'm going to make it immutable and that it can't be done before.
Literally. I mean, I don't know how literal it was for him in his mind, but if you look at the origins and look at the features that made it to the first versions of Ethereum, it's from gaming. It is literally from gaming.
Yes, it is.
When I realized that, I was like, I need to invest in everything in the gaming space, and I was already a gamer and playing it. We have problems, though. There's definitely problems. I think that terminology can be an issue, for instance. I think the media, of course, paints certain terms like crypto and NFTs negatively, or we can change the terminology. I think there's still ways to go in it all, but I do think it's a perfect marriage in that sense.
Let me ask you, sorry, I'm not taking your job.
No,
let me ask you, Brian. I mean, I always wonder why the gaming industry are so adamant on, I wouldn't say adamant on not using NFTs. I'd say they're even worse than being adamant on the NFTs. They're kind of anti-NFTs. I mean, you're literally saying we are going to give you even more value to your Fortnite skin if you tokenize it. We're going to give you even more ability to earn money when you're playing. But yet they do seem a lot more, reluctant to join. Why do you think that is?
I think it's the old guard problem. It's what Anthony was talking about with the banking industry and crypto. It's the same problem. You're a game studio and you're making billions a year or whatever the number is, hundreds of millions. And you're like, oh, what's this new thing? Do we want to be the ones to take the risk? Basically no is the answer. But what's going to happen is we're going to see a smash hit game. We're going to see maybe it's a Vulcan Forged game, whatever, that has a chat GTP effect, right? This is my theory. We're going to have one of those, and they're going to be using digital assets in crypto, and that's going to become the standard.
Yeah.
And then everyone's going to FOMO in. All the studios are going to FOMO in.
Right.
Things like Vulcan Forged are going to be like, skyrocket. But I think we still need that ChatGTP effect of Web3 games for the traditional industry to get behind it. But culturally, so it's interesting because we were talking about adoption in the West and in other places. My friend that's a very high-level Brazilian jiu-jitsu instructor was telling me this. He's very philosophical and things like that. And he was telling me that in Japan, for instance, in Japan, there's the samurai spirit, the samurai sword, right? So these swords, they could have a name, or they believe that there's a soul behind these swords. They might have been in the family for 10 generations. So they're very attached to items in certain cultures. And if you look at adoption of Web3 games, for instance, and digital assets, guess where it is?
Yeah.
Parts of Asia, Japan, et cetera. So we're seeing that with the adoption. So parts of the world for those reasons.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think the emotional attachment you get with NFTs because you own it. I mean, we always tell the story about VulcanVerse when it was it was an alpha, and Medusa's snakes were falling out of her hair, and people were walking backwards and all sorts. But because there were only 100 of these characters, and people own that one character, edition 45 of 100, there was like, this is my Medusa, and you have that emotion, which you can't have in centralized games. But I agree with you regarding it culturally. I think it's going to kick off. I've always said it's going to go from 0 to 100 immediately, and the minute children are starting talking in the playground, does your game have NFTs? Oh no, it doesn't. It's not worth it. Then you've hit your pinnacle. I mean, children are always the answer to what the next innovation is going to be. But
It does seem like a natural progression because I feel like people take their gaming so personally. Why wouldn't they want to own their own assets in the game?
Well, it's logical, but I mean, as Brian says, these companies are making billions on traditional games. So they're just like, Ubisoft took a chance last year, I think it was, and they released a trailer with some NFTs, and it was completely shut down. Their community were like, NFTs, they kill baby kittens, they're not allowed, we don't want NFTs, and they got so much pushback that they took that trailer down. So maybe it was too early to do so, but I think once people even just understand the concept of owning NFTs and just that concept is just explained even better, hopefully in your new TV show that can get put across.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, speaking of kids, Epic Games, the creator of Fortnite, and Lego, I believe, are making a sort of a metaverse for kids. And that'll have game elements and NFT elements. So I think the same. I feel like as these big groups get together and make things targeted more towards kids, we'll see adoption. Like my daughter, she's still pretty young, she's under 2, but I feel like my daughter's generation are going to be, that's going to be a standard.
Yeah.
It's not going to just be like, oh, maybe you use it, maybe you don't. It's going to be a standard.
Right, yeah, and then that's like getting in on the ground level. Google did it with the universities, Facebook did it with the universities. I know there's a kids programming, I can't remember what it is. They use it in school. They got the kids in early and they use it and they keep progressing. If you can get the metaverse and blockchain gaming into the kids' hands, then you're set. And I think one of our announcements later actually might help that out a little bit. But it all starts at the ground level.
That education's super important too.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, I've advised one of Animoca Brand's projects with Open Campus and educational publisher NFTs. So now they're changing the model there too, where they can say, she could be the teacher and you can own the publisher NFT and you can basically be a promoter of that educational content. So it creates an incentive to teach people about Web3 basically. More so than the old model of like, maybe you're into it, maybe you're not, you can actually get others involved. So anything in education and Web3 is super important, and I think as more people learn about exactly what it is, and we're going to see more adoption, of course.
Yeah, sure. I was going to ask you.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Do you have another question?
I had one question based on this conversation. I'm curious if you have any predictions for what type of game will be that game to bring us into the Web3 space.
Well, you know what I have to say, but by my head.
Have you heard of Vulcan Forged?
Yeah, there's a game called Vulcan Forged. No, it's probably going to be a Vulcan Forged game, but I mean, what I think too.
You have multiple games. I just meant the
the
genre, I guess.
I'll be quick and say I think it is going to be Metascapes, because that's one of our biggest metaverse builders. It's aimed at children. Later on, you'll see how we're addressing the educational systems and making it very simplified, but. I think Brian's going to give a less biased answer.
Well, no, and I agree. But what I think is interesting, think about this too, beyond a specific game. With AI, for instance, right? I just saw this thing the other day where basically you can draw like an 8-year-old. I could draw a room like this, and really sloppy too. I could just go like this, the window over here, door over here, thing over here, and the AI makes the room, makes the level, just drawing it. So we're seeing democratization of gaming is going to be happening. So the problem with gaming, as Jamie is well aware, it's expensive, it takes time to develop these games. It's very hard to make a good game. And that's why you only have so many good games. So, but as the democratization changes, and this is why adoption for Web3 will happen faster too, is that some smash hit game will come from someone doesn't have $10 million to build a game or a massive dev team. It just could be some kid that just like drew the level and like add some NFTs and it went viral because it had a cool design or something. And then people are gonna say, oh, that's what's going on here. And that can bring more people into the space.
That's right. With AI, I think you really would have a completely decentralized game. Children will just sort of draw a game with their hand in the air and decentralize and become an asset and tokenize, and everything will be, completely decentralized, spread out, and monetized. I was going to ask you a question. I was going to ask you what your opinion is on I always say the play-to-earn model kind of died a little bit with the Axie Infinity rush. And I think that one of the reasons for that was, I think it's very hard to sort of square that circle of, you have one mindset just to make money, and that's it. And if you're going to a game to make money, you don't care about the quality of the game. Whereas those that play games just care about the fun of the game. Now, when you combine the two, you're kind of got this incongruent clash between these two mindsets. And I wonder, okay, yes, there are sort of techniques you can put into place to sort of minimize inflation of the economy and sort of make it and gamify it. But the minute you've got a token that can be earned in a game, it kind of strips it. It brings the ceiling of quality game down because people know that people are entering it to farm money. So that does it. So I wondered if you think it's actually counterproductive to the blockchain gaming space or not.
Well, here's how I look at it. So I played World of Warcraft, and there's lots of different things you can do in World of Warcraft. You can do raids with big organized groups. You can just do dungeons with 5 people. You can do quests by yourself or with a friend. You can trade on the auction house and deal with tokens and money. You can farm resources within the game and do those things. There's lots of different archetypes and categories of game players in the same game sometimes. So, the interesting thing there is that I think with Web3, we see that, okay, so people that are playing games, one reason you're playing a game is escapism, okay? So you're playing a game to get out of your regular life. Like you're playing the game because whatever the reason is, like I played like, it was kind of like watching, kind of just for me, it wasn't like a thing, I liked playing the games, but I really wanted to just be like, okay, I need to tune out now and play this game. So the problem, here's the problem with money. When you insert a dollar figure into a game, you break out of escapism.
Right, yeah.
See that?
Yeah.
So that's one category of player. So if you're targeting those kind of players, and I always tell people this when they're building that kind of game, if you're targeting a deep engagement game, and then you throw a dollar figure in their face, you're gonna break out a lot of serious players that want to play.
Yes.
You see what I mean? But you can by having a host of different types of games, or different things to do within a game like World of Warcraft, you can attract different categories of players.
Yeah.
So it's more about being mindful of what the archetype of the player is and what the game is. A lot of people don't understand that because they're not gamers. So they make these games that are trying to put someone deeply in the lore of the game, and they're just throwing dollar figures.
And there's $5 thrown at them.
Yeah. So it's kind of like a misalignment of focus.
Yeah.
It almost feels like, everybody's so accustomed now to streaming television and, shows and movies that now if you watch something on regular TV and you have a commercial, people are like, oh no, my brain, I can't it takes you out of it every so often. I almost feel like it.
Yeah, I guess
it's a similar comparison in that, can you get people who will watch these or people who will play games to be able to suspend that, I guess, when you add that factor in?
And I think you can. I think it's just about the targeting of the game to the type of player, and just making sure that if you're focusing on like a deeply engaged player, you need a bridge. You can use points that can be later redeemed for a token, or, oh, by the way, it's an education campaign. It's, oh, by the way, your character is also an NFT, or your gun or your sword or whatever is also an NFT, but not shoving it down their throat, so to speak. So it's kind of it's just a little bit of a balancing act. I think it's possible, but I think you just can't slap the dollar signs all over and make it only about
No.
that. Otherwise, you're not that type of real gamer is not going to want to play because it's more about, hey, I just want to play the game. I'll make money somewhere else. Like, so it's that, I think, is the thing.
That's interesting. I've never thought about that. So it's actually providing the option. So people who want a game can still play and be immersed in the lore and choose not to engage in the play-to-earn part of it, which was one of the announcements we're doing today is kind of separating the ability to play to earn and just play for the game.
There you go.
And that makes more sense because I've always wondered why is it that you've got this money mindset and the game mindset don't match up? And it's exactly what you said. You verbalized it very well in that, you're bringing people out of the game and the lore.
Yeah.
I mean, here you are foraging for whatever with a Medusa in Hades, the underworld of Hades, and you go, oh, here's $2 for it. They're reminded that this isn't a game anymore. But yeah, I think separating the two, and I guess that's why it's such an early industry in that respect.
Oh, yeah.
But what's cool about it is I feel like there's such a community around games, especially when you're like, I'm a World of Warcraft player, and like, I bet 10 people are like, me too, we are in the same club. So if there are people who are involved with the NFTs and people who are just there to play the games, eventually I would think the community would talk and people would convince their, colleagues and friends of the game that, no, this is okay,
Yeah, I think, because I'm speaking as a CEO of a blockchain gaming company, we do see that. We do see people who are more interested in just building for aesthetics, some people who just want to forage and do the quest, and you get the other people who are just farmers and they do come in for money. So you do have that divide, but it's just the kind of try, jack of all trades, master of none, trying to cater for every single demographic within it kind of leaves you a little bit lost all over the place. And I think that's what we as a company are trying to overcome, and we're not saying we have overcome it yet, but it's just getting that balance right, as Brian says.
Yeah, and there's this paradigm shift happening, right? It's passive to active with digital assets. It's before it was just play the game, everything's kind of closed off within this world. Now you can actively participate in these game assets, tokens, different things actively, but we still have the balancing act of making people play the games and not only do it for the money. But the community aspect is huge. It's so much, think about this, what profile pictures, for instance. You see people rocking like game profile pictures and NFTs. We never saw that in the Web 2 world.
Right.
You don't really have people like putting like a Counter-Strike skin as like a profile picture or something because it wasn't theirs. It was locked in that old world. So now with Web 3, as we have these NFTs that can represent a character in a game, for instance, they'll represent that on social media, and it goes more viral. So I think that's why we're going to see the gaming industry, ironically or not, boosted from blockchain technology and vice versa. So they kind of have this harmonious, perfect marriage, and that's why I'm so focused on the space. Is I think it's the perfect fit. It's gaming is such a massive space. And blockchain is the perfect technology to facilitate all that, to grow more.
Yeah.
I agree. Well, if you guys are okay with it, we have a couple minutes if anybody has any questions for Brian and Jamie about gaming in the Web3 space. Yeah.
D'Artagnan Bagby. He's one of the Dirty Dozen in North Hollywood in LA. Yeah. You jiu-jitsu guy? Yeah. Perfect.
He's
yes.
He's on the panel
I recognize
today.
you now.
He's revealing himself early.
Yeah.
Yes, have back on. No. Any other questions about gaming, about Web3?
Hey, David, you were a World of Warcrafter. Are you done?
I think we have a microphone for no.
Are you done with World of Warcraft?
Are you done playing, MMORPGs or?
Yeah. No, I haven't played Warcraft in a while. I kind of
I dropped my character as well a long time ago.
Yeah. And it was actually the frustration of the centralized world. It was I built this amazing fire mage, and had all the best gear and the best items, and I was like, oh, this is probably worth something. But it's like unless you're going to go on some black market,
I remember there was a method of selling your account for a while,
it was
but
hard,
they were going to ban you if
and it
they
was
caught
illegal.
you.
And they'll
Absolutely
ban you.
illegal.
Yeah, and you could lose, but you couldn't make that much from it. Maybe a few grand or something. But it makes more sense with Web3. Now it's like encouraged to, you've got an asset. Of course you might want to sell it one day or something.
So the question is really, do you have time for this activity anymore? Are you, now that you see what Vulcan Forged is offering, I don't know if you've ever seen VulcanVerse in person or just a little video of it. Yeah. Is this something that you have any time for whatsoever anymore? Or is this just now all giving theory and commentating on businesses?
I do occasional gaming now. My life has become crazy with kids and businesses and investments and things, but I always try to make at least some time for gaming. So yeah, it was a core, as a kid, I was playing all the games, Resident Evil, Mortal Kombat, Mario, everything in between, eventually Counter-Strike and all these different things, and then World of Warcraft. So I've tried to now, but only so much time these days.
And lastly, I also asked, because he's mentioned you are a PYR holder, and we appreciate that. And, as members of the community, I'm a community member, we love being in VulcanVerse because there is a reward program for PYR. So I was just curious if that had any excitement or any interest to you at all.
I think the whole ecosystem is what drew my attention to it, and the multiple games, and now with the blockchain. So I just felt like I've made a lot of investments in sort of the Web3 game space for sure, but I just saw this as a larger ecosystem and obviously smart people behind it. And I think those two things are what drew me in, and the community also. You've curated an amazing community. So that's a big part of it too. Is people don't realize it's getting the people in to use it.
It's a good community, isn't it?
You can have some great technology and great games, but if no one's using or playing, it's kind of all pointless. So you need all those things. So it's actually very difficult, but that drew my attention that all the pieces were there.
Anybody else have any questions? Yes, we have one in the back.
Hi, everyone. This is a great topic. I wanted to also mention, I'm a decentralization maximalist, and my vision for the future in terms of gaming is not just, I would say, the frontal aspect of it. I believe that the whole future of the ecosystem is going to be the gamification and decentralization of almost everything, from like your work to finance to pretty much everything across the board is going to look towards gamification because it drives engagement and it drives target acquisition, like we talked about with Kevin. So I wanted to know also a little bit of your thoughts moving forward, and also the vision for the future, just in that aspect, how to incorporate, even with Vulcan Forged, how to create an even broader ecosystem, a broader vision that encompasses creating a real gamified system for all users and to drive that engagement.
It's a really interesting question, really deep. I mean, it reminds me of that Black Mirror episode where, she was rated on everything she did. And I think that's as scary as that is and dystopian as it is and Orwellian, I think that is very much the way we probably will go. I mean, in ways, life is a game anyway. But when you start sort of, getting bills and tickets and fines and you get the social credit system in some countries, when that becomes on blockchain, and unfortunately, blockchain is the perfect technology for this dystopian nightmare, really, where everything you do is tracked and transparent. And then what is a game? I mean, is it becoming sort of, a high social credit in the room? Someone walks into the room and they bing, 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 this person's a high social credit, everyone turns around, they've won that game. So yeah, I mean, from Vulcan Forged's point of view, that's not something we're gonna, we're not aiming to sort of, not now we're not moving into sort of real life, real world sort of social credits and blockchain and stuff, but I think that's a real food for thought. And I know myself, and now you said that, I'm going to go back thinking, right, how can we turn this into a dystopian world quicker than everyone else can, But yeah, I think everything will be. I think blockchain is the perfect solution for that social credit score idea. But yeah, everything will be gamified, and yeah.
So even dating seems gamified at this point, or it's going in that direction.
Well, and just real quick on the decentralization part, I think it's key. It's very important for gaming because I've played some games before where they stopped supporting them, and you're out of luck. Mm-hmm. But in the decentralized gaming world, we can host our own nodes and servers and not really need a game developer. So I think that's potentially part of the promise of the decentralized game world as well. Is being able to have a game live on forever.
Yeah, yeah. And I think you do have to accept there's always going to be an element of centralization in games no matter what.
Sure,
I mean,
sure.
you know, our artists are designing these things, you know, it's our rules, it's our things. But again, I agree with Brian, there'll be a day when a kid can sort of just create it, and that's up there, and that's the rule. But yeah.
Yeah.
Any last questions before we end this fireside chat? No? Good? All right. Well, thank you so much to Brian and Jamie for joining us.
Thanks, Brian. Appreciate
Give it up for them.
Thank you.
I think, yeah.
Lunchtime, I
think
think.
we're gonna take a break for lunch. So if everybody wants to go into the back here, we have food. I think you're also welcome to join us on the mezzanine as well if you want to get a nice bird's eye view, a little change of view. You know, go up a floor, down a floor, and we'll be back just after lunch with some more chats. So thank you so much.
Please welcome back Anna Roisman.
Oh, hi. Thank you so much. We're refreshed. We have energy. We had lunch. How are you guys feeling? Good? You ready for an awesome afternoon? Amazing. Well, hopefully I can introduce our next segment. I know we have another fireside chat for you, and it's going to be with a very special guest whose bio I do have somewhere, although I haven't seen it yet. But it's going to be led by Anthony Scaramucci. He's going to be coming out here again, and we're going to do an amazing virtual fireside chat. So I'm very excited about that. How are you guys feeling? Is everyone excited? Have you been enjoyed the day so far? Yeah? Any favorites? Any standout moments? Mr. Wonderful? Are you feeling like a Mr. Wonderful yourself now? You feel good? He's feeling wonderful. I love that. You know, a lot of people say New Yorkers are jaded, so to have people in the room saying they feel wonderful is a refreshing moment for me as well. I really want to read this proper bio. Hold on one moment. Let me just double check what's happening back here. How are you guys doing? Okay. Hold on one second. Let me just grab. Thank you. It's not on the prompter. Okay. All good. All right. I'm very excited about this. I know you will be too. We have an amazing speaker. Our next guest who's going to be joining us for a fireside chat is a rapper, an actor, a producer, and a rock star, if we're talking about it. He is a legendary American vocalist in both the rap and heavy metal genres. He is an actor known for appearing in movies such as Johnny Mnemonic and Stealth Fighter. And on the TV side, obviously, especially here in New York, you know him from the iconic NBC show Law & Order SVU. Any Law & Order fans here? Yeah, I hear you. Absolutely. He has an impressive voice acting pedigree, including characters in Grand Theft Auto, San Andreas, and Borderlands 3. We are extremely lucky to have him virtually with us today. Everybody, please give a welcome to Ice-T. There he is. Welcome. Hi.
What's up?
I'm going to hand this on over to Anthony.
Great. Ice, thank you so much for joining us. I want to go way back, if you don't mind, to the late 90s, because you are a little bit of a fortune teller, Mr. Ice-T. You came out with an MP3. You streamed a song back as early as 1999. You were talking about things like a smartphone, which ultimately became the iPhone, and you were talking about streaming services back then. Take us back 23 or 4 years ago. What were you thinking about at that moment as you were trying to see the future of what we're living in today?
Thanks for having me. First off, let me turn this down on my end. For me, it was you know, making music and how you get music out there was always a job. You know, you make music as a recording artist, but then you have to turn it over to a record label, and then they have to put it into the store. And I was always thinking there's going to be a way that you're going to be able to get it directly to the consumer, from the studio directly to the consumer. And I was turned on to MP3s early in the game. People told me, hey, they're going to be able to turn this stuff into, you know, into files, and they'll transfer files. And I remember I used to tell people about it, and they thought I was crazy. They were like, come on, you know, I need a CD. At the time, CDs were the thing. And I was like, no. It's going to be like data. And I was signed to, I hooked up with a label called Atomic Pop that was doing it early in the days. But if you Google me and you look up in YouTube, there's a whole thing where Ice-T invents iTunes. 4 years before iTunes came out, I explained the entire procedure, how iTunes was going to work. And I wish Apple would have gave me a couple of shares or some shit after that. I mean, damn. I mean, I did it for them, but I learned the hard way that you can have all the ideas in the world, but if you don't have the capital to make them happen, somebody with the capital will make it happen.
Yeah, amen.
And you'll just sit there and watch it.
Tell me about the acting career, though, because you've got unbelievable talent bandwidth. You went from the singing, the rapping, the rock, into acting. When did you decide to make that transition, or was that something you had a vision for when you got your career started?
Nah, one of my mottos is you don't guide life, you ride life. I had no career plans whatsoever. I mean, those people that know my history, I mean, I started out in the street. I was hustling. I was breaking laws left and right, trying to make it. And I always quote Fargo. They say, why were you doing that? I said, it seemed like the right thing to do at the time, you know, with what I had to work with. When I got into music, opportunities started to come to me. And acting was offered to me when they asked me to be in the movie New Jack City. And the only reason they asked me to be in the movie is there weren't enough black actors at the time to fill the characters. Wesley had only done one movie, and I was hot in rap. I had sold millions of records, so they figured maybe that my fan base would translate, and that's how I got into New Jack City.
And you got yourself obviously a Hollywood Walk of Fame star. But it's my understanding, and it's one of the reasons why you're here, is that you love video games. So when did you start your love affair with the video games? What are you doing now in the video game industry, if anything? And what do you think the future is for gaming?
Well, it's funny, though. When I first started gaming, you know, everybody was like, oh, gaming's for nerds, and gaming is corny and stuff like that. I said, well, let me tell you something. I had never been on a tour bus, a recording studio, or even a crack house that didn't have a gaming console. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, gaming is cool, and everybody from all walks of life doing it. And when I started to embrace gaming more vocally to people were so excited, like, nice, yeah, you know, you're going to make us cool. I'm like, well, yeah, there's still some weirdos on the gaming. I mean, when I try to game a lot without the headphones on because there's still a lot of racism and stuff on there. But I found gaming as a way for me to kind of get away from my problems. Like, I would game, and right now I can't deal with my real life problems. I can deal with these dinosaurs or these ninjas or whatever is trying to kill me at the moment, and it relaxed me. So I really enjoy gaming, and then after a while I started getting offers to be in games. I was in, like you say, San Andreas. I was a character Griffin in Gears of War. I was in Scarface. I was in a UFC game as a secret character. Right now, I'm on the brink of being a major character in an upcoming video game. But like I said earlier in this interview, I've learned not to talk about things prior to them happening because it kind of jinxes stuff. Right. So I have that. I also have my own game that I'm working on. So I just love I love the ability to sit back in my house and play with people all over the world. A lot of times people are playing with me, they don't know it's me. But I remember back in the days with video games, if you wanted to play football, you had to have all those guys sitting in your house playing at the same time, and I don't like that. I like to be able to just log out, you know, when I'm done. So I enjoy gaming a lot.
Well, the CEO of Vulcan Forged, Jamie and I would love to talk to you more about that, because we've got lots of ideas in a decentralized way where maybe we can all leverage off of each other's skills and experiences. You were on Law and Order for how many years? The show's 24 years old. Were you there from the beginning, Ice?
Yeah, I came on the last episode of the first season. So basically, I set the record, the longest running television show, and I'm the longest running actor in a continuous role in the history of television. We beat Gunsmoke, and playing the police. Imagine that. What a difference a day makes. How about that?
All right, so
that's ironic.
We love that about you. You're getting a real round of applause here. Love that about you. But I'm more interested in how you look so good. Give us some health and beauty secrets. What's going on there?
Oh, you can fix you can adjust how good you look on Zoom. It's a little slider.
Is that what it is? Yeah. All right, someone's going to have to take me through that tomorrow.
Technology right there. You can hit it. You can adjust it.
No, you look pretty good in real life too, though, Ice. I've met you before. You look good. So what's the health habits? What are you doing?
Well, I don't drink. I don't smoke. I never did drugs. Well, I did ecstasy before, but that was because I heard it was a sex drug.
I love you. But, I never did drugs, but I did do ecstasy before. Right?
Hey, my brand is honesty. So you know that's what I've been working on my whole life. But
what about the gaming console in the crack house, though? No, how'd you find the gaming console there?
Well, I didn't say I never sold drugs. Hey, but look.
Law and order, my man. Law and order. But
hey, you know what it is? It's like I've been on both sides of the game, and I understand that when you get over here on the legit side and you're doing the right thing and people love you, you know, but a lot of times a lot of us start in the dark and then we come to the light, you know? So I tell people I like to play video games because it allows me to kill people without going to jail.
Talk about that for a second, though, you know, because we all have these experiences in our lives where we have to make decisions and choices, and if you break a certain way, you can go on to have the phenomenal career that you've had, and congratulations to you. But unfortunately, both you and I have grown up with people that, for whatever reason, couldn't break that way, and they ended up with different outcomes. Talk about the thought process of that, the discipline, some of the things you thought about to catalyze your career, and to stay on track, because you and I both know there's a lot of volatility in careers where, you know, you've got your ups and downs. How'd you deal with all that mentally?
I think my thing was I just started to understand how blessed I was, and, you know, there's different types of people you hang out with. You hang out with negative people, they'll push you toward negative things. When you start hanging around positive people, they'll applaud your positive accomplishments, and you'll get a lot more respect for that. And, you know, I turned my life around, and I basically now have spent most of my life trying to tell other people not to go down that lane. Like, I tell people, like, I was a guy running down that road looking at, you know, being a hustler, being a fast money guy. But when I got to the end of end of that road, it was a cliff. And I saw people going off of it, catching life imprisonment and all these different things. And my career has been me running back up that same road saying, hey, don't go that way. Like, I went there, I know what's back there. And I've been, you know, that's where I found my salvation in really just trying to teach people. As corny as it says, the square way is longevity. In the square way, you'll be more happy down the road. And, you know, that's coming from somebody known as the original gangster, you know? So I talk to kids, I go to prisons, I talk to everybody. I tested those waters, and that's not where you want to be.
I think, look, it's a great message, and obviously getting a huge round of applause here for, I think the thing that so many of us love about you is your authenticity and your nakedness about talking about the vulnerabilities that we all have. So let's go to something that's vulnerable for all of us, and that's our significant other. Ice loves cocoa. Tell us about the show, Ice. Tell us about the TV show that's on Fox 5. How's the show going? How's it going with Coco? Give us some marriage tips while we're out here.
Reality TV is a slippery slope. You got to be very careful. Trying to entertain people with your life is very dangerous. You got to know that once I show you my life, it'll loop. You'll see the same thing over and over again, but that doesn't work for television. Television says we need content. So then they start to push you toward things you normally don't do. And that's when it gets corny. So that's why we only did 3 seasons of Ice Loves Coco, because I was like, well, now I don't have a problem showing people what I really do, but I'm not going to do extra stuff just to make y'all a television show. And plus, I already got a job. So I was like cool with it. But, you know, just like social media, if you're doing something, like if I'm on this, you know, I'm doing this speaking engagement, it's a good way of letting people know. But just using social media to become famous and just do dumb shit all the time, just to try to stay in the public eye, that's okay for people that aren't doing anything. But if you are an actor or you are a musician or you are somebody doing something valid, don't use social media for that. Don't just do dumb stuff to stay in the public eye. I mean, there'll be people that say, oh, no, that's good. You should always try to stay on social media. I disagree. I try to wait until I have something that I'm selling or something that's important. I just don't want to be on social media for the sake of it.
No, listen, I think it's really good advice. But you're really good at timing things. So you saw the MP3 stuff. You saw the introduction eventually of the smartphone, the start of iTunes. Where are things going right now? Like, where do you think things are going in the gaming space?
Well, even gaming and crypto and everything. I tried to get on top of crypto when it came out, but I missed the tag. I missed the tag on Bitcoin. Now I bought my Bitcoin, but I bought it when it was too high, so I'm sitting on it. And I got involved with a lot of crypto, and I didn't really know what I was doing. I think the thing of it is that anything new, you have to give yourself time to really learn it and not just jump in it, or you're going to jump in it and lose your shirt. When NFTs came out, everybody, it was the rage and stuff like that. We actually put out an NFT. We got a whole bunch of backlash. People were like, oh, it's a rug pull, it's a ripoff. And as a celebrity or somebody that's out there, people will attack you. They'll attack you. They're like, you're trying to end the world or something. I'm like, no, I'm just trying to get on top of some new technology. I would never try to rip anybody off. I don't have to, but that's the vibe that was coming off of it. And I know you're familiar with that whole NFT thing. People were very upset about it. I had to kind of back off of it and do it in private. If I'm going to do it, I'm not going to talk about it. But then the NFT people want you to talk about it. So it became a paradox. So, right now, I think I'm just trying to stay on top of technology. I learned from Quincy Jones. He said, if you want to lose a fight, fight the future. Okay? And I know it's coming, and I'm just trying to be there. I missed the tag. Apple got me once. I'm not trying to let it happen again.
The future, though. Let's talk about fighting the future, because we have a lot of traditional people that are your and my vintage, our age, that want to fight the future. They're reluctant to embrace the changes. What would be the message to them? What are the changes coming, and why should they let go and allow themselves to follow that very dramatic technological evolution?
They don't have to let go. They're going to die. They don't have to let go. The future is going to evolve because the kids now are going to be in charge in the future. If you look at, I'll give you a good example. You saw the Super Bowl with Snoop Dogg and everybody on there, Dr. Dre. That couldn't have happened with the old guard. The old guard was scared of 50 Cent. They were scared of Eminem. They were scared of us. But now the new guard, the younger people, says Dr. Dre could do the Super Bowl. How the hell did Ice-T get on the Cheerios box? How did that happen? You see what I'm saying? Because the new guard is in charge. So it's just going to take time, and they can hold on to it as long as they want, but they cannot fight the future because the kids are going to be in charge in a minute. And they're going to have new ideas, and they're going to be more open-minded. So it's just going to take time.
Tell us about it. I think it's very well said. And I'm going to steal that line. You got to embrace the future and certainly not fight it. Tell us about the hip-hop industry. Where's the hip-hop industry going now, in your mind?
Well, it's crazy right now for me because the whole music industry has changed tremendously. Now they're streaming. So once again, I'm having to learn the new way. I'm not selling as much music as I used to, even though Body Count, we're still hot. We just won a Grammy a year or so ago, but pat myself on the back just to let people know I'm still doing something. But it's streaming. So I'm from the era where you had to get out of your car, go in the store, buy the record. A million people buy the record, you get a platinum record. Now there's some way they calculate streams to give you a platinum record because no one buys the actual record anymore. So to me, streaming is like a paid radio station of some form, but it's very weird and it's damn near impossible for the artist to follow up on if that's a real number.
Yeah.
You're just taking everybody's word. Like back in the day, they had SoundScan. The physical copies had to get sold so you could count them and you could almost account. Now, you're just taking somebody's word for it. And it's really out of my range of understanding. One thing I know is that the smart man will let you know what he does not know. and I have to have other people sit around me and try to give me this information. But thank God that's not where the lion's share of my money is coming from at this moment.
Ice, we got about 2 minutes to go. I want you to think about the question. It's a legacy question, and it's an advice question. So whether you're at a school, you're at a prison, you're talking to a group of young people about your life. So what are some of the takeaways from your life that you can share with other people that would be instructive for them and helpful?
I tell people, most times I tell kids, I say, only take advice from people you admire. And admiration is a big word. Not somebody with the cool sneakers, but somebody you truly admire. Like if you got a guy who's laying on his couch, broke, don't take financial advice from him. If you got a girlfriend who can't keep a boyfriend, don't take relationship advice from her. Take it from a couple that you really look at and say, wow, that's who I want to be. Or somebody who you say, wow, I seen him make it from nothing. I'm not the guy that wants to get training advice from a guy that's always been in shape. I want to see somebody who was out of shape, that got themselves into shape. They could give you the game. I also teach them that in life you have obstacles and you have walls. The problem is a lot of obstacles look like walls. Like, I'm always going to be a black man. That's a wall. But an obstacle looks like a wall, and you think you can't get over it, but you can. It's just difficult. And one of the tricks to getting over obstacles in life is finding someone on the other side of that obstacle that can possibly tell you how to get over the obstacle or around the obstacle. The problem is most people don't want to do the work. They'll say, but can you teach me a shortcut? Right. No, this guy's going to tell you what it is. A lot of people who've navigated that obstacle, they won't tell you because it was so hard for them. They'll let you find out yourself. Right. You know? But if you do get a mentor, I'm really saying a mentor that can kind of lace you with the game. I was listening to you talk earlier, and a lot of the knowledge you have, I don't have, but if I could be around you, you could teach it to me. You see what I'm saying? And first, one-on-one teaching is better than anything you get in school or anywhere. So don't look at so many things as obstacles, as walls, you know. They just need to be navigated. And then when they're navigated, you can look at somebody like me who's straight from South Central Los Angeles, gang-infested, everything, and I end up being the longest-running cop on television, and you can't tell me what can't be fucking done at this point, you know? You just have to learn and just adapt and work inside. And I'm still Ice-T. I haven't changed much. I just had to learn the game.
Well, listen, you have an amazing career. You're getting a huge round of applause here from our delegates. I want to thank you for zooming in today. Have an awesome Memorial Day weekend. You and I will catch up. I want to introduce you to Jamie here. I think you'll really enjoy him. The stuff that we're working on is part of that future that you and we don't want to be fighting that future. We want to be a part of it. And so I look forward to catching up with you, my brother, and thank you again for joining us here at VulCon3.
Thank you, VulCon3. Peace, everybody.
All right. God bless. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Keep it going for Ice-T and for Anthony. That was great. That was amazing. I have to be honest. I loved Ice Loves Coco. That was a great show. And for a man who's been on TV for 25 years and also had an unscripted reality show, clearly he's pushing boundaries. That's really cool. How are you guys feeling? Good? All right. Well, we're really excited. We have another speaker right now. Our next speaker is the founder and CEO of MyHealthVerse, the first biomarkers NFT marketplace, and a new project that just joined the Elysium blockchain. Everybody, please give a warm welcome to Dionisis Kabiotis.
Hello. So me speaking after Ice-T is a dream I've never dreamt. So, good evening, everyone. I'm Dionisis Kabiotis, the founder and CEO of MyHealthVerse. First of all, I would like to thank you, Jamie, for having me here at VulCon3. It's a pleasure getting to know your community and having the opportunity to present MyHealthVerse, who just joined Elysium. My team and I at MyHealthVerse intend to revolutionize how people think about NFTs and health-related data by adding biomarkers to the blockchain scene. This means that MyHealthVerse will be the very first NFT biomarkers marketplace. How did it all start? The concept of MyHealthVerse was formed by two main ideas. The first one came up during discussions I had with people in the healthcare industry regarding the development of accurate and efficient vaccines to tackle COVID-19. Given my knowledge around blockchain technology and cryptocurrencies and my learning about biomedicine, the second spark was triggered by realizing that A, the worlds of gaming, collectibles, and art hold the majority of NFTs, and B, the blockchain world is lacking in projects related to health and significantly biomarkers. So how is MyHealthVerse going to bring biomarkers to the world of crypto? Health is a state of being physically and mentally well, right? If medicine is about treating and preventing diseases, biomedicine is about the biological mechanisms of diseases and developing new treatments. Biomarkers give researchers the necessary input about these diseases. Bioinformatics offer the necessary computerized techniques for data analysis. Together, these fields work to improve our understanding of diseases and to develop personalized treatments to better our health and well-being. Let me now explain what biomarkers are and the ways in which they contribute to global healthcare industry. Biomarkers, short for biological markers, as measurable substances, molecules, or other indicators that can be used to assess various aspects of an individual's health, disease, or condition. They are found in bodily fluids, such as blood and urine or tissues, and can be objectively measured and evaluated as indicators of normal biological processes, pathogenic processes, or responses to a therapeutic intervention. Every time we do a regular checkup and measure the complete blood count, among other things, we utilize biomarkers to probe our health. In MyHealthVerse, people will be able to upload their metadata, like sex, age, height, and weight, and also utilize current and old lab tests that they have performed. These tests track their health across time and characterize medical conditions that they have faced in the past or are facing today. These are simple biomarkers, like the hematocrit, the white blood cell count, the levels of cholesterol, the concentration of urea or ferrum in the blood, and multiple vitamins and minerals, among others. We are also planning to include more complex biomarkers, like genetic markers from saliva samples, metabolite and proteomic markers from blood samples. Until we have real people data, we will use synthetic data that mimic the distributions of real data. These synthetic data will be the first ever NFTs for the upcoming launch of the marketplace. Several applications in the healthcare sector, such as diagnosis, diseases, progress monitoring, personalized medicine, drug development, and prognosis, benefit from the use of biomarkers. Overall, biomarkers play a vital role in improving patient care, advancing medical research, and enhancing the overall efficiency of the global healthcare industry. Biomarkers, as human biosamples, are usually found in biobank repositories. Let me now talk about biobanks, their market size and value. Biobanks are organized collections of biological samples and associated data that are stored and managed for research purposes. These samples, which may include blood, tissues, DNA, RNA, or other biological specimens, are typically collected from human participants, animals, or plants. Biobanks play a crucial role in advancing biomedical research as they provide valuable resource for studying the genetic, environmental, and lifestyle factors that contribute to health and disease. Some of the largest and most well-known biobanks include the UK Biobank, the Kadoorie Biobank in China, and the All of Us research program funded by the National Institutes of Health here in the United States. Estimating the exact size of biobanks, market size of biobanks, is challenging due to the diversity of organizations involved and the varying scopes of their activities. However, the global biobank market size was estimating to be around $50 billion in 2022, and with projections of continuing growth in the coming years, reaching more than $90 billion in 2033. Biobanks facilitate medical research, promote personalized medicine, and support public health initiatives. Overall, biobanks play a crucial role in advancing our understanding of health and disease and contribute to the development of new treatments and preventive strategies that benefit humanity. Let's go back to MyHealthVerse, which is about the first biomarkers NFTs marketplace. A biomarker NFT is a digital representation of an individual biomarkers associated with a unique token on a blockchain network. MyHealthVerse biomarker NFT marketplace and biobanks are distinct concepts with different purpose and functionalities. While both involve the collection and management of biomarker data, the way they store, handle, and utilize this information varies significantly. Here are some differences between biomarker NFTs and biobanks. First has to do with storage and management. Biobanks physically store and manage biological samples such as data, tissues, and DNA, along with associated health data in a centralized repository. Our marketplace, on the other hand, involves the creation of digital representations of biomarkers that are associated with unique tokens on a blockchain network. The biomarkers data is centralized and stored in a distributed ledger. The second one has to do with access and control. Biobanks often have strict protocols and guidelines for granting researchers access to the samples and data. Biomarker NFTs, being based on blockchain technology, provide a more decentralized approach to data access and control. NFT ownership and transferability can be managed through smart contracts, giving individuals more control of their own biomarker data. Third one, purpose and application. Biobanks are primarily focused on facilitating biomedical research by providing researchers with a large collection of well-characterized biological samples. Biomarker NFTs, while they could potentially be used for research purposes, might also have other applications such as personalized medicine, diagnostics, drug design, or even digital collectibles. In summary, biomarker NFTs and biobanks are different in how they store, manage, and utilize biomarker data. Biobanks serve as centralized repositories of physical samples and data for research purposes, while MyHealthVerse biomarker NFTs are digital representations of biomarkers on a blockchain network with decentralized storage and control. Each concept has its own set of challenges and considerations regarding data privacy, security, and ethics in the digital day and age, given how important access to information is. Now that we are getting deeper and deeper in the digital era of knowledge, two things become very clear. First, how important access to information is. And second, what a great opportunity it is to make the most out of providing this information access. Minting biomarker into NFTs is only one example of utilizing this kind of access, especially if we consider how unexplored health-related data are in the blockchain sphere. The idea of creating a biomarkers NFT marketplace was based on having in mind that pharmaceutical companies and healthcare institutions understand biomarkers as benchmarks. In other words, points of reference and fundamental tools for drugs and vaccines research, design, and development. Biomarkers are what guide biomedical researchers through their work. But that's not the whole story. We need better, more accurate, more precise, and personalized health-related data, right? If that is the case, digitizing your biomarker results and minting them into NFTs will help the general public, not just pharmaceutical companies and other healthcare stakeholders. In general, we use NFTs because they prove asset ownership and use encryption. So how can biomarkers be related to the blockchain sphere? By getting your biomarker result minted into NFTs, you have ensured that you own and control this particular data. After that, only you can upload your biomarker NFTs to the marketplace. All of this knowledge about biobanks, biomarkers, and their critical roles helped me create the concept of MyHealthVerse. So by the end of 2021, I started forming the core team and appointing the scientific research to a group of academics. My role at the time was to develop the strategic and business plans. By the end of 2022, our team has designed the website, had started building our social media outlets, had MyHealthVerse documentation drafted and completed. Another important step was to choose which blockchain best suited MyHealthVerse. So I went with Elysium because of its carbon neutrality, which matches MyHealthVerse scientific orientation and values. As for the purely technical aspect of selecting a blockchain, Elysium consensus is fast, reliable, and NFT focused. This has been our roadmap so far for 2022. For 2023, there's so much to come. Stay tuned, and for the time being, let me walk you through the process that MyHealthVerse will follow. So MyHealthVerse is going to be the first marketplace created for biomarker NFTs. This means that biomarkers and synthetic data will be collected and analyzed with the help of artificial intelligence. These anonymized results will be then classified. The classification of our biomarker at MyHealthVerse will be based at the International Classification of Diseases, also known as ICD, which was published by the World Health Organization and has established a standard language for disease recording, reporting, and monitoring. For the time being, we are using the 11th revision of ICD, which was released last year. The next step is for the biomarkers to be minted into NFTs. The NFT will be returned to its owner for them to upload it only if they want to our marketplace for sale to pharmaceutical companies and other healthcare stakeholders. To be able to buy my biomarker NFTs, they will need to use our pharma token as the utility token. This was a simple explanation of how the marketplace works, because our vision is to contribute to the global healthcare community by building the biggest biomarker NFTs repository. Now let's discuss data sharing, privacy, and protection. As a biomarker NFTs repository, this project will face many challenges. Clearly, health-related data is really sensitive information, and for this reason, it is very important for this data to be and stay protected. At MyHealthVerse, we take data protection and security very seriously because of its ethical and practical implications about data sharing. The most important layer of privacy and security is provided by blockchain technology. In order to strengthen our ecosystem and community, we also created our own token, Pharma. By creating Pharma, our aim is to build trust in our community by creating a fast, transparent system without compromising the data privacy and security of our users' data. This is why I created Pharma for quick, easy, transparent, and nearly zero-cost transactions with high security standards. This means that while maintaining ownership rights, users can still benefit from their biomarkers results, since Pharma is the driving force of MyHealthVerse. It is very important to mention that Pharma is a utility token, not a security one. So whenever an NFT is purchased, the owner gets 80% of the value, and the remaining 20% is what MyHealthVerse holds for the viability of the project. In addition, we are going to anonymize every biodata handled by MyHealthVerse. This means that the results of each person will get a genuine identification number to ensure this data continuous protection. As a community-focused project, consent is incredibly important to us. We are dedicated to both making biomarkers transferable by minting them into NFTs and being trustworthy as a platform and marketplace. For this reason, we plan to secure consent at every step of the way so that people feel safe along the way. To sum up, what separates MyHealthVerse from other projects in the world of crypto and blockchain is its scientificity. As you can understand, there are no competitors in the crypto world and regarding the physical world, except for biobank repositories, which are quite different, as I was previously explained. MyHealthVerse offers the opportunity for everyone to own and control their personal health data, benefit from biological research by being a part of it, and personally advancing scientific research through NFT minting, so that everyone can get better, personalized, more precise, more targeted, and effective treatments, and advocate for stronger health-related data protection. In closing, I am excited to announce the development of a specialized artificial intelligence-based software which generates synthetic multi-omic data resembling real human data. These particular data minted into NFTs will be the first ones used for the creation of the MyHealthVerse marketplace. At this time, our private sale has already begun, so if you want to join, you can scan the QR code now or visit our website to sign up on our whitelist. For the impatient ones, I have with me a couple of soft agreements ready to be signed, and a blank check is also accepted. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. One more time for Dionisis. Thank you. Amazing. All right, we're going to get our stage set up. Right now, we're going to do another panel for you guys. We have a very exciting panel. We're going to talk about Vulcan Fight League, if you're familiar with that. Yeah, I heard a woo out there, huh? We love it. And Jamie's going to join me back out here. We're going to have a panel with some of the most incredible MMA fighters. So we have a very exciting panel coming up. And I don't know, I want to see some fighting. I don't know about you. I want to see some action on the stage. Anybody else? Yeah? Who's going to volunteer first? It's me? I'm in white, you know? I wore the... There. Then I look even more badass is what you're trying to say. I love that. All right, well, please welcome back to the stage Jamie Thomson. Yes. Please welcome to the ring, Jamie Thomson. Yeah, sure.
Good. So, as some of you know about Vulcan Fight League, it was in the works about, I can't remember dates anymore, a few months ago now. We acquired Galactic Fight League, which was an already established MMA character, sort of fighting character NFTs. They had the collection, they had the ideas, they couldn't really put it into movement. So we thought, seeing Vulcan Forged always wants to push forward with entertainment, push forward with new ideas. As you'll see later, we're crossing into fantasy sports, and we've got some new apps and such coming on. We thought Vulcan Fight League would be a great addition. Now with that, we've managed to sort of sign some great fighters, more of which will be announced later on when I'm talking. But the idea today was to meet a few of the people who are affiliated with Vulcan Fight League. But it's going to be more of a sort of laid-back chat about who they are, their fighting career. I mean, I don't know if you know the model so much. I'll be talking about it later in my talk. But the model is basically you have your character, your NFT character, starts as an untrained peasant, as you will, with no skills at all. And then if you want to train your boxing, you would go to a boxer who's part of Vulcan Forged League, and you would pay them PYR. And that would level up the boxing. And then if you want a jiu-jitsu skilled on your fighter, you would pay one of our jiu-jitsu fighters and you get more training. So everyone wins really in this model because the fighter who signed up to Vulcan Fight League, they get a percentage of the PYR. We obviously get a percentage of the PYR, and sort of it locks more up and your fighters level up. So we think the ceiling for this is enormous. And we're in talks with some really, really big names. And in fact, the guys we have on here today are already really big names. And so yeah, without further ado, perhaps Anna could announce who we have today.
Absolutely. I'm very excited to bring them up. Our first guest is Demetrious Johnson, a.k.a. Mighty Mouse. He's an American mixed martial artist. He is the current one flightweight champion and in the one championship. Earlier this month, he defeated rival and former title holder Adriano Moraes, I think I said it right, to retain the one flyweight championship. And as a big gamer, he has his own Twitch and YouTube gaming channels called Mighty Gaming. Everybody please welcome Demetrious to the stage.
Thank you. Yeah, good.
All right, our next guest is Ryan Hall, a current UFC fighter and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt who owns and operates a martial arts academy in Northern Virginia. The Ultimate Fighter Season 22 champion made the move to professional fighting in 2012 after a successful athletic career in the sport of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, where he worked as a world-renowned practitioner and instructor. In his free time, Ryan enjoys working with and learning from members of the U.S. Armed Forces, helping them to prepare for challenges they will face in the field, as well as their transition into civilian life afterward. He lives in the Washington, D.C. area with his wife, Jen, and their 4-year-old son, Sean. Everybody please welcome Ryan Hall. All right, and our final guest on this panel is Brandon McCachran, who is a second-degree black belt under jiu-jitsu legend Eddie Bravo. He serves as a color commentator for the biggest jiu-jitsu events on earth, such as ADCC, EBI, and the UFC Fight Pass Invitational. His social media content reaches millions of jiu-jitsu and MMA fans every month, making him one of the most influential voices in the fastest-growing sport in the world. Everybody, please welcome Brandon to the stage. Although you were in the Q&A before, we heard you before. Welcome. Well, this is very exciting. Thanks for joining us today. I know, everybody here is thrilled to have you. I guess I'll kick this off with my question. I want to know what made you pursue a career in martial arts. Whoever wants to begin, if there was any memorable moment that made you, want to get into this field.
Yeah, I think for me, growing up, being 5'3", always small, the smaller guy in the room, I guess you could say.
Same.
Yeah, well. And I just, I came home from college one day and I saw The Ultimate Fighter. And I saw all these guys working out, doing certain, activities. And it looked very inspiring, I guess you could say. And so when I saw that, I was like, you know what? I can do that too. So I just went to the gym, started hitting the bag. And then next thing you know, a gentleman came over to me and goes, hey, you want to know how to fight? And I was like, sure, why not? And then that's how it all started for me. I just started training and then had my first amateur fight, and second and third, I was working full time, and then next thing you know, my coach was like, hey, you want to go pro? And I was like, I have to call work to see if I can actually do that. And I was always working and balancing both those, that lifestyle. And then next thing you know, I just, it took off, and here I am.
Very cool. Can I ask, where were you working, where you were like, I got to leave, I got to go fight?
Oh, I worked at Caroustar. So it's basically a construction plant where we make big, giant sonic tubes. So, we make those pillars for a building, filled with concrete. You got to create that tube in order to form the concrete itself.
Awesome. Do you want to go, Ryan? Yeah, sure.
I guess, let's see, I've always kind of appreciated the idea of martial arts, again, as someone that's obviously...
I think his mic. Yeah. Take mine.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I guess I've always really appreciated the idea of martial arts, particularly, I guess growing up as a smaller person, but also I've been interested in history and watching people and just trying to understand the world around me as much as possible. And, I think, whether you look back in the books or you just see in life, obviously there's a lot of great things, but every now and then some stuff comes along that you're not a huge fan of. And, I was always appreciated, trying to cultivate the ability to take care of yourself and the world around you, if only within arm's reach, to the best of your ability, to try to be, it's a little tacky, but try to, when you can, be a force for good and ultimately help other people do the same thing. So I found martial arts when I was actually going to Manhattan College up in Riverdale, and I was training down the block from here at a place called Ronin Athletics. And I walked in, and there was a guy that was about 115 pounds and looked like he rode there on a unicycle. And I thought, and he was a beginner too, and I was like, oh, well, I mean, I'll wrestle this person. I was very sure I was going to get beat up by everybody, and everybody was super nice. And I definitely did get beat up, but not in a really unpleasant way. And I just remember thinking, holy crap, I'm not holding the bar for, elite athleticism over here, but this should have been no problem. I'm outweighing this guy by 40 pounds. And then I'd asked him, his name was Eric, and he said, hey, I've been training for about 4 months. And I said, all right, stop. Here's my money. I'll see you tomorrow. And came back in, and that was in 2004, and I just wanted to learn how to understand this thing that was, it kind of was like applied engineering. So it was everything that I was going to school for, but it was right there in front of me. And I loved it for that reason. It's taken me around the world and to all sorts of places, and then here, and I never really envisioned that it would go to a professional fight career, but you just try to follow the activity as far as it goes, and I feel lucky to have gotten involved.
So I got started because my wife, I started at 26 years old. My wife sat me down on the couch and she goes, listen, you're getting out of shape. It's not cool. I'm signing us up for jiu-jitsu class. So we had really no experience coming in. So my wife and I started together. She's a black belt also, and we still run the gym together today. And I'm not a professional fighter like these guys. I'm just a jiu-jitsu dork, but I do get to be around a lot of professional MMA fighters and jiu-jitsu athletes just through my work with the UFC and doing commentary and stuff. So yeah, I kind of feel like inadequate sitting here with this. Hey, maybe this is not the right place to say this, but I got to make a confession. So when I was a white belt, somebody gave me a pirated copy of your Triangle DVD set, and I learned everything I could. So I need to pay you for that before we leave.
Yeah.
Don't even worry about it.
You're a gentleman, though. Thank you.
You guys can keep that if you want.
Oh, you got another one.
Yeah, I got another.
Did
Look
your
at that.
mic work on you?
The magic of the Ziegfeld
No,
Ballroom.
no. So you need that one, okay.
Oh, neither one of yours? We'll get another mic out here. I bet we can get one more for out here. That's amazing. I love that your wife influenced you to get into a fighting career. Did you have a question, or you?
I was going to ask you. You
Yeah.
say you started late in life, and a couple of you did. I was wondering. I think the misconception, or maybe a conception people have of fighters, is they were always like that. I mean, they were getting to fight at school. They were bullies, all that kind of thing. I mean, everyone who's met you guys, and I've met some other fighters, they seem to be just the nicest people. Is that because you know how to defend yourself and you just don't need to be that kind of aggressive, or were you a bit of a dick at school? I don't know. I mean, how was it for you guys?
I think for me, I've only been in one fight outside of the cage, the circle, the ring, and I was in second grade, and this is when WWE was pretty popular in the States, and there was a gentleman by the name of Harry Pickett. He was saying, "Oh, WWE's figuring." I was like, "You better watch your tongue, boy." I was like, "What Stone Cold Steve Austin does is absolutely real." I was like, "That stunner breaks people's necks." And then he goes, "Oh yeah, you want to find out?" I was like, "Yeah, let's find out." And he goes, "Maybe after school." So we met after school. The whole premise of me and him to when we met and engage in this, combat was he could, do collegiate style wrestling, and I can do, WWE. So, I'll kick him in the balls, stun him, pin him, get the 1, 2, 3 pin. And then he threw the first punch, and then it became a fist fight. So that's the only time I've ever been in a fight outside of the cage.
But you weren't trained before then?
I was not trained. I was in second grade, so not training.
All right.
No training. So it was like WWE, the stunner, the tombstone. That's all real. And that's my first fight. But I think, after going through, I started training when I turned 18, if you don't count my wrestling. But I think when you start training, you get a sense of discipline that's what martial arts teaches, It teaches you discipline. So I don't think it's knowing the fact that I can defend myself. It's that you get the sense of discipline. It's like, it's not worth my time.
Right,
I don't want to cause commotion or confront somebody when it's not really worth it.
That's ego gets checked.
The ego gets checked. It gets checked, when you start doing, jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, any type of form of sport, whether it's football, basketball, you get checked. Your ego's going to get checked. There are always going to be people out there who have egos. Right. They're just an asshole.
And they push you.
They push you. They're just, you can't change. An asshole is always going to be an asshole. Yeah. But, I think a person who has, intelligence is going to have their ego checked, and they understand, what's really worth it.
Just take a picture.
Yeah.
For me.
I agree with Demetrious entirely. I think it's an interesting thing. Obviously, human beings, we are who we are. So if you have the ability to handle yourself pretty well physically, every now and then that's going to come out probably in a context that you're not super happy with, whether it's in the gym or in life. But I think generally speaking, as you said, like participation in sport, particularly a sport that's very, very confrontational, very one-on-one, like martial arts, is a great opportunity for us to develop that type of discipline, that type of humility, because we all win and we all lose in practice and in front of people. And even the people that are most successful in the world, that very rarely lose in front of the rest of us, they all take L's in practice in the pursuit of that. And I think it just gives you a perspective and an understanding that allows you to be a little bit more even keel. And then beyond that, I think, your ability to, again, kind of handle business if necessary does allow things to, just lowers the temperature. There's not as much stress. And I think that if you do have to put your hands on someone, it actually allows you to be a little bit more gentle, because I think a lot of times things spiral out when it gets a little contentious and people aren't as comfortable with, I guess how they'll handle the situation, and being involved in that, getting into more fights in a week than any normal person would ever get into in an entire lifetime, I think has a way of sorting that out a little bit.
Do you think this is a good time to sort of go into that little video that circulates? I'm a big fan of yours. We've seen the video. Can I talk about it a little bit? Where there's a guy at a restaurant, a very drunk guy, and he's in everyone's face. Rah, 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 I'll fight you, I'll fight you, I'll fight you. Ryan sitting here, and I think one of you, another BJJ guy at the top there.
There was a couple of them, yeah. I didn't realize that somebody had a phone out either.
Yeah, they were recording it, and this guy's giving one of you guys is just eating as if nothing happening, thinking there's no danger here whatsoever. This guy comes over, but somehow he finds you. Out of all the people he could have chosen in the bar, the restaurant, he comes to you, and he's really antagonizing Ryan. He comes closer, and he's right in Ryan's face. And I'm honestly surprised at the patience you had, literally until he was screaming in your face, and then he touched you, and I think you had your partner there or something like that. And Ryan gently sort of I think you did a double leg takedown and took yeah, it was on the floor.
That was one of the more athletic things I've ever done, coming out of the chair. I think that was, I guess to come back, I think that's another thing that you get involved in something like martial arts, particularly mixed martial arts or jiu-jitsu or wrestling. You also understand how quickly someone could accidentally or intentionally get hurt. I've spent this entire last year recovering from an ACL tear that was totally accidental. It was just one of those things that happens, but the consequences can be very real, and I think that's something that, when you see things on the internet or you see, videos, obviously it's, you get the idea, but it's not as visceral as participating in person or even viewing it in person, and you realize, man, it's not fun to hurt people.
No.
Even, and it's not, even when you're, let's say I was on the right side of that, both, I think, ethically speaking, not trying to really use this unique opportunity to beat up someone that quasi deserves it, but doesn't really deserve it. And but at the same time, I came out on the right side of the wins and losses side of it. But I remember after the whole thing going, all right, well, I'm glad. Most importantly, that nobody got hurt, myself, but also that other guy. That worked out about as well as it could have. And I'm also glad it didn't end up in the clink overnight, because if that had been back home instead of the Jersey Shore, I definitely
Well, you just sat on him, didn't you, and stopped him moving. You weren't hitting him, pounding, raining punches
Well,
on him.
he did end up planked out on the boardwalk asleep, but I didn't hit him.
Oh, right, okay. Really?
I was going to say, are we going to play this video now? No. Oh, my God.
So, yeah, I've never really been in a fight, not since I've been able to win fights. I got into some fights in high school when there was no chance of me winning the fight. But I think training martial arts really gives you the confidence. I think really being good at anything gives you a certain amount of confidence that you can walk around with your head a little higher and your shoulders pulled back a little bit. And so you just don't really, for me at least, I just never really find myself in situations. I'm not a drinker either, Most fights are going to happen in some kind of bar or some kind of situation like that. And so I don't really ever put myself into those kind of situations. So, no, never really had to use it outside of class. But, we're doing it in class all the time and taking plenty of beatings in there for sure.
I had a question. You were talking about your training when you were starting out in high school. I wanted to know, how has your training evolved over the years, or like how, what's the progression of that from starting out to becoming pro?
I mean, it starts out, you're going through the normal routine. When you're in high school, you have school, and then you have your wrestling practice, and then after wrestling practice, you go home, do whatever you want. And then as an amateur, especially depending on which sport you're trying to compete for me, it was mixed martial arts. So I had to learn how to do jiu-jitsu, boxing, kickboxing, Muay Thai, all at once under one umbrella. Nowadays, back in the day, even to this day, you have a guy, I got to go to my jiu-jitsu coach. I got to go to my boxing coach. I got to go to my Muay Thai coach. And it's the hardest thing about that is they can never link them together, right? Because this Muay Thai coach only knows Muay Thai. This coach only knows boxing. This coach only knows this. So for me, I've been fortunate enough to have my coach, Matt Hume, where he did all of it. He knew how to link them together. And so when it came to the training as a professional, you're doing all that every single class. And then, with the nutrition, the water intake, the sleep intake, it's just, it's a full-time job. That's basically what I do for 8 to 12 weeks when I'm getting ready for my competition. It's like, okay, we're fighting this day. We got to make sure your body's ready for peak performance on that night. And then you have your sparring days, you have your rest days, and just following that, monotonous lifestyle of just like, hey, in the morning we're doing strength and conditioning. Let's push our heart rate to 185 beats per minute. I need it down at 140 or 130 before you start the next round. So it's almost like, just a grind, a constant grind every single day.
But you're motivated to do it.
But you're motivated to do it. Yeah, it's how I pay. It's how I provide food for the family, and there's also a sense of I'm a competitor, right? I want to make sure my body's at its peak performance that night. Make sure I don't leave no stone unturned, and I love it. Like, it's something I thrive, and I love what it does to the body. I love just being able to go in there like, hey, we're going to fight for 25 minutes, and then I'm mentally going to try to break you. And when I do break you, then I'm going to get stronger because I've seen that my hard work's coming through, and I just love it.
When's your next fight?
Unheard of. I just fought 2 weeks ago.
All right.
So I just fought in Colorado. It was One Championship's first debut in the States. And so now I'm enjoying the fruits of my labor, I guess you can say, traveling and spending time with the wife and here and trying to launch a Vulcan Fight League.
I was going to say, after a fight, do you let loose? Do you party? Do you?
Oh, yeah, I'm a drinker. I was listening to ICIT. He was like, I don't drink, I don't smoke. I was like, I don't smoke, I do drink. I enjoy myself, and yeah, it's something I really enjoy doing.
Nice.
I'm not alcoholic, all right?
So it's like, is he partying up there? What's happening right now? Go ahead, Ryan. How's your training evolved over time?
I guess for me, initially, you know, I grew up in Northern Virginia, outside of D.C., in the suburbs. So, I mean, I played baseball as a kid, but I never was really around high-level athletics, and I definitely wasn't around, like, fighting. Fighting was something that's very foreign to that area. We don't even have strong, like, wrestling in Northern Virginia, or at least not particularly strong compared to the other places in the country where it's really well developed. So I think initially it was just almost going, hey, what is this activity? So how do I get my mind kind of right for what this is? What are the expectations for, you know, hard work, toughness, things like that? Like, how do I need to change me to come to the activity? And I think that's something that I strive to try to do, is like when you go somewhere, rather than going, all right, guys, I'm here. Let me tell you what I need. It's more like, all right, I'm here. So what should I be doing to kind of get with the program? And that's where it started initially. And I feel very thankful for the early places that I trained, because hard work, putting in long hours, toughness, grit was a strong and important value. And everyone that was a feature on those teams, they strive to exemplify that. And that's something to try to carry with me. Over the course of time, I've really tried to again, understand fundamentals of the sport, fundamentals of human movement, developing unique tactics and techniques to the best of my ability. And then, honestly, these days, I ask myself a lot of times, what would Mighty Mouse do? And then try to become like putting it all together. Because again, like you said, there is jiu-jitsu, there is, boxing, there is wrestling, there is judo, and these things are all unique and beautiful arts in their own right. But it's the very few people, even in MMA, put it together and do real MMA on the whole. And it doesn't mean that people aren't amazing and aren't doing unique stuff. Like, some people are so good at grappling that they're going to find a way to make you grapple. And other people are really good at striking. They're going to make it a kickboxing match. However, the people that I've always admired most have the ability to do it all. And again, they go, oh, what are you good at? That's interesting. I can beat you at that sometimes. And other times, I'm just going to completely take that off the board and say, can you play this other game? And I think that exemplifies like the intelligence and the strategy behind martial arts and behind really how humanity, has pulled off being able to create the world. And then also that's how game design works. And I think, game design is an interesting thing. You can build good games and you can build bad games. And engineering is a real thing, and it takes, the water will flow in the direction that the engineering says it will, whether I realize it or not. And I guess trying to understand how to do that from a physical perspective, a martial arts perspective, is one of the things that's huge for me these days, trying to, again, build something unique that's still fundamentally sound. So you're creative but organic, not wackadoo, and you're fundamental but not super vanilla, so somewhere in the middle. And, I look up to certain people that do that really well and just strive in that direction.
It sounds like it's as much a mental preparation as it is physical, because I feel like people probably, are misled, where they're like, you must be in the gym 20 hours a day. And you're like, no, it's a lot of preparing.
I remember in the wrestling, they said it was, 75% mental, 25% physical. And I totally believe that. Like, your mind is so powerful, right? Yeah. Like how I see you saying, like, there's those obstacles there. You can get around them. It's just you want to put the work in, right? And I think mentally, you gotta get your mind to do that.
But you need the techniques.
You need techniques, yeah, absolutely need techniques. But a lot of it is mental. It's like, man, can I get my body to do this sort of technique? Like, for me, when I see people like, man, these guys they're wizards on the ground when it comes to, tearing the knees, the bear traps, the invert, all that stuff. And for me, I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. Like, mentally, I already put that, that negative mindset in my mind, right? But if I had a clear mindset, a positive mindset, where it's like, no, I can learn how to grapple and be very efficient at tearing the ACL of my opponent, like Ryan Hall does, and it's like, okay, I can learn. So it's a lot of mental, right? It is mental. So, go ahead, baby.
Yeah.
What were we talking about? Oh yeah, how things have changed, how training has changed over time. So, like I said, for me, when I started, I no athletic bone in my body. You know what I'm saying? My wife's like, you're a slob.
You were
gotta
watching
do
TV,
something.
right?
Yeah, I was
Hey, you.
just eating Cheetos on the couch. You know what I'm saying? So for me in the beginning, it really was just about getting my body to a place where I was really like able to start acquiring some skill and start learning and start developing some mental toughness and some physical toughness, which are things that I just didn't have in the beginning. And then as I started to, get in better shape and start to kind of figure my way out around things, then you get to start dialing in, like, okay, maybe I do have an affinity for this. And what I really found out that I had an affinity for was just staying with something for a long time. Like my daughter, she's 15, she just turned 15. She was telling me the other day, she's like, Dad, you're so weird. You can't pay attention to anything for 3 minutes, but you can pay attention to some things for 20 years. It's so weird. And so for me, like the biggest gift of martial arts is that it allows us to see a path towards excellence. Like I can take the lessons that I gather from martial arts and take those lessons and apply them across other facets of my life, whether it be my business or whether it be, in the relationships that I'm trying to cultivate and grow stronger. And so for me, when I go to train now, it's not necessarily about becoming better at what I'm doing. It's about becoming better as myself, if that makes sense.
It does, yeah. It's funny you say that. It just you exemplify the idea of how martial arts did nothing but positive results in the end. Okay, you came from you were older and you had a sort of bad way, but a lot of kids, especially in London where I'm from, they're finding boxing as an outlet for them. They've got the other moment they fight on the streets, they've got their gangs, when they turn boxing, they learn discipline, they know how to defend themselves, their ego goes, they can channel it somewhere. There's nothing but good things going on there. I always say, I've got a little girl, she's 5, but if I have a boy, I think, when he's 8 or 9, I'm getting a ring, not to become an idiot, just he has an outlet, just he knows what to do. It's a lot of positives there.
Yeah, don't just let it stop at just having a boy, but get your daughter into it, right? Like give her the opportunity to box and do jiu-jitsu. That way she can learn self-discipline and be able to defend herself. Because my daughter, she's 4, and we put her in jiu-jitsu just because she needs discipline in her life. She don't listen
she's
to
doing
me.
jiu-jitsu at 4?
Yeah, she's doing jiu-jitsu.
My girl's lacking. I need to get her.
Yeah, she gets on the mat, and I'm like, you got to bow. She goes, huh, and goes in there and does class with the professor, and I'm like, it's good to have that discipline, just so, like we were all saying, like it builds that positive, gives you that that self-awareness. Like, I can defend myself. I don't need to do X, Y, and Z.
Right.
If I do get in, any trouble, I know I have the skill set to be able to hopefully, de-escalate the situation and be able to get help, whatever it may be. So don't wait for your son. Get your daughter in there.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, and she learns to respect her opponents. She's
the discipline thing, getting up at a certain time.
I love that. So I had a question because, and maybe you want to start with this because you mentioned it before, but I'm curious, today obviously we're talking about Web3 gaming and, technology. I'm curious how social media or YouTube or tech in general has played a role in your careers. Obviously you started out as a sport, but now it's such a major part of the world.
Well, it's been huge for me. I mean, I don't have the competitive accolades that these guys have. Ryan's arguably one of the greatest jiu-jitsu players of all time. He is the greatest fighter in the history of fighting, and I'm Brandon. You know what I mean?
Don't put yourself down too much. You're up on this panel too. By the end of this, we'll all be fighters.
But for me, social media has been huge. That's Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, growing to having a large audience on those platforms. What led me to getting the commentary gigs and being able to stand up and talk about something that is so important to me, it's changed my life, and not just my life, but I have 300 students in my academy, and I've got thousands of students in my online academy, and I've been able to take the lessons that I've learned from martial arts and take those and pass them down, and hopefully, have started some kind of legacy that those people are going to impact the lives of others. And all of that opportunity for me has come from social media, just from showing people what I'm doing in the gym and talking about the intricacies of an arm lock or a backside 50-50 or whatever it is.
That's awesome.
At least for me, I'm kind of on the other side of this issue. To be honest, I'm not a social media fan. I recognize the huge value and the various things that it brings, but I think it comes with, like everything, it comes with a dark side as well. And I think one of the things that I've struggled with my entire life is feeling misunderstood, and that's one of the reasons that I think if you sit me in a corner, I'll either don't say anything or I'll talk a lot to try to almost just try to go like, hey, I want to make sure I get my point across and appropriately address this, because I like to discuss and think about things that a lot of times are interesting or potentially controversial, and you go, all right, well, this doesn't fit in a soundbite so well. And at least for me, I feel like a lot of times I just end up not engaging at all, because, you know, sometimes I think obviously there's significant value in social media, and it is neat. And every now and then I'm out there and I look at things and I draw inspiration from the people and the things that I see. But I definitely don't know that I'm not so sure that I can provide that. And I think that other people provide that very well. And I guess I'm just more concerned in certain cases about, you know, doing something or coming across in a way that I look back and I'm like, that wasn't quite what I was shooting for there. That I prefer kind of in-person interaction, but, you know, again, I understand the huge value that it brings. I'm just not very adept.
But you're amazing on a podcast, though. Like when you were on Lex Friedman, that was one of the...
Really?
Yeah.
You're a great talker. You're a great talker.
Yeah. I didn't like, really? Because you're sitting there just talking. I'm like, man, I'm just yakking. I hope this doesn't sound super dumb.
No,
Oh, thanks, man.
I think for me, when I first saw the explosion or the infancy stage of Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, all that stuff started to get to where it is now, I remember my very first passion has always been gaming. Like, I've always loved gaming since I've been a child. It's the thing I've been doing, you know, for the longest string of my whole entire life. And I'll never forget, I was home and I was rocking my son to bed, and a buddy of mine was like, dude, you know you can watch people play video games online? I was like, what are you talking about? He goes, yeah, dude, you can watch people play video games online. I was like Mega Man X? And he goes, yeah. And so I started to look into Twitch. And then once I started looking into Twitch, my wife says, hey, you know, because when I get ready to compete, you know, I am an a-hole. Like, I don't like talking to people. I'm here in Vegas for one purpose and one purpose only, and that is to win my fights. So people don't actually get to see my personality, right? And my wife says, she goes, I think this is a good opportunity for you to interact with your fans on a different platform, right? It's a platform where you guys are passionate about something. So then that's when I started my first Twitch, interacting with people, right? And, you know, one viewer, it turns to three, and it grew a huge community. And when I saw that, I was okay, I can kind of see the power of social media. And I do agree with Ryan that there is a dark side to it, because I am a nerd, right? And if people are like, yo, you're this athlete, I'm like, yeah, I don't really care about that. I'm going to go play video games. Well, then I'm like, you just won a world championship. Don't you want to go out and drink and all that stuff? I was like, I got to beat Dark Souls 3. I'm busy, right? So I can see how they can find the bullying in that. Yeah. But for me, it is a very powerful platform to be able to utilize it, to be able to get the word out, promote things, and just be able to interact with your fans on a different platform to show your personality, and whatever you're trying to build or whatever you want to do, you can get help from it as well.
That's great. I love that. He's not partying. He's playing video games. We had a fun question that we thought of. I wanted to know, what would you do if you weren't in the field you were in? What would your career be? Has anyone ever asked you that before?
Man, I think for me, it would probably be construction, because that's where I started. You know, I worked construction. I built buildings before. It's masonry. Basically, I was a hod carrier. That's where you start out as. You know, I'll create the mud, and as you learn, when you create your mud, you bring it to the foreman, the bricklayer, and then at some points at the time where you're doing that, they'll be like, hey, grab a trowel. This is how you do it. They start teaching you how to, lay brick. And then you learn how to lay brick, and then you go to learn how to culture stone. So I think I'll probably be in construction if I didn't be successful in mixed martial arts.
Nice.
I'm not sure what else I would do, but
that's okay.
In all honesty, I'd probably be in the military. I've been fortunate to spend a good deal of time over the last, let's say, man, I can't believe it's actually been this long, 15 years, with particularly members of the special operations community, and getting to learn from them, be around them. Really very similar to how athletes are, how martial arts is. It's almost like martial arts in a different context, but you meet people from everywhere, you're learning different stuff, it's fun, you get to hang out with your buddies, you blow things up every now and then, you try to help people to the extent possible. So I feel like that was just a community that I managed to stumble into and then go, wow, everybody's great. I was expecting it to be Arnold from Commando and everyone's like 9 feet tall and all that stuff. I'm like, I can't even, guys, can I play? And they're like, no. But anyway, no, it's just a great group of people, and it's something that over the course of time I really enjoyed, learning from them, and then also trying to help some of these guys and girls coming out of the service into, martial arts stuff. A lot of times it's like, you come out of a place where I think if you left the martial arts world, you have camaraderie, you have your friends, you have a daily goal. To Brandon's point, you're working towards something every day, and then sometimes you could go, all right, well, I'm done, and you take a hard stop and you go somewhere else, and you can feel kind of adrift. And I think that that's a normal thing that could happen to any of us. And anyway, trying to do our best to kind of build bridges for people to, to the next thing for them that's also going to give them fulfillment and something that comes from like a worthwhile pursuit, because again, you can find fulfillment in anything, but it has to be worthwhile to you and meaningful, like on an articulable level. And I think that martial arts kind of fills that for them as well. So I would probably end up doing that.
Cool.
I would be a musician, for sure. I've been doing music way longer than I've been doing martial arts. And for me, they really scratch the same itch. Martial arts, right? It has to be martial, but it has to be art as well. And for me, it scratches the same exact itch. But jiu-jitsu scratches that itch in like a more meaningful way, I guess, because it has the physical component to it as well, and it has there can be winning and losing in martial arts, where it's not really winning and losing too much in music, like.
Unless you're on American Idol,
Who's better, Jimi Hendrix or Eric Clapton? Like, you can have that argument, and you can never really determine that. But if we want to find out who's the better jiu-jitsu player, we can find that out, to a degree at least in this competitive setting. So yeah, I would definitely be at least trying to be a professional musician.
Nice.
We'll probably do the situation now.
Yeah, you wanna do that?
Yeah, we have got a bit of a surprise demo we actually like you guys to do. But before we do that, I've got a couple of quick fire questions I want to ask you. Or I'm curious my own. You can take the fifth if you want. Like, don't have to be honest about it. But I want to know your favorite fighter now, your favorite fighter of the past, and also Diaz-Paul.
Diaz-Paul?
Nate Diaz,
Oh,
Jake
Paul.
Paul.
Okay, gotcha.
Who you got for that? Current fighter, yeah.
My favorite fighter that's currently fighting. MMA. We're talking about MMA.
Yeah.
Man. I'm going to let him go first.
Okay.
You're making this super weird for me because it's actually the dude sitting next to me.
Oh,
yeah,
that's what I was going to say. Yes.
No, but seriously, not many people do actual MMA, and so I have a concept of how difficult that is and how much thinking and hard work goes into that, both for the athlete and the coaches and whatnot. And obviously, in the past, we have George St. Pierre, we have people that are doing amazing things, John Jones. So it's hard to pick just one, but again, people that manage to put it all together are always, in my mind, particularly special. In the past, I would say Fedor Emelianenko, or Sakuraba, because he's probably off fighting a gorilla right now or something in a mountain in Japan. That's what they'll have him do, duct tape together. But he's amazing. And then, the Paul brothers, people made fun of them, but those guys are tough. These guys are tough, and they're clearly taking training seriously.
Yeah.
And they can crack. That's not a silly thing. Some people get involved and they just do it to do it. Some people get involved and they do it for real to the best of their ability. And also they're very well to do, so they can afford good training. They can afford the other things. If almost like the very, very wealthy people of the distant past were the tough guys. Why? Because they're well fed, they're well trained, they're well equipped. It can be like that if you do well. So that'll be an interesting fight.
Yeah, because Nate's a good striker, isn't he? I wouldn't say he's a boxing striker. But.
Yeah, I think the biggest scene, with the whole Nate Diaz and the Paul is like Ryan said, both of them never had to go through the broke athlete stage, right? Where they're working 9 to 5, they get to the gym, they get maybe an hour and a half in, they're going home, they're having taquitos or having corn dogs or hot dogs before they go to bed, right? So they're getting like a full blown professional training. I mean, they have access to anything they want, essentially, because they have the financial and the finance to do that. So, and when you look at Nate Diaz versus Paul is an athlete, right? He hits quick, he's fast twitch, to where Nate Diaz is almost like a long distance runner where it's boom, boom, boom. It's not like, he's not explosive, right? And boxing is a very explosive sport. So, and once again, boxing, it's, hit, you can block, you get points for blocking, you take you get, in trouble, I guess the word I would use, if I throw 1,000 punches and only 100 of them land, that's going to count against my scorecards, right?
Yeah.
So they always, boxing's different. In mixed martial arts, if I kick you 50 times and you block every single one of them, that's going to count towards me because I'm
being active.
I'm being active. I'm creating damage. So if I have to pick one, I'll probably have to go with.
You don't have to say it's been televised. So
Yeah, I know, right? I was seeing Nate Diaz like, hey, dog, you pick him. No, for me, as an analyst, I would say I like this fight for the Paul brothers. I think he has more going for him. Like he's boxed before professionally. He's actually fought a legit boxer before, to where this is gonna be Nate Diaz's first time ever boxing on this stage. So as an analyst, I'm gonna pick. Jake Paul. But as a fan, I would love to see Nate Diaz win because he's from my background. But as an analyst, I'm gonna go with Paul because he has more training. Favorite fighter in the past, I would have to go with, that comes to mind is probably Andrei Arlovsky. He was kind of one of the guys that got me into it. He had the long hair. He had great chest hair. He was the only fighter who had a mouth.
The teeth.
The teeth. And he moved very fluid on his feet. He moved very, very good. I would say now it's very, very hard because, I have such. I like a lot of them, right? But the one who probably, I enjoy always tuning is probably Israel Adesanya. I love how he has a certain way. Like for me, I would like to see him evolve his game into a better clinch, better wrestling, better jiu-jitsu. Like when he fought Alex the second time. Yeah, the second time. No, the first time. I was like, you should have taken him down past his guard and submitted him. Easily. Like, this guy cannot grapple. But, that's why I always tell people that MMA is the easiest sport to become a world champion in. They're like, no, it's not. I'm like, it is. I was like, you have so many people out there who become world champions in mixed martial arts with one efficiency and huge holes. If you want to be a world champion in boxing, you can't get by with being a shitty boxer. You have to be a good boxer. Same with jiu-jitsu. If you go to IBJJF, you're not going to get by being a shitty grappler. You have to be a good grappler. In MMA, you could be a horrible fucking grappler and become a world champion. You could be a horrible boxer and become a world champion. So, but yeah, that's my take.
So my favorite fighter of all time, without question, is BJ Penn. Which is weird because he shattered BJ Penn's knee when they fought.
That's right, yeah.
I would say my current favorite guy to watch is probably Yair Rodriguez. Just super dynamic, super athletic, incredible range through his striking, beautiful kicks, and a kind of a different background than most strikers seem to come from. And he kind of uses his kicking and his striking in a more dynamic way than I see a lot of guys doing it. As far as the Diaz-Paul situation, I am much too afraid of Nate Diaz that he would ever see this to ever pick against him in any kind of fight. So I would never, under any circumstances, choose against Nate Diaz in that fight.
Yeah, cool. Okay, right, let's get ready for this. Oh, so you haven't answered, have you? What did you answer?
Fedor, Sakuraba, Demetrious. Huge Wonder Boy fan as well, because it's like watching a video game character. Wonder Boy, Stephen Thomson.
Stephen Thomson.
Right, yeah, of course, yeah.
Vanderlei was crazy, though. He was very interesting to watch, the way he would go about when he was back in that shooter box days, the Pride days where he could jump in people's face. He was very, very...
Actually, too...
Jamie's really getting ready. Everybody...
You get him. You're in his weight class. You get him.
What's happening?
Oh, actually, one thing to the Nate.
So one of the questions was, we have to do this, is if a drunk guy approached you in a bar and you had to neutralize him without striking him and hurting him, what would you do? So we needed a model for this. Not a model, a dummy, and obviously I was asked to be me. So you've all got to do one thing that would, don't hit me, don't choke me out, I've got a speech later on, so we want to see. And the idea is the other two can't see what you do. We want to see if you all choose the same thing or not.
Gotcha.
Okay? So this is going to be very interesting. I'm looking forward to this. So maybe Demetrious Johnson, Mighty Mouse will go first, and the other two... Yeah, turn and don't look and see what he does. And if there's any takedowns, then please be careful. I don't know if we should allow takedowns, but whatever, let's see.
Am I the commentator now, Coming to the stage, please welcome.
So obviously, what's that? Oh, yeah. So obviously for me, you want to fight in a bar or any place in the world. But for me, I'll be like, hey, man, calm down. I'm at you. I'm like, hey, just fine. Hey, let me see what's going on here. Go here. And then boom, right there. Now, We got him here. We got the heel hook, and then I can go here, and I have his back. I jump in his back here, and then he's good to go. So very, very subtle. Just go to your back, because a lot of people look at him. A lot of people in the world believe, like when you watch fighting, it's like, oh, he's on his back, he's losing. I was like, no, this is honestly the safest place to be, because if he comes down, his posture's broke. I go here, then I'm just here. Dodge, and let's go here, and then I'm here, and I'm like, oh, what are you doing? Oh, yes, he's gonna fall. Oh, yeah. Right in the chair, right? So it's always the best thing. I like to go to my back and play that game. So, but you're very welcome. Wow. Yeah.
That was wild. That was not the position I would assume when he walked into a bar. Drunk Jamie walks into a bar and he takes it. Right. Okay, round 2.
Okay, Ryan, I've had enough of you. You all talk about all of this kind of stuff. Come on, what are you gonna do?
I completely understand where you're coming from. You need another 2, maybe 4 beers. It's on me, actually.
Okay, thank you, man.
Wow, a gentleman.
I was like, let me get you 4 more beers.
Careful, Ryan. A bunch of people are going to come up and say, hey, man, I'm drunk now. He's going to be like, let me buy you 3 more drinks right now.
Well, the first thing...
No, you got to get in character now. Get in character.
Yeah, he's got his microphone.
That's okay. I'm going to whack you in the head with this.
Oh, come on, I'm an English hooligan. What's he gonna do? Come on.
Oh, dude.
Oh my God. That's when you do the mic drop.
Okay, well, I'm sure the community loves that. Thanks very much.
I'd want to choose something that would keep me on my feet, though, to be honest. I would never want you to be on top of me under any circumstances. That sounds like a lot of work at the work.
But you know how to like spin them off and all that kind of stuff, wouldn't you? If I was on.
One random thought. I mean, obviously, like to Brandon's point, being on the bottom in a, it's on this isn't that bad. On a mat, not a big deal. On pavement or bar floor, not super awesome. But it is an interesting thing. Like, you take any grown adult person that's played sport in their life or something like that, and they can ball their fist up and whack you in the head with it, even if they're not good at boxing. They are a big enough human being to potentially hurt you. One of the interesting things about wrestling and ground fighting in particular is that you have to learn the curriculum of stuff in order to have any weaponry at all. Yeah. So it's an interesting thing. It's like I can step onto a basketball court and kind of, sort of play. If I don't know how to skate, I can't even begin to play hockey or like run around with a lacrosse stick. The ball's just going to fall out. So I think it's an interesting thing, like to Brandon's point, but also Demetrious, is like if you drag the fight to places where you have understanding and they don't, it actually does allow you to actually be a lot more of a gentleman about it too, because they can't really hurt you. And as a result, you go, okay, I can be a sweetheart here. If it's a 270-pound person that doesn't know how to box but still swinging hammers at you, you might hurt them. You have no choice. So it's like, it's an interesting thing. Like, can you neuter the other person to the extent possible, and where is that most easily done? At least, knowing nothing else on the floor.
Yeah, thank God I didn't expect you to go on your back.
I
guess they would follow through and then...
Yeah, and it's always funny, like, I use that, obviously this is, we're not going to hit you, obviously I want to show it and move to the angle, got behind your shoulder and probably hit you with the right hand, but like you said, you can't hit me, so I was like, okay, well then I'll go to my back. But, even in mixed martial arts, it's my favorite thing to do, like Ryan said, I never thought about that, like you have to learn some type of curriculum in order to grapple with somebody, and he's absolutely correct. A lot of things I was doing in the gym, I'm like, I'll get on my back, I'm like, punch me in the face. I want you to punch me in the fucking face. And then they're like, okay. And I'm like, good luck. And then we're training, and we'll go five minutes, and they can't even punch me in the face. And these are trained athletes. And I'm like, so that's the powerful of grappling. When I do my YouTube stuff, I tell people, like, grappling is king. Like, if you get in a street where somebody, you see Andrew Tate, like, oh, jiu-jitsu's actually absolutely worst thing you could do in a street fight. I mean, what are you going to do, pull fucking guard? Guard is useless, da-da-da-da-da. What if his homeboy is like, okay, well, one, I thought it was 1 versus 1, right? If it's going to be 1 versus 3, you pull a gun out and then you shoot, or you don't do anything like that. But if it's 1 versus 3, you're in a losing battle. You're trying to swim uphill. You're not going to win that. Yeah. So for me, I like jiu-jitsu. I think, if you have the knowledge in that realm, take your opponent there where he has no idea what he's going to do, especially if he's drunk, his equilibrium's off. I mean, yeah, it's a win-win situation in my mind to do that. So
that's great.
We've run out of time about 10 minutes ago. We had a great time. You guys were awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, all of you.
time for everybody, for Ryan, Demetrious, Brandon. Thank you so much for joining us. Jamie's got to go, relax now. You got to prepare yourself. But we're going to continue on with our presentations as we clear the stage here. How is that?
Anybody volunteering? Are you okay? Oh, we're taking a break? I don't know. I thought we were going straight into our next presentation. Yeah? Let me just double check. Was there something that you were telling me? No. Anybody else want to fight up here? No? The stage is yours. I think we're going to bring up our next speaker, if everybody's ready for that. Our next speaker is the co-founder of Trust Blockchain Tagging, the COO of International Flooring Labs, and the founder and CEO of VendettaDAO. I hope I said that right, VendettaDAO. Also, he is the OG of the Vulcan Forged ecosystem. So joining us today to talk about the VendettaDAO's Wild West Metaverse Chalk River, kindly welcome Alex McConnell, please.
Hello, hello. Okay, perfect. I don't know if you guys heard me when they started chatting. Their mics weren't working, and I had a hot mic, so I was in the back chatting. They came. Yeah, okay. Well, I didn't say anything bad. All right. So, yeah, good afternoon, folks. I'm Alex McConnell, the CEO, founder of VendettaDAO and the Wild West Metaverse of Chalk River. I'm waiting for my prompts to come up, but I just see upside down wording here, and it's supposed to come on this TV. No, I'm too tall for it, so they were going to put it on the TV. Oh, man, if it's like this, it's going to be a problem. It's not on here. Anyway, before I talk, I'm going to jump into the trailer either way, so let's go with our video. They get this working. Yeah, I'm too tall, man. I'm going to be like this. Can we change the angle? No, that was it. Okay, thank you. Okay, before we get into this, let's start right away with our Chalk River introduction trailer. Can we turn up the volume?
Welcome to Chalk River, a massively expansive Wild West metaverse. Out here, you have two options. Live by the gun, or die trying. The mining town of Chalk River. Stake your claim on the saloons, stables, and other businesses here. Be warned, though. You're going to have to fight to keep them. With risk to earn, you can play addictive mini-games, including blackjack, poker, and player versus player gunfights. Did I mention zombies? Yeah, well, we have those sons of bitches too, and they make a regular fight look like a prayer meeting. Fully integrated with AI and NFTs, our gameplay is taken to new levels. Buy horses and then breed them for income, outfit your posse with weapons and clothing, or just earn gold dust by buying land and mining stakes. The possibilities are almost as endless as the landscape. So saddle up, partners, and join us on a wild ride. Chalk River combines the best of the Old West and the digital gold rush, and you'll be happier than a weasel in a hen house, so don't miss out.
So just to confirm, that is all actual in-game footage. So this game is live now in alpha, and everything you saw there, you can go and download the game, go in there and play it, and get the full experience. There's 4 different biomes that we've developed, from the Badlands to the wooded areas, some towns, and Yeah. Okay, so the Web 2 gaming sector continues to grow year on year. Revenue for, can we switch slides? Sorry. There we go. Continues to grow year on year. In the Web 2 gaming sector has reached over $204 billion in 2022 in just subscription fees alone. A large part of that is spent on in-game items such as skins, currencies that users can't modify, improve on, trade, or sell as their own assets. Also in Web 2, all of the in-game economy and spending goes to the house. All of us here are well aware that Web 3 fixes that, right? It gives us a chance to disperse all of this in-game revenue amongst the community. Okay? Play. How we're making Chalk River an immensely immersive, addictive, and fun game. Okay, all of this can only be done if it's fun, right? Fun sustains fun circular economy that rewards everybody. So at Chalk River, we are focused on not just play to earn, but on attracting paying players using tried and true strategies from Web 2 gaming, while also attracting and rewarding crypto native gamers, NFT and token investors. So that we have a mix of players paying to play and players playing to earn. But for all of this to work, again, it has to be fun. So now let's dive deep into how we're building fun and addictive Wild West gaming experience. Myself and the entire team are passionate about the Wild West genre, the feel, the grittiness, and the look of it. And having that ingrained passion makes the designing, writing, storylines, and overall development really fun. Crypto has always been compared to the Wild West, and now we're bringing that comparison to life. This is my original drawing after my design, so I hand drew that. This is some of the in-game footage. The Wild West genre is making a resurgence in today's modern world. We're seeing TV hits like Westworld and Yellowstone, renewed interest in country music, and even just basic rural living. This is just some in-game footage. Look at the beautiful sunset. I don't know, one thing about the Wild West is just the scenery. So the place is just beautiful. So, I mean, other than Red Dead, the Wild West genre still has not expanded into video games, let alone the Metaverse. So I think we're very unique in that sense. All right, and again, as we said, Chalk River is fun. It's a Metaverse and a suite of games that we want to spend all of our hours playing. Chalk River is an expansive, open-world Metaverse that gives users a world to socialize in, build and develop property and businesses in, and attain infamy as the fastest gun in the West, the baddest outlaw, or the most badass lawman. Players can play storyline chapter quests, ranging from robbing trains, collecting bounties, mining gold, collecting and selling furs, setting up a business in a new frontier, and more. Chalk River is also built in a bunch of mini-games. Risk-fi based games such as Vendetta Saloon, shootouts on Main Street, horse racing, killing hordes of zombies, and defending the town from a gang of invading outlaws. I'm going to kind of skip this because we all know in this crowd about NFTs and dynamic NFTs, but one of the big things about our metaverse are these dynamic NFTs and SPTs, so we can kind of gauge the community and reward players in the community. And for us, AI is not just a buzzword. Of course, we're using it in our most basic form for artwork and our NFT ranges. But beyond that, we are including AI-backed NPCs in Chalk River, such as a local guide, a companion, or a deputy, depending on the role you want to assign to them. This unique feature will make the Chalk River experience more immersive, personalized, and allow for more authentic interactions. In the future updates, we plan to continue utilizing AI technology to create personal in-game missions, simply by writing it out and directing the NPC on what you want, what your mission wants to be, and they will create it for you. And then you can play it yourself. You could let your guild play it. You could let your friends play it for free. You could use it as a business model to maybe let people pay to play your mission. Advertising campaigns, I mean, it's endless of what you could do with it. All right, and earn. I mean, in Web3, we want to earn, right? So what is it all about? This is the earn side of Chalk River's play to earn equation. So to help keep the circular economy of Chalk River healthy and growing, we are continuing to use and improve on the tried and true models of Web 2, while adding the new benefits of Web 3, NFTs, and ownership. Chalk River would utilize the blockchain VDT token, a non-blockchain currency, gold dust, NFTs, and non-NFT utility items. When it comes to earning, we have doubled down on the Wild West theme to add true Wild West GameFi and grit to our staking programs. One of them being kill to earn. I'm going to have a quiz on this later, guys, so I may be stuttering through it, but you're going to have to listen carefully because I have merchandise to give away at the end, so pay attention, all right? In Chalk River, there's no such thing as a free lunch. If you want to earn, you got to fight for it, and then you got to fight to keep it. Our innovative kill to earn model gamifies staking. Players must battle over players' rights to own a business license and stake their VDT. This is one of the most lucrative opportunities in the Chalk River frontier because it allows you to earn revenue from other players who use the services hosted on the property. Okay, so for example, if you own a general store, you stake your VDT tokens and you get the bulk of the revenue from the sales of the items in the general store while you stake it. Could be guns, ammo, mining equipment, right? Whatever you can sell at that general store. After your 7-day period, somebody can come in and they need to fight and kill you to take your right to run that general store. So you haven't lost your staking tokens, you take them away, but you've lost your right to earn. So now they come and they stake for their 7-day period and try to protect their store and continue staking to earn. So we continue this with our RanchFi program, which I think for me is the most fun. So if you're a rancher and you're not a business owner, you can go and buy a plot of rural land, create your farm, stake your VDT tokens, and your interests will be represented as cattle in the game. And then you need to protect those cattle for the next 7 to 10 days. They could be killed by a coyote, they could be stolen by some dude in the game that wants to go and steal your cattle and sell them. And if that happens, then they cash in on 20% of your interest. So you don't lose your money, you lose a little bit of your interest, they get 20%, and then you can try and do it again the next time. Is that clear? I thought that was really cool. I was hoping for a round of applause or something for that. Thank you. Risk to earn. Okay, this carries through to the entire game. So we've tried the play to earn model. It hasn't really worked the way we thought it was going to work because obviously, people pay, they cash out. There's no risk involved. There's no fun involved. So for risk to earn, this is a chance to where you put your money where your mouth is. Okay, so let's pretend we're in the Wild West Metaverse. We're playing poker. You're having a good time, and you decide to talk some shit at the table and call somebody out and say, okay, let's go for a shootout on Main Street. I put up one VDT. You put up one VDT. You go out on Main Street. You have a shootout. And the winner gets the rewards. The loser loses their VDT, but they get an NFT. They get something for their trouble. And a portion of the rewards go back to the community. So we can give it back to landholders, NFT holders, and various sectors of the community, other staking programs. So it keeps that circular economy growing, and it keeps it fun. All right, so let's get this party started. Join the posse. Bang. If you scan this, you'll go right to our staking page, or not our staking page, sorry, our pre-sale page. So for any of you that are interested, you can go there, connect your MetaMask, and buy some VDT tokens now at pre-sale price before the public sale. And also just learn a little bit more about us. Okay? All right, thank you. All right, now there's more to go. Now we're going to give away some merchandise. I have some merchandise here, so I have some vests. I have some hoodies. I have some T-shirts. Thank you very much. What's that? I don't have a horse. Get out on that horse you came in on. All right, let me see here. So, what is our... This is for a T-shirt. We're going to start small. If it doesn't fit, come find me afterwards. I have tons of them, so we can change the size. I just did large to make it easy. All right, so the first question is, what is the way to earn money on staking your tokens if you are a rancher and not a business owner? What do we call that? Here you go. Something fi. She got it, yes, ranch fi. Can you catch? Thank you. Okay, we'll make it another T-shirt here. I'll make it a bit easier. If anybody who's a fan of the Wild West, if you've ever seen the movie The Good, the Bad, the Ugly, this is a bit of a trick question. What was Clint Eastwood's name in The Good, the Bad, the Ugly? In the back? Yeah, you? Yep. That's it, no name. Congratulations. Yeah, no name. Can you help me pass it back? All right, here we go. We're working up. We got a hoodie here. Hoodie's gonna have to be a hard one. Can someone from my team help me with a question? E-Rock, you got a question I can ask them? No? I'll put you on the spot there. Okay. What are we using AI for in our metaverse other than artwork? Okay, other than the most basic artwork. Here we go.
NPC programming.
NPC programming and kind of your own in-game development. Yes. Can you pass it back? Thank you. All right, and here's the creme de la creme. This is the vest. I'm very proud of these. Look at this. All right, this is gonna have to be a hard one. Eric? How many biomes? Yeah, okay. By the way, the video was the old video. If you missed some of that information, you can go to our YouTube account, and there's some subtitles like 4 biomes, breeding horses, because sometimes you might miss it on the first round. So please go to our YouTube and check that video out again. All right. No. What can you do? What can you do with horses in the metaverse other than just riding them and feeding them and? Oh, you got to put your hand up. You got to put your. All right, I'm going to go to the helper here. You can breed them. Yes. Thank you very much. Perfect. There you go. Okay, thank you everybody. I have a lot of merchandise, so please just come find me after the event. We've got T-shirts, hoodies, and vests. If you have any questions, come and find me. Also, look around. You'll see some of these cards. If you haven't got one, they're on the table, or come find me or someone from my team. You can scan this QR code and get a VulCon3 limited edition NFT of a cowboy hat that you'll be able to wear in-game. It looks very cool. It was designed by our friend Danger Mouse over there. So yeah, scan it and enjoy.
All right, one more time for Alex McConnell. Thank you so much. So at this moment, we're going to invite you to take a break. We're going to take a little break before we continue on with the presentation. So there's some coffee and refreshments, and we will see you back here in a little bit.
Please welcome back Anna Roisman.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. How do we feel? Are we feeling good about the afternoon? We're recharged? All right. We're almost ready for those after parties, right? We have a few more amazing speakers, though, so I'm excited to bring them up. We're going to kick this next session off with our next guest, who is the co-founder of The HUSL, a platform for creators that is a global music marketplace that allows individuals around the world to upload their newest music as NFTs. The HUSL is building the HUSLverse, a metaverse dedicated to digital art, music, and entertainment. I'm excited for this. Please welcome Brian Hazan.
Great, thanks so much, Anna, for the amazing introduction. Just want to thank Jamie, the Vulcan Forged team, and Anthony. This is an amazing event. We're really humbled to be here. I know many of you are joining us from all over the world, overseas, Europe, and beyond. And, you know, it really speaks to the level of engagement and enthusiasm that the community has for Vulcan Forged and the Elysium ecosystem. And, you know, that's really the principal driver for what drove us to choose Elysium and Vulcan Forged as both development partners and our preferred blockchain. So with that, once again, I'm Brian Hazan, and we are The HUSL.
Every day I'm hustling. We're here at Resorts World in Las Vegas, Nevada for the 2022 HUSL Grammys party. We have several celebrities.
When you're in the creative space, all egos and everything is out the window, man, and it's really, really all about the vibe. You know what I'm saying? We need to get in the studio.
Absolutely.
You got a little something, brother.
Absolutely.
Come on.
It's Lady O, the original Princess Diva. Just sending you a shout out to the HUSL.
It's your boy Lil Jon checking out the HUSL. Yeah.
Female songwriting and production team, man, from Beyonce to Jay to Rihanna to Ariana to Nicki. Thank you, the HUSL. We see you, we love you.
What's up, guys? Jesse Cove here for the HUSL on Oscar weekend.
Guys, it's Cara Del Toro. Shout out to the HUSL.
Hello, this is Neo. Much love to the HUSL. Keep doing what y'all do. 2022 and beyond, y'all know what it is. Peace.
Great. So what is the HUSL? Well, what we've built is a no-code end-to-end ecosystem by our creators for creators to help artists and entertainers create and grow their Web3 audience. When we take a look at the addressable market for music and entertainment metaverse companies, to say in one word, the opportunity is huge. You know, the leading metaverse projects out there currently have a current market cap of over $10 billion. In fact, the top 10 metaverse projects have sold nearly $2 billion worth of land, and that's continued to increase at a compounded annual growth rate of more than 60%, which is absolutely astounding. And we're always interested in what the experts have to say. And, you know, global consulting firm and very well thought of organization McKinsey values the opportunity at just over $5.4 trillion, which is incredible. When we take a look at some of our competitors in the space, obviously we match up with some of the big metaverse opportunities, the other sides, the Decentralands, the sandboxes. Also, as a music and entertainment platform, having our own self-minting marketplace, we match up against some of the music marketplaces that are out there, the Audius and One Of and Sound XYZ, et cetera. And when we look at the metaverse opportunity, we look at some of the problems and pain points that those companies are having. Quite frankly, they're not driving any activity. I think we've all read the articles about 7 or 8 people a day visiting Decentraland despite their $1 billion valuation. When we take a look at some of our competitors in the music marketplace space, many of them remind me more like traditional record labels in the sense that they have to find you. They have to, you know, want you to apply, curate you, and put you on, rather than giving you no-code ability to go ahead and create NFTs and reach your community on your own volition. And that's really the impetus behind what the HUSL is all about, providing creators with the tools they need to build those communities, reach their fans, and interact in the way that they see fit. When we took a look at our solution, what we've done is built a suite of products, beginning with our high-fidelity immersive 3D marketplace, or metaverse, excuse me. We have a no-code NFT marketplace that allows creators to upload virtually any type of file, create NFTs, and mint them to the blockchain in just under 3 minutes. We also offer mobile gaming. In fact, we've heard some stats earlier in the day about the size of the total gaming market. Mobile represents a little over half of that, at more than $92 billion, which is incredible. And we like the idea of giving our ecosystem and our community the ability to interact with us anywhere they want, on any device they want, on their time. We also, love the idea of community and giving our community the ability to not only interact with our games, enjoy the content that we put forth, but furthermore have a say in the direction of the platform. So we've created a state-of-the-art voting system that allows any of our community members to create proposals, vote on those proposals, and have their tokens and their equity speak for them. Now, one of the other big problems with the metaverse that we find is that everybody's telling this story about how they're building this ecosystem that's going to allow for global e-commerce to occur in the metaverse, and people are going to build businesses. But the simple fact is they're not providing people with those tools. So what we've done is we've created a no-code Shopify solution which allows our creators or our storefront owners to buy an NFT if they're one of the 2.9 million Shopify store owners. All they have to do is get their private key from their settings menu, give us their domain, and now they've got the ability to drag and drop one or any or all of their products directly from their Shopify store into their Web3 marketplace, which can be as simple as an ATM-style kiosk or a virtually manned NPC, storefront shopkeeper who can not only answer questions about the products within your store, guide people to the products they're looking for, but furthermore allow them to check out seamlessly and buy real products from those virtual storefronts. Oops. So first, we'll talk a little bit about the HUSL marketplace. So as I mentioned, it's absolutely free to join and mint. There's absolutely no coding required, no minting fees. The key is revenue from our platform goes directly to our creators instantly at the time of checkout. We heard Anthony and Ice-T earlier before, and Ice-T noted one of the things about the music industry that I think is one of the most discouraging, right? It's the fact that there's almost no way to tell how many streams you're getting. There's virtually no trust. It's a completely centralized situation. And it reminds me of a statistic. Over the last 5 years, there's been literally over 46 million instances where artists have not received their royalties over silly things, like wrongly or missing poorly encoded metadata within the NFTs. And the PROs love it, the performance rights organizations, because that error has cost those performers over $2 billion worth of royalties that they're currently sitting on. Furthermore, we allow our creators to share revenue with one or any number of creators, whether they're co-performers, producers, managers, et cetera, et cetera. We allow them to upload virtually any kind of file, WAV, MIDI, JPEG, you name it. We have an affiliate program with a link generator tool that enables users to create a link, share it, promote our platform, and then be paid for helping us grow. They'll receive 1% of the revenue from any creator that they onboard or any collector that they onboard, and that's all frictionless from the HUSL's commission, completely separate from any of the artist interactions directly with their fans. And furthermore, one of the most exciting things about our platform is that when artists mint on our platform, they have the option of making those NFT music pieces playable game pieces within our suite of mobile apps and in some of our rhythm-based desktop games, which I'll share with you in a little bit. Next is the HUSLverse, right? Which is really what we're here to talk about. So the HUSLverse is, again, our 3D immersive, massive multiplayer open role-playing game. It's an open metaverse that merges e-commerce together with music and entertainment. It's broken up into 4 quadrants: the land of athletes, land of musicians, land of artists, and land of entertainers. It's broken up into 10,000 parcels of land. In fact, we sold our first 500 last year for an average of about $2,500. It sold out in less than 30 minutes. Currently, we have about 275 invite-only beta testers that are kicking the tires daily and making sure that the experience is spot on when we go to full launch later on in the summer. Let me kind of pause here and give you a little bit of a glimpse into the HUSLverse.
I still can't really believe that I get to play to all of you people. It's such a cool feeling.
Can we maybe go back?
still can't really believe that I get to play to all of you.
Do we have the first video?
It's such a cool feeling, thank you. On that note, I will say goodbye, but it's been a real pleasure. I've had so much fun. Thank you. Have a good night. I hope the traffic's not shit. And I'll see you soon, yeah? This is for the lovers.
I think we've got Ella Goulding talking over the trailer, so I apologize for that.
You're the light, you're the night, you're the color. You're the cure, you're the pain, you're the only thing I want to touch. You're the beauty, so much. You're the fear, I don't care.
Okay, well, I think you heard a little bit of this during the last trailer, but here's a look at what our concert experiences could look like.
I still can't
And this is all live gameplay footage.
all of you people. It's such a cool feeling, thank you. On that note, I will say goodbye, but it's been a real pleasure. I've had so much fun. Thank you. And have a good night. I hope the traffic's not shit. And I'll see you soon, yeah? This is for all the lovers. You're the light, you're the night, you're the color of my blood. You're the cure, you're the pain, you're the only thing I want to touch. Never knew that it could mean so much.
Much. And you know, one of the things that was really important to us when constructing that was attention to detail, things like spatial audio, the ability to have realistic conversations with people just as if you were at, you know, a real live music venue. And we're working with dozens and dozens of musicians and working closely with them to make their dreams of performing in the metaverse a reality. And we're really, really excited about that. And you know, just to kind of refresh what you've seen, obviously we offer, immersive 3D experiences, realistic spatial audio. I talked a little bit about that Shopify integration that we're super excited about. We've got a number of engaging competitive mini games, which I'll share with you in a little bit, full chat functionality, the ability to collaborate with other musicians. In fact, one of our stages is stocked full of various different instruments that people can connect a MIDI keyboard to, play those various instruments in concert with other co-creators, and then save those sessions. Furthermore, if they like, to be uploaded onto our music marketplace and distributed, which is amazing. And one of the things that's really important, and one of the ways that we track our users and we reward both our content creators and our consumers, is by how much attention they capture, or as a user they give. So we've got interactive billboards, television screens, concert stages, etc., that allow those creators to capture their fans' attention in any way that they choose. And one of the biggest things that we think is going to be the wave of the future are token-gated access to various different events within the metaverse, and we're powering just that. Next, mobile gaming, right? Because not everybody's glued to a desktop round the clock. Many people are looking for ways to interact with their favorite blockchain and play-to-earn gaming platforms while they can't, be home geared in with the goggles on and the microphones and all that stuff. And that's what our mobile games do. They allow our users to have on-the-go access and participate in the HUSLverse play-to-earn ecosystem from their favorite device, literally anytime. Here you can see our Rhythm Hop ball game, very simple but addictive, allowing users to play their favorite music. In fact, all of our NFTs, if the artist so chooses, are playable game pieces. And if you own a particular NFT, you'll have the ability to scroll down, find that NFT, and play it as a game piece. And furthermore, creators can use that opportunity as a way to engage their fans, throw contests, do special giveaways for players that play the most, play often, and play to earn the highest scores. Next, you'll see a trivia game geared around music and entertainment. Very engaging, same concept, giving people the ability to engage, competing contests, and check in on a daily basis. And last, Let's Dance. Same routine, very addictive, fun to play, and it really gives us a place to showcase that playability in music NFTs that I think is missing from virtually every other platform out there. So, you've met me. Again, my name is Brian Hazan. I'm a 17-year veteran of the financial service industry. Here in New York, I've worked for some of the biggest banks in the world, Smith Barney, Morgan Stanley, HSBC, JP Morgan, to name a few. I'm joined by my partner, Jason Hernandez, also a 20-year veteran of the wealth management and banking industry, incredible project manager, handles a lot of organizational tasks for us. We've got Sapphire Adizes, who's a world-class musician, has over 200 million streams as an artist on Spotify. He's performed at the KOTOR Music Festival, as well as numerous times here in New York at Lincoln Center. And finally, my partner, Matt Schellhaas, who began his Hollywood journey, so to speak, as a street performer, as a musician, literally living in a tent, was found, had the opportunity to become a red carpet host for the E! Channel, right alongside Ryan Seacrest, interviewing people like Kim Kardashian, et cetera, et cetera. He went on to become a film finance executive at Jim Henson's studio before founding and exiting a precious metal business and coming to work with us here at the Hustle. And it's really his passion around being an artist and kind of living through that grind that, helped him and motivated him to want to be an integral part in designing our token ecosystem to reward those creators who are most oftentimes some of the most exploited people on the planet. So what about our ecosystem? So the Hustle is a token-based incentive reward model, and the things that we're rewarding people for, not only just their attention, consuming or delivering content, but also for building in the HUSLverse. Very similar to VulcanVerse, right? We're going to reward you based upon the level at which you develop your land and create great experiences for the community. We're going to reward you for staking Hustle, staking NFTs, as XP earned as in-game rewards, also for converting affiliate referrals, as well as creating NFT and game assets, and as a cash or crypto back for in-game purchases that you may make, within any of our e-commerce stores or, in our item store. So our business model, it's really one of a value accrual. Our economy is really based on a volume-driven model that really profits and benefits from the microtransactions that occur between various different users. And the idea is that a portion of that revenue is plowed back into our ecosystem to fuel token incentives like buybacks, burns, and things that create enhanced liquidity and a better experience for our users. Some of the ways that we're doing that are with, marketplace transactions, play-to-earn gaming, person-to-person gaming and betting, as well as some of the more direct revenue streams like marketplace revenue, land sale royalties, premium NFTs that can be used as in-game assets, buildings, etc., as well as sponsorship revenue and sale of some anonymous player data. So how's it going? Well, so far pretty well. We launched a token, the HUSL token, HUSL, back in September of 2021. On day one, we were the #1 most searched ranked coin on DEX tools, which was exciting. We went on a few days later to execute Busta Rhymes and Young Blue, Best New Artist of 2022's NFTs, which was a great experience for us working with both up-and-coming musicians who are the future of the new evolution of music distribution, as well as wily veterans and legends like Busta Rhymes that have had a career that literally won several decades who've seen it all. When we take a look at how we've been doing, our token was the #1 trading volume on MEXC and Bitrue during our 2022 Grammy event. We've got over 43,000 followers on Twitter, 22,000 on Instagram, about 5,500 active members in our English-speaking Telegram room, and over 2,000 that join us from Vietnam and Turkey, which are really strong markets for us. We've got about 544,000 watch lists on CoinMarketCap, which is incredible. We've had over 500,000 contest entries. It's one of the ways that we engage and look to grow our community. And, when we take a look at the volume to date in terms of our uptake, we've had over $100 million worth of volume since inception. Some of our partners include Security Research Group, who's doing amazing work for us, looking to limit attack vectors on our play-to-earn ecosystem, DKNY, Ready Player Me, Swallow, some other projects that you may recognize from the Elysium ecosystem, as well as Vulcan Forged. Some of the artists that we've worked with, Nikki B, Styles P, Keith Murray, K Major, Graph, Young Blue, Busta Rhymes, Hazel E, and over 120 other amateur projects that we've helped launch to date. Our investors include SGN Capital, Vendetta Capital, Bullperks, Havings, June Capital, Magnus Capital, GD10 Ventures, just to name a few. We've got a number of AI initiatives currently under development. Some of the different ways that we're going to be using AI, obviously for procedural world generation, NPC generation, creating dynamic events and encounters, storytelling and dialogue generation for those NPCs so they can have realistic dialogue with users. They can be tour guides, they can be shopkeepers, they can interact in a number of ways, and we're toying with all the possibilities that AI offers. We're also using it as an anti-cheating and security metric in concert with our partners over at Security Research Group, as well as aiding in the musical composition as it relates to generative AI music, which I'll touch on in a little bit. Here's an example of that, in fact. So what you've just seen is a brief trailer for something that we're really, really excited that you're going to see more of heading into the summer, which is going to be our first Generative Beats NFT drop avatar collection. There's going to be 808 pieces. What we've done is merge together the powers of generative AI together with some of the biggest music producers in the world to create these NFTs, which not only provide users with cool art, an immersive video, music, visualizer, as well as giving them access to all of the stems and the underlying instrumental that go behind the music. And not only do they receive it, they own it commercially, which means that they can recreate it, they can, disseminate it, they can sell it and monetize it on Apple iTunes, Spotify, YouTube, as well as on our marketplace where it can become a playable NFT within any number of our games. Let's see if we can animate this one. Can we play the middle NFT? Great, thanks. And what you're hearing is music that was submitted to us by a handful of Grammy Award-winning, Billboard-winning producers who provided them to us as stems. And this is how it came out. And, to me, what's beautiful here is that we've got, engineered quality instrumentals that sound as if they were mastered by some of the biggest producers in the world. In fact, the 70 or 80 stems that went into the project could generate more than 70,000 various different iterations of individual music that's one of a kind. And as you can hear, sounds incredible. It's meant and intended for creators, vocalists, rappers, whomever, collectors to go out and purchase and then use to create their own music. And one of the ways in which, we did this and, we looked to demonstrate this, in fact, was by having world-class musicians come in and cameo and create music with it. Now, just to give you a little background on some of the producers that were involved here, we had my partner, Sapphire Adizes. I mentioned all the accolades, the 200 million streams. He worked in the Kanye camp. He's worked with people like the Chainsmokers. We were blessed to work with Mike and Keys, legendary West Coast producing duo. They've worked with Snoop, Nipsey Hussle, Redman, D12, 50 Cent. The list goes on and on and on. Palace and Gumboy, they're another producing duo based out of Germany. They're part of 808 Mafia. They've worked with Future, Migos. They literally have 12 Billboard #1s just over the last 18 months alone. Thrilled to be working with them, as well as Danny Boy Styles, who's a Grammy Award winner, produced many tracks on The Weeknd's last album, and really was an incredible resource to the project. And, we wanted to demonstrate just how great these, instrumentals were right out of the box, how an amateur producer could pick up a mic, record in their basement, and, reach the world with a beat that might cost $30 or $50 or upwards of $100,000 if they were to approach any one of these producers individually. And we enlisted the help of legendary rapper Styles P, and we'll go ahead and play that song so you can get a sense of just how easy to use and turnkey this music is.
That's what it's all about, I fit in. When Digi on wax.
Do it, anybody can do it. So with that, I'll wrap up. And, once again, just want to thank everybody for joining us, the opportunity to speak. And, let's get a little round of applause for Jamie, Anthony, and team at Vulcan Forged. Amazing event. Thank you, guys.
Keep it going for Brian. Thank you so much for joining us. That was really cool. All right, how are you guys feeling? We have a very exciting guest. I know you weren't even expecting this next guest, but they just happened to be in town, so they're dropping in today. No, I'm just kidding. We've heard so many wonderful things about Jamie. He is the reason that we are all here today. He has created this amazing community. So I'm just very excited to bring him up, and I know you are, and all of the people. I want to shout out everybody who's watching online right now. I know there's an amazing audience who's joined us on YouTube, and I'm very excited for this. So please, you can expect we're going to talk about the future of Vulcan Forged, where everyone is at right now. We're going to cover some important economic status. He's going to talk about the culture right now with gaming and Web3, and I'm sure all of it will be much more entertaining than I'm giving you right now. But everybody, please welcome the man of the hour, Jamie Thomson.
Check. Thank you, Anna. Thank you very much. So I just dropped my microphone on the way up, and I hope I've got it on okay. I've got 2 water bottles. Things are getting serious. Check. All good? Okay, good. So listen, I've only got 45 minutes, but let's be honest, it's going to take a little bit longer than that. So we've got a lot to talk about and a lot to get involved with. So let me get straight in and say, I'm not here just to pump your bags. I'm not here for the people in the Degen chat back at home wanting that. I'm here to show how strong we are and how much we're developing and how we're not going anywhere, and we're absolutely passionate about what we're doing. Of course, we're going to list some announcements. We're going to talk about our partners. We're going to talk about where we're going, where we've been, what we're doing. And it's very, very exciting. But as you see, we're going to be here in New York. Next year, we'll be in Next year, we're always going to be here, okay? So when I say you are Vulcan Forged, we are Vulcan Forged, I mean it. People who have been here from day one know how passionate we are about it. We strongly believe in what we're doing. We're going to keep on going until we succeed. When I say succeed, I mean top of the chain of blockchain gaming and entertainment. So let's have a look. Quickly, those of you who are new to Vulcan Forged, this is a bit of a company structure of what we are. Those who are familiar with it do know, but Vulcan Forged started just a gaming studio, but then we realized we had a lot more things going on. So Vulcan Forged is now the top entities. Let's imagine that's what's making everything below it. So we divided all our games underneath something called Vulcan Studios, because we're not just making games now. We've made a blockchain, we're making Metaverse Maker, we're making apps, we're moving to all sorts of things. So Vulcan Forge is now based at the base at the top. We've got Vulcan Studios, all the games underneath there. Then you've got Metascapes, which is a whole new Metaverse Maker, MAS, I guess. And then we've got Elysium, which in itself is a layer 1, which I don't think crypto, Twitter, or anyone has even realized that we're a layer 1, how fast it is, how cheap it is, how secure it is. And I think that would be a narrative going forward. And that's why it's called the Elysium chapters, obviously, because we really want to push that layer 1 narrative forward today. So a couple more slides of who we are. Again, we have developed, I'd say 90% of this is even out now and running. We've done this slowly. We haven't marketed it much. We haven't made a big deal about it. But we now have a bridge. We have a DEX, Elysium Swap. We have an Explorer. We have a Launchpad coming. We've got Agora coming, which is the marketplace for Elysium. Vulcan Market is what it is now, with the orange and black theme. That's going to be turning into Elysium. So all Elysium NFTs can list there. It's very much based on the OpenSea model, where you can use MetaMask to connect to it. There's no more Venly, there's no more centralized, there's no more all these millions of accounts we had before. It's now MetaMask, boom, 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 in and out. So, we got one more slide. I think I did that one already. Yes, I did, so let's skip that. Okay, so today I'm going to be talking about Vulcan Studios developments. That's the games, so where we are with the games, what to expect. Some economy additions, what we're adding. Some of you may know, some of you may not. Number 3, I'm sure you're looking forward to the most, which is the new technology, new partnerships, some announcements. And of course, the hype train arrives. We're going to do some Q&A at the end. So let's get going. So first of all, I think I asked myself this question, way late into the whole development of Vulcan Forged. When we just started and we were just like, okay, let's make VulcanVerse, let's make Berserk, let's do this. We had no KPIs, key performance indicators. We had no idea what is the goal, what are we trying to achieve here. It was just like, oh, NFT gaming is cool, let's take a bit of the market share there. And of course, as you all know, we blew up last year into like $1 billion market cap. It was all too fast, all too soon. And we just had to like backtrack a bit and say, okay, let's just have a look what we're trying to achieve here. So I just want to run over a little bit what we are doing. So let's be honest, we are a business, okay? We have to make money, we have to survive, we have to be sustainable. But more importantly for you guys, we need to bring demand to the token that you're holding, PYR. Value with PYR gives value to us, everyone wins. So we're doing that by looking at keeping, I mean, last year, remember we went to $50, $1 billion market cap. I would say 80% of that, no, 99% of that was probably on hype alone. It was the Metaverse hype. The key to going forward is sustainability and having that organic demand. I think gaming is probably the first and best way to enable organic usage of a token. You have more gamers, you have more users of the token. I mean, it's simple as that, and I think it's the best place to kind of implement that organically. I mean, you're looking about billions of gamers. If they all need a certain token to play, then you're going to always have that no matter. So I would call that the real decoupling. I still believe blockchain gaming is the first chance we have of having a decoupling in the industry. So what we're going to be doing going forward, just to sort of loosely go over it, we are going to be turning a lot of our games away from the whole Web3, immediate sign up, do a wallet, get an account, do this, and it's going to be very Web 2 based. You know, you're going to download Vulcan Runner, you're going to download Vulcan's Creed, you're going to play it normally like we would any other mobile game. We released Vulcan's Creed recently, the assassin game, you know, the arrow, and we didn't even know it was released, and there were like thousands of people playing it every day who were just gamers. And that's made me realize that people just want to download a game. So what we're doing now is the key is people to download the game they're going to play. Then, oh, all of a sudden, did you know you can actually earn something from this? Did you know you can actually own this? So what we're doing, we're turning Web 2 gamers into Web 3. So we're making that transition much more subtle, as opposed to ramming Web 3 down people's throats. We're not ready for that. The second thing about the business is PYR has to be the gateway to Lava. Lava is a secondary token, obviously, that you earn. It powers the blockchain. It's going to be, I can't say valuable because that's a bit dangerous, but you know, there's going to be value to it. It's a limited supply, it's deflationary, meaning it's going to be sought after. Now, we have to make sure that PYR is always the gateway into getting that. Now, we do that with different ways. Elysium swap is only paired with PYR. You need to buy PYR to get Lava. You want to play the game and earn money, you've got to buy the Frenzy Pass, which is with PYR. You want to earn some earn an NFT by looking up on one of the Elysium swap pairs, you need PYR. So that's always, or you just generate it by holding PYR. PYR will always be the gateway to Lava. Third thing is give a man a fish, blah, blah, blah. Tools, tools, tools. I sound like Steve Jobs there, I'm not meaning to. Like tools, builders, and access, okay? We can make as many games as you like. I mean, our games are never going to be the best in the world. We know that. It takes years and billions to get the best games in the world, and a bit of luck. The key here is to provide the tools for people to access our economy, our NFTs, PYR, Lava, and we'll be going into that a little bit later. So we need builders, tools, and we need access to what we've provided. So more of an open economy which provides universal access. Metascapes, we'll touch on that a bit later. Okay. And last of all is we need to evolve. A lot of people have tucked tail and run last year. They saw the play to earn didn't work, they made their money, they rode the Metaverse wave, and they just buggered off, you know? I don't get it. You know, we're at the beginning of an industry which is so natal, so new. This is the time to be evolving. Of course it's not going to work. The Axie model, it didn't work. Let's evolve, let's change. Blockchain gaming is going to be here. We've got to work out what works. So we'll always be doing that. We're going to see if this works, no, take it away. If this works, we'll keep it and we'll focus on it. We got rid of chess, you know, we got rid of poker, because why? No one bloody played it. Who wants to play like animated, you know, centaurs and chessboard when they've got normal chess pieces to play with? So we're not scared of adapting and evolving. And the other goal is innovation. I think that sort of touches on what I was just saying. It's always making sure we adapt and change. I mean, I'd say Vulcan Forged are first movers. We were the first MMO sandbox, without doubt. You had Sandbox, you had Decentralization. We're the first person to put a World of Warcraft kind of game into that. VulcanVerse was the most complex building system at the time. So I think we were fair to ride that Metaverse wave as we did and hit such a high market cap because we were really there. We still are. And it's a very early industry, and we've got the lessons and we've got the experience to kind of evolve with it. So yeah, don't quit, evolve. Obviously, we're not quitting. AI is a big part of the future. Now, whether you're terrified about it or you're interested by it, I'm both terrified and interested. Part of me wants to just not look at it, but we have to accept the fact it's going to be a part of our future, and it's going to be a part of blockchain gaming, whether we like it or not. So we want to make sure we're on top of that, and we'll see that later, how we're doing that. Okay, and obviously third, as you can see, there's a reason we've got Vulcan Fight League, we've got a fantasy sports here, we've got a Berserk, we've got a shoot 'em up. We're experimenting with blockchain gaming in every single industry we can find. A lot of people say we're taking on too much. Maybe, maybe not. We're just going to keep doing that because you can put Web3 into anything entertainment-based. And Vulcan Forged will continue to experiment to do that. And we'll cut off the fat and keep the gems. So experiment has always been our way forward. So let's just quickly go over the barriers to adoption that we've had so far. Necessity to own a wallet. Okay, no one wants to own a wallet. I talked about that a second ago. We're now going to go into the Web 2. You do not need a wallet to play our games. You can just play first with a guest login. You can use social login. You can actually go there, play, and then we do a little, tooltip saying, oh, actually, did you know you own an NFT, as I said, or you can earn some lava, earn some money off doing this. So we're going to slowly slide them in through the back door, The second problem was, it says 111. The second problem was multi-account. We know that Vulcan Forge is ridiculously hard to onboard. I know we focus so much on our technology and our games that we didn't give enough attention to our user journey. Now we've got the likes of David on board, who's really, really, really good. We are now taking a step back and looking at the user journey. People go on the website. What the hell is that? You've got VulcanVerse here, you've got Wallet here, Vendy here, that. I think our conversion rate was it was terrible. So we realized you've got to go in there, click an account, boom, you're playing. So we're getting rid of all these accounts. One account is all you need. And that, if you want to, put a MetaMask on there, a wallet later in the gameplay, you have that choice. But one account or no account, play as a guest. So we're going to make it easy as possible. And of course, understanding crypto and purchasing crypto, we're going to use fiat on ramps everywhere we can. That includes the forged passes. That includes buying PYR. We have got a choice of partnerships now between Ramp, Wire, Binance, Coinbase. All four of them are offering us fiat on ramps to use. We haven't chosen which one to use yet, but we will be implementing them. I know we had a problem with Ramp because they didn't allow Canada, or they did allow Canada, not America, but we're going to do it. So we have that at our disposal when we're ready. Right now, everything is just waiting on the NFTs migrating to Elysium. Everything is hinging on that. Once that happens, everything's switching, okay? And I say we're 80% done there. So, I'll run over this very quickly. I just want to give an example of how we are, because a lot of people say, how are we marketing, how are we changing our products? Like Berserk was a great game, but there weren't many users. Why not? Now we're restructuring things. So again, thanks to David, the CMO for EA Sports, who works with us now. This is how we're tackling it. So we've got Season 4 of Berserk coming up. That was our most popular game. It's the most profitable game, and it's a good game. Season 3 was great. We just didn't have enough players. So we're trying to work out how we can deliver a better experience. First thing is actually, obviously, we need new users, we need to onboard new players, and we need to sort of use that Web 2 strategy I talked about. So success for us in Berserk is going to be a 20% growth in people, a 100% increase in day active users, a 58% increase in NFT users. Okay, all this is just for us, but the point is, let me just get through these here. So I'm not going to go through all of these, but this is an example of how we're approaching every game now. We're looking at what something costs us and what impact it has on the player. Does it impact the core players? Does it impact the new players? We've got to sort of, we think, what is the players thinking? This looks great. How do they feel? They feel excited. What do they have to do? They go buy a booster pack. So this is regards cards integration. So I'm going to skip through all these slides because you don't need to see it all. But I want to say for every element of this game, Berserk, we have got KPIs, we've got goals, we've got ideas on how we can improve it. So tokens, cards, separation, the in-game tutorials. Every game's going to have a tutorial. And here's our entire marketing plan we have for the pre-launch. So you can see every little thing. We've got influencers involved. We've got logins involved. Anyway, the whole point of this was to show you how detailed we are in every part of the marketing for Berserk Season 4. So Season 4, you're going to see all this in action. Okay, so look, before I go into the Vulcan games, I did want to sort of, have a little break. So I forgot to say that I know a couple of people are watching at home. I want to say hello to them. I did promise them. I forgot to do at the start. I want to say hello to my little Sophie, who's 4 years old, and she's 5 soon. So Sophie, you can't understand this at the moment, but you're going to look back and you're going to see Daddy on stage. You're old enough now to learn a bit of English. So hi, darling. And also I want to say thank you to my beautiful fiance, Bashak, for being very, very supportive in me for the last 6 years. Really, really has 6 years. Fuck me. 6 months. 6 months, yeah. 6 months. She'll like 6 years. Okay, the games. Let's do this. Okay, so let's have a look where we are with the Vulcan games. I think we forget sometimes how far we've come with Vulcan Studio. So here's a reminder. Oh. So let's always remember where... Thank you. So let's always, sometimes we need videos like this to remember where we are, 2.5, 3 years, and we have created all these games. Yep, not all of them are World of Warcraft or Call of Duty, but these are all sort of experiments into different gaming. We've got Tower Defense, we've got an Assassin game, we've got open world game. Some of them we sort of like chess and Forge Arena, unfortunately, we think let's put that on hold, and others we extend. But again, for me, it's more to see how the economy fits in these games, how we can use play to earn, what's sustainable. These are all good games. They're not the best games in the world, but they're good games. They're good enough to see what works in blockchain gaming, what doesn't. So, so obviously let's go now to our main game for now, VulcanVerse, which is our baby, which started this whole thing off. So let's have a look, actually. This is a homage to the Greek team who have put in incredible work into the artwork now. Let's have a quick look at the before and after of where VulcanVerse was and where it is now, and I'll talk about some new features. Amazing. Amazing. I mean, it makes me a little bit emotional as well, seeing that. No, we were like red and green squares a while ago, and I mean, you have to remember every single one of those pixels is made from scratch organically from our Greek artists. They've gone from, we had to redo the whole thing, which was done by another company, and we've redone it. And remember, this is a multiplayer game where people are building in real time onto blockchain. So, I know people want this unreal sort of graphics where it's like completely not really realistic, but there is no other metaverse that looks like that with sandbox technology. There just simply isn't, and we will always be ahead of the curve where you can build like that. And we'll talk about how we can expand that later. So how are we going to deliver a game now? Because VulcanVerse is fun. We've got fishing, we've got foraging, we've got attacking, we've got building, we've got exploring. Maybe I missed a couple of things. We've got defending, espionage. We've got a lot of gameplay in there, but I know people always want more, and that's fine. We're always going to keep delivering more. So, but we have to bring back to the right standard, okay? So we need to bring some more depth, and we need to expand our base. So how would an AAA game expand their base? I think I've got that slide. Yep, okay, so I did touch on the fishing and the new foraging system. The new foraging system is pretty cool, huh? Like, really good. And that just came out of nowhere because I do step back sometimes and just let the game developers do it, and they're just really, really exciting. I think one of the things you'll be really excited about, and you'll see it here, is first of all, level 3 Vulcanites are coming. Then we've got upcoming level 4 staking, of which I'm going to give you a date soon enough. We've got some terramorphing is going to be brought back, and the workshop economy. Now that is something, if you thought the foraging system was complex and fun, the workshop economy is great. It's going to make, RuneScape look like an old Sims game. So it's just the whole foraging, building, making, all this kind of stuff. Add that, and then add PvP, which is the next stage after that. Then we really have got, you've got your quests and create your own quests. There's nothing much more we can add because it's then sort of a community game. So yeah, and we have got some Gods and Titans news. So most importantly though, as I've already touched on, we just do need to change our language with everything Web3. We just got to avoid the whole Web3 all the time now. It's got to be, this is a game, come play. If you enjoy it, then you can earn this money. And VulcanVerse isn't there yet, but it will, as you've seen. I know people are enjoying Vulcans very much. Okay, Berserk, our most popular game so far. We had there were 34,000 games played, 312 unique players. That's about 110 games on average per unique player. So compared to season 1, that's great. We had a subscription pass, which was very successful. We had booster packs, and the marketplace fees were the best we've ever had. So what are we going to do for season 4? I'm not going to read this whole slide out. I mean, basically, it covers everything I've just said before. We're going to put these slides online for you to read, but I haven't got time to read through every single point. It's pretty boring what I'm saying. But, we are going to have a tutorial. We are going to have social logins. We are going to have a rebalanced Vulcanite abilities. We've got new card art, the Winds of War. But most importantly, it's not so much a gameplay, it's how we approach it from a marketing level. It's all about that smooth onboarding. Better AR, a better UI, and a better prize pool. We've got Tower Defense, Runner, Vulcan3, very underrated games. I do advise you, if you've got a phone, download these games. Vulcan3 is one of our best games. It really is fun. Some of my family and friends have downloaded it and they enjoy playing it. Tower Defense and Runner, they're addictive. These are the first games going to be using the Frenzy Pass, so I advise you to sort of get using them. Talking of Vulcan3, sorry, I forgot there's a trailer for it. Nice. So that is available to download now. And as I said, this is going to be one of our first games that we're going to really push forward on a mobile game with a good social strategy. I mean, organically, it's already picked up a small little, what's the word? Fan base, an organic fan base, already enjoying this game, and that speaks volumes to me. If you get a fan base without even saying anything about crypto or a company or pushing it down their mouths, then we know we're doing well. So VulCon3 is going to be something we're going to really, really push. Everything you saw there, weapons, spells, they will become NFTs, of course, but people want to start and they play, they like it. Oh, if you like it, well, you're going to get a wallet. You want to get a wallet, we're going to buy an NFT. So we are partnering with WASDA on this. We're doing a campaign with them. We've got multiplayer coming up. We've already got thousands of days playing already. And I'll quickly go over Tower Defense and Runner. As you know, nothing much to report on Runner. You know, it's a very addictive game. Do play it. Again, that will be part of the Frenzy Pass soon. Choose your game, choose your potion, choose your medicine, what you want to play. And Tower Defense, next thing's coming is going to be the easy social logins. Social logins are coming for everything. That is the biggest hindrance right now, is you have to set up 25 accounts before you can even play a game. We understand that. So social logins coming for that. More depth of play, more maps, and we're going to get some monetization techniques for ourselves. Okay, so let's move on to some more exciting stuff. So Metascapes. Now, Metascapes is one of the most exciting projects for me. Absolutely brilliant, because this was a chance to go back to the drawing board and say, what worked in VulcanVerse? What's the future? Who wants a metaverse? People like to build. I've always been a strong proponent that people want to build and be creative. Look at Minecraft, look at Roblox, look at children. These are the people we want to tap into. People that they want to build and show it off. And, you know, VulcanVerse became very much, and it still is, very much about how can we earn money, how we want gameplay. Metascapes is all about creativity. So if you don't know what Metascapes is yet, let me show this trailer, which will give you an idea.
Welcome to Metascape's NFT Gallery.
Yeah, it's quite something. It really is. The great thing about Metascapes is, number one, it's limitless in terms of how many plots you want to build. If you want to make your own Metascape, you get it, and you can add 100, 1,000, 2,000 plots. You can build. You can invite your friends to it. You know, your avatar can go. We're using Ready Player Me, which I'll cover another time. It allows you to decorate yourself as an avatar. You can jump between your Metascape, someone else's Metascape. You can traverse different people's Metascapes. We are adding paintballing to it, just for a small little gameplay if you want to do that. There are 4 worlds at the moment you can build in. The whole idea is sort of be able to monetize your Minecraft sort of builds. You know, people build Minecraft, look at this, it's amazing. Okay, I built this plot of land. Now what can I do with it? Oh, look, I've got a cartoon-themed Metascape. I love what you've built with the cartoon assets. I'm going to buy buy what you've built on your 4 plots and I'm going to put it in mine. Maybe this person spent, I don't know, $100 getting the right assets for that. I don't have those assets. I'll buy that plot. It's sort of monetizing creativity and making it look how you want. Now, we never have a trailer with nothing to back it up. As you saw VulCon3, that was a nice trailer. The game's ready to download. Same, I can now announce that Metascape's version 2 is now available today. It's on the launcher. The code will be tweeted out, maybe tweeted out on Discord. If you remember last time, we had the fantasy assets. We didn't make half those assets because we hadn't done it. So now we're working on what's called Candyland, the cartoon land. Now, this is aimed at children, the education, the younger people. I mean, whoever can use it, but this is aimed at the people who want to understand what metaverses are like. And, you know, they can build, they put the plots on blockchain. And this is what I said earlier about really targeting the youth in terms of metaverse. So I think, just to run down what we do have in this, we've got better terrain tools, we've got better animations, you can swim now. We've got 60 more assets. We've got a freeform tool, which is really cool. You can just draw on the metaverse like a line, and the water will follow that. You can move your plots around. So you build your Metascape with like 20 plots. You can choose to move it around, which you can't even do in Minecraft, you know? We're not Minecraft yet. I'm not saying we are, but we'll get there. And we've got some new sky and some new character controllers. So here's a little preview of what version 2 looks like, and it's available to play today. Everything here is created from our Greek team, just to say. Yeah, so we've been making that for like months and months and months. We've always been building on that. And as you can see, that's playable today. The password's going to be put out. You can build your own sort of Candyland cartoon world. As you can see, I'm sure you can see the potential of what we're doing here. Again, there isn't a metaverse builder out there that can do it. That's not just a game you can play. You make everything you see in there, you make. And then you can explore it. So again, I think we're completely ahead of the curve in what the metaverse can be. So yeah, really excited with that. What do we have more? I don't even know the order of these, so it could be anything. Okay, let's have a look. Yes, before we play it, phew, you got me there. Okay, so this is what we're really excited about with Metascapes. Now, you're going to see a video. The people in the video are the Greek staff. The people taking the video, the Greek staff. Everything we've done in this video, the Greek staff. So everything you see here is organic. We've made, it's all from ours. Now, this is where we're taking Metascapes, and we're hoping it will blow your mind as much as it's blown ours. And of course, this is going to be the future.
So you woke up feeling creative. That dream last night must have sparked some inspiration. All right, can't wait to see that place you were dreaming about. Must have looked lovely. This seems to be taking longer than expected. But hey, no need to do it all by yourself. What if you could let AI do the hard work for you? Oh, you heard me. It's really easy. Wanna see? Just describe the scene that you imagine and turn your dreamscape into a metascape in no time. Start with a simple prompt. See? With AI tools, the process of creating a 3D world can become faster and more intuitive. What's missing now? Of course, a bit of your own personal touch.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. So, I mean, there was no way we were going to ignore the AI revolution, whatever, introduction without working on it ourselves. So as soon as ChatGPT came out, we went to work on that. Obviously, the AI code is not all developed by us. There's a combination of OpenAI, ChatGPT. There's a thing called Opus AI, which helps you design terrain based on real world. For us, all we do is we put across the technology they use for their whatever the OpenAI technology and put it across to our assets. So we haven't created AI from scratch, just to make that clear, but integrating in Metascapes is taking a long time, and obviously we're going to release it to you when we feel it's, I don't know, when we can, I mean, you can do that, but we want to make it so you can do your own Metascapes like that. And again, we are again at the forefront of innovation with Metascape creation. Okay, so what is next? Vulcan Fight League, I talked about that earlier on. I won't dwell on that too much. Just to explain the model of it, you have some acquisition news. We acquired a very big website called MMA Army, which has tens of thousands of users. It was already a gaming site online. It was text-based, where people sort of had characters and they fought against each other. So we thought, well, listen, instead of us making a whole game from scratch here, let's get this and integrate the NFTs we have. So we now own MMA Army. Which is wonderful, because now we can just integrate all the NFTs which we've ported over from Solana to Elysium. And again, you train with PYR, you get your character, you have nothing, you go to someone, you know, like Mighty Mouse, you say, listen, I need Mighty Mouse or Ryan, so I want some BJJ skills, you pay some PYR, your character levels up, and you fight on the MMA Army site. So fighting mechanics are already complete, the GDD is complete, the whole website's there to be used. So we're looking at the launch of Q3 for that, Q4, and I think it's going to be one more popular than people think. I say that about all of these games, so we'll see if that one is. Oh yeah, now we have also signed a partnership with KO Reps Athletes. They'll be joining the Vulcan Fight League as well. Some of the fighters include Aljamain Sterling, Errol Spence, Juliana Pena, Merab, I can't pronounce that, I apologize, Kevin Holland, and Erin Blanchfield. So a lot of these are either UFC fighters or the previous UFC fighters. So again, our fighter roster is coming bigger. And we've got some very good news that we have now got a partnership, an official partnership with UFC Pass. Vulcan Forged is now sponsoring all the Polaris events. So that's the biggest BJJ events. It's on UFC Fight Pass. We work closely with the Reorg charity with Tom Hardy. And of course, we're going to get a lot of them working on VFL. In fact, I think I'm just doing it to meet Tom Hardy, to be honest. But it's good to have our finger in every part of the cake. So, Vulcan 11. So, oh my goodness, I'm going to run over a little bit of time here, but I'm doing my best here. Vulcan 11, I'm just going to show you. Fantasy sports is enormous. It's $1 billion market. So many people play it. So instead of me explaining to you what fantasy sports are, if you know what fantasy sports are, you choose your team out of many people, you let them play, and you get points. It's enormous. So we've integrated PYR and Vulcan Forged into that, and we're going to show you a working demo of it right now for you to download. I assume today? I'm not sure. I think we can release it today, but anyway, here's it working, and it will explain it to you better than it would do if I was telling you. The great thing about this is it sets all the wallet up for you. I mean, the minute you sign up, it creates a wallet for you on Elysium. It's a mobile app, obviously. And you can choose the next game. For example, this is all the cricket teams. It's real time. Every game that's being played in the world. So we're putting football in it now as well. This is just cricket for now. You choose your cricket players you want to do. You join the match. You pay PYR into the pool. You see how the game does. And whoever does the best gets the most PYR at the end of it. Okay, that was a very quick tutorial. It's hard. But if you understand what fantasy sports are, you'll understand what this is. It's basically you choose, if football team, you choose your best players, you pay a bit of PYR into a pool, the person that scores the most points in that football match will get, percentage of the PYR. Now imagine that across every single European game, football game, every American football game. If we can put it in every single sport, I think that's going to be huge on its own. Okay, white paper we're going to be releasing online for you either today or Monday, depending how tired the staff are. Just to give you a quick scan of the white paper, then I'll go into some integral part of the new elements. So I think this is really just to show you we've done it, to be honest. We're not going to go over every single page here. But it covers the new tiers, the new god bonuses. It covers the new distributions, the Elysium Forges, the lava gems, the Demeter nodes, the staking. Everything we need to do, we redid again. But there's not a great deal of changes from the previous white paper. More so, it's regarding lava and the generation of it. So, yeah, there is going to be a lava generation for holding PYR. So the more PYR you hold, I think if you remember the whole VeChain sort of two-token economy, it worked like that. You hold VET, you generate VThor. It's the same with us. You hold PYR, you generate lava. So again, more incentive to holding PYR. Access points with lava are going to be a Elysium swap, buying PYR on Elysium, holding PYR, adding LP, and playing the games. The gift protocol, this is basically called fee delegation. So it means someone can pay your fees to use the blockchain. You don't have to have any lava. Someone can actually add your wallet to their gift protocol element, and your transaction will be paid for you. It's not completely groundbreaking. It's been done before, but it's something we're incorporating ours. The surge protocol is something very, very good, but we're going to look at the frenzy pass soon. So, okay, the frenzy pass is our way to stop people coming in and just taking money and leaving. So the frenzy pass is a barrier to farmers. Otherwise people play the game, they take lava, they sell it, they go. So the frenzy pass gives access to earn lava. We are starting at 5 peer a month. That may or may not change depending on demand. It allows you to list your NFTs on Agora on a premium on the front. It gives you access to Berserk subscription. So the Frenzy Pass is now going to cover the Berserk subscription. Lots of VIP perks and unlocks cross-games interoperability. But the main thing is you can't earn lava without a Frenzy Pass. So this is the key to having a correlation between users and peer demand. So if you want to play the games for fun, do it. Don't get a Frenzy Pass, have fun, do it for clout, great, you're a gamer, that's no problem. If you want to start earning money, then you've got to get some PYR. You want your scholar, your Sedalian to pay for you, you buy them a Frenzy Pass and they do it for you. So this really is a great barrier to kind of separate that playing and earning community. Okay, so I guess this is the exciting part. Let me have a bit of water first, because I'm exhausted. That headlock he put me in killed me. It's my own fault. He put it in gently, and I thought I'm going to get out of this, so he put it in a bit tighter, so I can still get out of it. So I really tried it, then he really put it in properly. I was like, okay, I'm out, I'm done. I can't look left at the moment. And that Mighty Mouse move, it's crazy. He held my ankles like that, and he put his knees there. I couldn't do anything. It really was slick. Impressive stuff. I think some people on Twitter have taken it seriously that I was going to fight with the MMA fighters. There was some guy put a comment saying, "You're the guys we're trusting with our money." He thought that I was in some fight with the dudes on the panel. So I should probably take that tweet down, actually. God, you got some crazies up there, you have. Twitter, crazy place. Okay, first announcement, enjoy. So it was only a matter of time, really, before us and Animoca got together. We've been in touch with them many, many times. We didn't really know how it was going to work, and because obviously Animoca, if you know, they're heavily invested into Yuga Labs, Bored Apes, Sandbox, Axie. I think nearly everything is Animoca related somehow. So it's only a matter of time we worked out what we were going to do. So we've got this, the Metaverse, where we're basically going to help each other. We've got an XP system, they've got an XP system. And I'm trying to explain it without sort of being overcomplicated here. So they've got, over 100,000 users, more than that. So they've got their XP system where they reward their players. But what we've done now, they've integrated VulcanVerse. We're starting with VulcanVerse only to see how we get on. So for the whole Animoca community, for them to earn XP within the Animoca setting, which is an enormous community, they have to play VulcanVerse, okay? So they have to earn an amount of XP in our game in order to earn XP in their system. So what that does is two things. It helps Animoca brands. It helps Animoca brands in that we're giving an exposure to these guys to earn more XP in their system. It helps us in that we get a hell of a lot of people coming into VulcanVerse who want to earn XP in their system, and people might like VulcanVerse and they stay. So it's really a cross collaboration where both of us bring our own communities to each other. Now, the good thing about us is that we can rank people on the XP they earn in a day. So they get rewards for earning a certain amount of XP. If they earn it in VulcanVerse, we can tell them which the top 10 were, and they get the rewards there. So it's a great collaboration. I mean, we speak for Animoca for a long, long time. We cross each other's paths at all these events. So this is our first of many collaborations, I'm sure, and there'll be an official statement from them. We were going to do it today, but we'll see. Eventually, they'll put out what we're doing. So that is really, really great, just to be with the big boys eventually. I mean, Animoca brands were like up there when we started, and now we are working with them. And as you can see how big they are, they've got 380 companies, got, goodness me, 5.8 billion was the last, they're valued at 5 billion. Here they are, Dapper Labs, OpenSea, Sky Mavis, Sandbox, they pretty much own the lot. They are, at the moment, I shouldn't say that, they're not competitors, that's all big collaborators. At the moment, they are the largest player in Web3, so they are a giant to have by our side. We're privileged to be part of that. Okay, let's go. What have we got now? I don't even remember. Yes, okay, this is great. We'd like to welcome Top Hash as our next Elysium Chronos node. For a lot of people in the Western world, you probably won't know who Top Hash is. Top Hash is one of the biggest Korean entrants to the Web3 gaming and incubation market. So Top Hash are an absolute asset to have on board. They are now going to be introducing us to Korean blockchain conferences, Korean exchanges, Korean this, Korean that, everything gaming Korean. These guys have already opened doors for us, which we can't say yet, obviously, for NDA reasons, but they have opened the doors for us to Asia in terms of getting some gaming in. And I have to thank Anthony for this connection because Top Hash are literally the top of the game in Korea. So we welcome them as our second Elysium Chronos node. This is a separate one. This is something I want to do. We've got a partnership with Make-A-Wish in Greece, which is it's a charity very dear to my heart. It's for children. It's not really an announcement, really. It's just something we're donating some of our proceeds to Make-A-Wish every month. It's something which is because I think we've donated over $300,000 over to Make-A-Wish, which is something which, I don't know, it's close to my heart. I always thought about the carbon thing, and we are doing the carbon thing and the whole global warming stuff, but I thought, yes, we are keeping it Elysium, and we'll come on to that in a minute, but what's more important to me, trees or kids, so I thought, let's do something which I want to do. So a bit of a selfish move, but in a way, but that's what we're doing. Okay, a big one. Okay, this is going to ruffle some feathers, perhaps. So Kurist are moving to Elysium with their CO2 token. They are now listed on their Elysium swap. You'll be able to swap PYR and Kurist. So their CCO token represents 1 kilogram of absorbed CO2 linked to real-world trees. Basically, if you look up PYR and Curious tokens on Elysium, you will get airdrop their token, Curious, and you'll also get given NFT trees, NF trees, they all call it right now. I don't want to spend too much time on this because I know there's some stuff going on and blah, 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 but we've decided whoever's going to come to Elysium, we're going to support, and Curious chose to do that, so we're very happy about that. So the most important thing is lava's going to be burned. We've got a CO2 token on Elysium Swap, and we're very excited to work with them. This is a big one. So Vulcan Forged and Decentraland. We've made an incredible partnership with these guys, more specifically the mana token. So we are, now I can't say this definitively because there has to be a voter proposal from us and for them, which we're all going to vote for, but we can't say it's happening until we all vote for it, and I assume you guys will vote for it. But it's going to be a PYR, mana coming to Elysium for a liquidity pool there. So yeah, here we are. So Beer and Mana are coming to Elysium. So you can imagine the volume for that is incredible. I mean, we're all about collaborating. I mean, Ari, who's the CEO of Decentraland, is great. He was just like Sebastian from Sandbox. He's very much up for collaborating. He likes what we're doing. We like what he's doing. We talk to the guys at Big Time Studios a lot. So we are having a PYR and a mana pool, and it will provide you wearables in both the games. So again, great to have these sort of big tokens on Elysium Swap already. I didn't even know we had more. This is a new game. Okay, so we all know Daredevil and Night Angel and their team are behind that, but they are now officially sort of part of the Vulcan Forged team and staff, so I'm not saying we've stolen their game, but it's a Vulcan Forged game now. So so thank you for them for starting it, and they are still working on it, but they're obviously on the payrolls, they're not doing it for free. So that is a Vulcan Forged game, and if those who have played it know how smooth it is, and it's another game to add to, another arrow to add to our bow. Okay, so what else have we got? Okay, so with every good blockchain comes a hackathon. We've just launched Elysium. We are offering $1 million in bounties for providing us with tools, dApps, games, okay? So just to break this down, we need, I mean, you can't have any layer one without explorers, with swaps, with, what's the word, I can't think of the other tools I use now, bridges and such like. So every other layer one I look at, they've got 1 million community tools. So now's our chance. It's first mover advantage for all of you to start building some things, start using some things. You can create NFT collections. You've basically got a blank pad, a blank piece of paper to start writing on. So we are starting with $1 million prize pool. Now, the way we're dividing this is if you're going to make a game, if it gets 10,000 users, you get 50,000. If it gets 5,000 users a day, you get 20,000. If it gets 1,000 users, it gets 10,000, etc. Same for the tools. Again, this is all going to be our discretion. We'll all understand what's useful and isn't. If it's an essential tool that everyone needs to use in Elysium, 50,000. If it's useful, 20,000. Optional, occasional, and etc. Again, this is something the community will know. Other things, if it's a fan favorite, everyone loves it, and of course you're going to get a 50 grand prize. If it's very popular, you'll get 20 grand, and so on. Our key now is to incentivize the builders. It's all about the builders. We've created the infrastructure of Elysium, and there are so many blockchains out there with tools that you could emulate. I know a lot of you came from the VeChain community, and people started making tools and dApps and for that, and some of them are very, very popular. Now's your chance to start doing it with Elysium. Now, talking about the games, this is where I was talking about the tools and opening our economy up to other people. Of course, okay, level 4 is coming. I can say level 4 is coming in July. We're not going to say earlier than that, but it's certainly definitely in July. We know what date it is in July. We've got the assets ready. We've got the Vulcanites ready, and staking is going to be starting July. That was a bit of a segue there. Okay, so here's the SDK. We touched on this last year, but now we're actually ready to implement this. So the SDK is what's going to separate us as a game studio, as a game economy where people can tap into. Now, this will very much help you if you're trying to create a game. The key for the SDK is that you can access all our NFTs and the metadata within it. Now, if you can access, for example, here, the Asterion Minotaur, you have them in different, you can use the NFT, what he looks like, his stats, his level, anything in there, and you can integrate it into your games. So that's the key here, having an SDK where you can basically access all our NFTs. So you create a game. Maybe you pay someone to make you a game for $3,000. You put in there access to the Vulcanites. You want to use the Vulcanites games in there. You're now bringing, not only you're getting a chance to win a bounty, you're bringing demand for the NFTs for your games, and you're bringing demand for the PYR, and also you're helping the ecosystem. And one thing that really incentivizes you, if people buy the Frenzy Pass and try to use your game, which you've built, you'll get 10% of the PYR that they spend on that Frenzy Pass. So there's a big incentive now for anyone to make a game by using our API. And we're hoping opening this up for an open world of builders allows people to tap into our economy as opposed to us just building the games. I don't need to say much on this. I think you can read between the lines from earlier on and now. Again, I want to say that Metascapes, again, is so much more generic and universal, where we can put many celebrities in there. We can make custom-made, bespoke editions. The sale of this, I don't know if I can say when it's going to be, but obviously this is not going to be the only celebrity that we've skinned up. Okay, Surge Protocol is now ready and live. It'll be dropped next week, where this is a very, very cool protocol where you can use any ELS token as gas. So you don't need to go and buy lava if you don't need it. It converts it on the back end. So if you hold Vendetta token, if you hold Chorus token, if you hold Pharma token, what else on Elysium? PYR. If you use PYR, if you don't have lava, this will do the exchange for you on the back end. So again, this saves time going to Elysium swap and trading it. So this is a very cool idea where any ELS token can be used as gas on Elysium. Okay, so more lava FOMO. Elysium is about to be integrated into one of the world's biggest exchanges. I can't give you more than that, but that's just happening. And lava is going to be listed with it, okay? So again, when I say that lava is going to be valuable, which I'm not allowed to say, it might be. That's why it's so important to make PYR as always the gateway to lava. Lava becomes valuable, holding PYR, the cow, the milk, the cow, the milk. We're also going to do double lava from June onwards on certain games, double referral bonuses. And for the first lava drop will start next week based on the god you have. Which god it is, which level it is, which edition it is. These will be at random. We will just drop lava whenever the hell we feel like it to certain gods, okay? Because right now, while we're waiting for gods to be implemented into the games, we want to start giving you some rewards for them. And I think lava is going to be that hidden gem that people will really want. So keep your gods, make sure they're high edition, make sure there's Zeus, make sure they're Cronus, or whatever they like to be. Okay, now this is a very cryptic one. It's supposed to be some eyes on the world, but I don't think it is, yeah, it's an eye, it's a world eye. I want to say so much about this, but you have to read between the lines, and I don't want to get myself in any legal trouble, but I'm not joking when I say within weeks, Vulcan Forged will be known, sorry, got some gas there, will be known by over 200-300 million households. And I'm serious when I say we'll be putting blockchain gaming into mainstream awareness, mainstream media. There will not be a circle of 5 or 10 people will have heard of us after this. Now, I can't say more than that, but this is the biggest exposure of Vulcan Forged that we could ever hope for. It's not just how it's happening, it's what happened in the process of it happening, the result of what happened. Everything is there to give it the mainstream awareness. So what we're doing now, we are rushing to get user onboarding as easy as possible, because we know when this thing happens and we are talking weeks, we are going to have such an influx of people and eyes on not only PYR, but Vulcan Forged. We have to be ready. We have to be ready. You can just go, get an account, play a game. Do you want an NFT? Yes or no? So whatever you think it is, it's bigger. And I know that's announcement of announcement, but it is. But we are psyched. I'm exhausted, but listen, I am so hyped for this year, 2023. It's been a rough bear market. Who gives a shit? Let's carry on building and do what we do. We are here. We're going to be here as long as we can, for years and years and years, evolving, adapting, changing, building. Okay, and we thank you very, very much. And let's forge on, and thank you for coming. Let's enjoy tonight and have a wonderful, wonderful time.
Keep it going for Jamie Thomson. You brought the hype. How do you feel? I said you brought the hype. You
Good,
did it.
good. Thank you,
Amazing.
thank you.
Thank you so much. This was great. We did it, everybody. That was it. That is the final presentation.
How do you feel? How's everybody feeling? Good?
I feel like this was truly an incredible day. I had a pleasure getting to hear all of these speakers, and I know you did too. We listened, we learned, we all became experts in blockchain gaming, right? If you weren't before, you probably are now. I want to thank all of our speakers who joined us today. Thank you, everybody, from this morning up until now. And I want to thank the community who is here today. Everybody, congratulations. You did it. You came. Thank you to everybody watching, tuning in online as well. Your support and your passion, especially for Vulcan Forged and VulCon3, are so valued. So I want to say right now, you are free to take a break. You are free to go. We will be hosting a cocktail hour here at 6 p.m. So I am told if you do have one of those wristbands on, make sure you keep that on so you can get into the cocktail hour and the dinner, and if you're joining us for the after party later. But right now, it's a beautiful day in New York City. Go take a walk through Central Park. We're right by Central Park, or, get a slice of pizza. If you need any recommendations, I'm around. And we will be back here in the Ziegfeld Ballroom at 6 p.m. The cocktails, I believe, are going to be on the mezzanine level over there, so you can take the elevator from the ground right up to the mezzanine. And everybody enjoy. Thank you so much for today. See you in a bit.